At 60 years old, the body begins to fade. This is an inevitable law of nature. However, by reaching the peak of internal energy, a miracle occurs, a divine rebirth of the earthly body. Bones and muscles are rebuilt to achieve the highest form of martial arts, and the withered body is restored to its former youth. This is the highest achievement that people strive for. The divine sect called it divine awakening, while the shadow sect called it demonic discipline. In the divine sect, 8 people have achieved divine awakening. At the same time, 4 of the shadow sect had mastered demonic discipline. Above them were only the masters from the divine realm, whose body was immune to poison and disease. In 1,000 years, there was only one among the Murim masters. A traditional tea ceremony was taking place in one of the palaces, in which a master who had achieved divine awakening asked a stranger what a sword meant to him. He replied that it was a fine murder weapon with sharp edges. However, that is what it is. A martial art is a martial art, a sword is a sword, and morality is morality. Deep in the dungeon, a mysterious demonic ritual was taking place. Ban came there to fight the master of Crimson Awakening. He took off his dragon head shoulder pads. Ban was truly honored by the opportunity given to him. A master who was highly skilled in swordsmanship could assess the situation even with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, he saw not only the master of the Crimson Awakening, but also his comrades were there. Ban guessed that a new ability, soul connection with the undead, was being used against him. The master gave orders to his companions to surround the Ban with a great demonic containment field. The comrades' eyes turned bloodshot as they used demonic seals to attack. It seemed that Banu could no longer be saved. 1,000 demons attacked him at once, but they forgot that they were attacking a true master of the dark arts. Ban used his famous technique, the piercing whirlwind. The basis of the swordsman's energy was steadfastness itself. He defeated 1,000 comrades in just one moment after using his ability. Unperturbed, Ban headed straight towards the cultist. He wasn't afraid of the Ban. He grinned right in the swordsman's face. Will he really use this ability right here and now? The enemies defeated by the swordsman immediately rose from the dead, but they were without flesh. Ban found himself in the midst of an ability unfamiliar to him. It was an unclean ritual of tormenting the soul. The swordsman felt the ground beneath him begin to shake. Even such an experienced martial artist could not assess the situation while in free fall. Without thinking twice, thousands of necromancers attacked the swordsman again at once. Ban fell. The master of the Crimson Awakening looked at his body from the shadows. He took his sword, hoping to take away the Ban's power. He was pleased that everything went as he had planned. Using a lightning-fast blade throw, he betrayed his demonic ally. He didn't expect this from the master. The blade went right through his neck. No one knew what the master of Crimson Awakening was really planning. Bana's bloody sword, no one knows what power it contains. The master revealed his true purpose, as the second living master of the fierce demon was killed. Now he must lead the School of Dark Arts and conquer all of Murim. All that was left of Ban was his clothes. He was dead. The land of Murim, full of mystical creatures, is a fascinating sight. And suddenly, out of the blue, a phenomenon unusual for this land. Everything is as if in a fog. A storm has sent a sunset of thunder to the earth. Among the smoke, a human silhouette appeared. Who is it? It was none other than the reincarnated swordmaster. Not understanding what had happened to him, he looked up, searching for an answer. Ban didn't understand where he was and where the soul's connection with the undead was. Souls with the undead. Those companions who used this ability that killed Ban. Clarity comes to mind, memories come gradually, but at the same time very quickly. What did those scum of the bloody arts do with Ban? The master also remembered the lost sword, but first he needed to get some clothes in the nearest village. Using the high jump ability, he suddenly remembered that he first used this technique of elevation naked. Sunset all alone, sitting on a tree, thought Ban. Hanging upside down, he experienced hunger, and 2 hours of searching for the village were fruitless. Banu had the idea to cover himself with an animal skin. In the forest, the swordsman came across a forest troll. He looked like a mythical creature from legends. The green creature with huge fangs was not averse to eating a human. A whistle flew past like a bullet, but not right through. What is it? It was Ban's shot. Thanks to his skill and ability, he could even shoot from his finger. The swordsman noticed that something was wrong. He couldn't miss. The shot was right on target. The forest troll's wound was healing. But how? Was it regeneration? But the amazing power of the mystical creature did not stop Ban, and he began to act. The master's hands cut like a blade. This is one of Ban's abilities. The troll clearly did not expect this. But is he really able to regenerate even after such a blow? The troll's wound healed again. The body of the creature that had received such damage regenerated again. Ban remembered the words of the sage. In order to survive, there was one technique that was superior to others, a blow of vital energy that will leave no chance for the forest ogre. But the troll didn't need to be destroyed. Ban wanted to try roasting it. The 3-meter forest ogre didn't even have time to blink before the master disappeared from sight. Hands cut like a sword, the troll's head from the shoulders. After landing after a successful attack, Ban notices something unusual. The ogre had green blood, perhaps because he was a mystical creature. After defeating the troll, Ban, without thinking twice, lit a fire and began to roast the ogre. The master wondered why the forest creature didn't have a soul stone. Maybe he was still young. But in any case, Ban heard that the meat of the mystical creature had a beneficial effect on health. But it wasn't very tasty, and it smelled even worse. Somewhere in the middle of the mountain range, Ban remembered again that there were no people nearby. Not even traces of them. Breathtaking scenery, clean air, cool night breeze, even the moons are shining. Taking a closer look, Ban jumped up. Was it really just his imagination that there really was? In the sky, there were 2 moons, a phenomenon the Swordmaster had never seen before. There was an empire called Kratos on this new land, in the castle where the morning feast took place, at which they usually discussed something. The dark-haired lord watched silently as the king ate his breakfast. Afterwards, he turned to his majesty, who was still enjoying his breakfast. The lord begged the young king to eat properly rather than breakfast like a commoner. The king slammed his steel cup down on the table and turned to the lord. The king told the lord that they had lost most of the empire's lands. The lord wanted his majesty to eat healthy food, but he ordered him to be silent. The lord told the news that Corinth was sending an ambassador to them. He thinks they want them to clear the lands of mythical creatures. The young master thought about the lord's words and wanted to find his own benefit in this proposal. After all, his army was seasoned in battle, and the military skill of the previous emperor was hidden by his own suicide. The young emperor spoke so rudely that he almost broke the table. His Majesty Frank von Great considered such options to kindle the fire for future revenge. After 2 days of wandering, Bana, while walking through the forest, came across someone's house. He found it strange because he had never seen houses like this. A black and white guard dog ran out towards the master of the dark arts. But the puppy did not attack him, but only stepped on Ban's leg with his paw. The dog barked, which apparently confused the residents of the forest house. Ban didn't expect to see anyone. A little girl came out of the house and saw a stranger next to her faithful friend. The blue-eyed girl asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing here. Ban was confused. The first thing he thought was whether she could pose a danger to him. The master of the dark arts did not understand a word the little girl said, but she in turn noticed that he was wearing clothes made from a mythical creature. The girl's mother ran out after her, thinking that her child was in danger. Ban immediately wanted to apologize, but remembered that they would not understand a word he said. The mother said that they had nothing for him, and if he was planning something bad, she threatened the stranger that her husband and son would soon return home. Ban, who had picked up the dog, stood there thinking that they didn't look like the pale-skinned ones from his past world. The girl in turn told her mother that he didn't look like a villain. The master of the dark arts pointed his finger at the mother, and the woman, confused, also pointed her finger at herself. Then Ban pointed with both hands at his clothes. None of them understood each other, what he wanted to say by this. The imperturbable Ban didn't know if they could understand him in sign language. The evil mother said that the stranger had shown his true nature and asked the girl to quickly call her father, but she replied that she thought the uncle had asked for some clothes. While they stood there wondering whether they were enemies or not, the little puppy lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Having come to the general conclusion that they were not enemies, Ban thought about the girl's name. Her name was Taria. He had never heard such names before in his lands. He was also given clothes that he considered strange. The mother praised the swordsman. The clothes she gave him looked very good on him, for which Ban thanked her with a hand gesture from his past world. The swordmaster turned sharply and walked in the other direction, which greatly surprised the mother and girl and perhaps made them a little wary. Ban approached the place where his father usually chopped wood and picked up an axe, which made his mother ask Taria to call her father quickly. The master of the dark arts only wanted to thank the family who gave him the clothes. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Taria shouted to the uncle, causing Ban to stop chopping wood. The swordmaster still didn't understand their language. The blue-eyed girl only noted that he was very strong, because she had never seen anyone chop wood with one hand. Ban addressed Taria in his native language. He wanted to know what kind of tool he used to chop wood. But they didn't understand him just as he didn't understand them. And the mother again became a little wary, because next to her daughter stood a stranger with an axe. The girl's eyes sparkled, because she was interested in explaining to the stranger what firewood is and what an axe is. Ban looked at Tarja in surprise and repeated words unknown to him after her. This made the girl even more interested, and she asked the wanderer to ask her something else, since she so wanted to teach him her language. Ban thought to himself that he shouldn't rush into anything, because the most important thing for him now was to learn to speak a foreign language. Several months later, while wandering and exploring the new world, the master of the dark arts learned the local language and came to a local resident for one thing. Holding out his hand, the man said that it was a map of these lands that he had been looking for a long time. Ban curiously snatched the card from the man's hands and thanked him. But then he ran into a difficulty. He learned the language, but reading was still a problem. The man noticed this and made fun of Ban a little, saying that it was okay. He still had his best years ahead of him. To which the master of the dark arts lied a little, saying that he understood well what was written there. The man encouraged Ban, because it seemed like only yesterday the swordsman was diligently gesturing to explain what he wanted. Ban replied that it was all thanks to Mr. Blair's family, because the blue-eyed girl could not get enough of talking to him. Ban was chopping wood and thought to himself that this was a great map, not only geographically, but there were also unique features of the village. The logs flew one after another, and the master of the dark arts kept thinking about his past. His dark past. Ban has to come to terms with the circumstances he finds himself in. He has no choice but to accept it. How to accept the fact that he cannot return to Mirim only by the technique of great exaltation. Even while thinking, he mechanically continued chopping wood, one of which almost hit Tarja, who came too close. Ban told the girl that it was dangerous here. She should move away. Looking at him, the girl called the swordsman by a nickname that she herself made up. She called him Dark. To which the master of the dark arts replied that he had already told her that his name was Ban, not Dark. Tarja found this very funny because, in her native language, the name Ban means dark smell. She laughed so much that she thought she would die laughing. The joyful child pointed her finger at the master of the dark arts and said Dark, causing Ban to fall into a stupor from Tarja's persistence. The blue-eyed girl noted that the name Dark perfectly suited his black eyes and hair. Ban replied to Tarja that she could call him whatever she wanted, as long as she left him alone and didn't interfere with his work. Having decided to take a little rest, Ban leaned on the ground and asked the girl what a mercenary was, and she answered that they were people who fought for money. Was she comparing him to an assassin? The master of the dark arts thought. He answered her that he was not like them. Surprised, Tarja looked straight into Ban's eyes and asked him who he was then, if he was not a mercenary or an assassin. With a sigh, the swordsman replied to the little girl that he was a master of the school of dark arts who only wanted to find his way home. Blue-eyed Tarja said, "Why shouldn't Banu look for work in the mercenary guild? The mercenary guild is a place where mercenaries gather, where they receive orders and trade information." Ban thought about Tarja's words. He definitely needed to get at least some information in order to return home. And he also asked her how she knew about the mercenary guild. The girl told the master of the dark arts that her brother ran away from home, saying that he would become a mercenary, but his father found him and brought him back. This story made Ban laugh a lot. Meanwhile, the king was surveying his lands from the highest point of his castle, but suddenly he notices that one of his subjects is heading towards him. It was Captain Rognard. Perhaps he came with good news. He asked the king not to worry. The young ruler replied that he could not calm down, because he needed to send 2,000 palace maids to meet the needs of the Corinte. He bit his lip very hard without even noticing what was said, because these were his people. The captain replied that all they could do was increase their fighting strength to counter the Corinth, and that the king's anxiety would only increase if the ruler thought about such mundane problems as this. The emperor got angry and asked Rognard if the maids were ready to leave. The captain replied that they would be delivered to Corinth in a week. It is worth remembering that there was also a case when Corinth kidnapped the maids 10 years ago and demanded new ones. The captain asked the king to be calm, because he would be leading the escort. Looking to the side, the emperor and Rognard noticed a silhouette walking towards them. It was Lord Tozier. They were wondering what news he came with. Bowing his head down, the lord said that he had failed the task given to him. The emperor noted that this was the 5th time the lord had failed to complete his task, and also asked if there was any use in the Anfiros journal. The Anfiros journal contains no information about the past Axion, only a little about its research. The kingdom knows the theory, but they can't do detailed experiments yet. However, the lord said that 90% of the theory was already ready. He would do his best to fill in the missing 10% of information. Turning to the emperor, the lord begged to give him a little more time to study, to which the king replied that he would give him one last chance. The king's eyes still burn with hope that with the help of this artifact, he will be able to provide a better life for his empire. For Mr. Blair's family, the news was not so good, Ban decided to leave. The mother and children were very saddened by this event because they had become so close lately. Extending his hand to shake hands with the head of the family, the master of the dark arts jokingly apologized for being a burden all this time, to which Mr. Blair replied to Ban that he was mistaken. He had become part of their family, and he could always return no matter what happened. To which the master of the dark arts replied that he had learned the culture of this world, and it had brought him great benefit. During the farewell, the son asked his father for permission to go on a journey with Ban, because the boy still had an unfulfilled dream of becoming a mercenary, to which the head of the family threatened the boy that if he ran away again, he would get twice as much as before, to which the boy replied that he was missing the best chance in life to become not a simple farmer but a mercenary. Ban, who got down on one knee, did not forget to say goodbye to his noticeably grown four-legged friend, who even shed his stingy dog tear in farewell. A small blue-eyed girl walked up to the swordsman and grabbed his clothes with one hand, sadness in her eyes. Taria said that her beloved Dark would regret leaving because if he stayed and waited a few more years, he would have a lovely bride. It seemed that Ban had never been so embarrassed in his life as he was after what the little blue-eyed girl said. The master of the dark arts told her that, unfortunately, their age difference was too big, and he also didn't want to be beaten by her father. Ban finally said that he didn't know if they would meet again, but he would never forget her. After all, Taria was the one who gave the swordsman his name, Dark. The master of the dark arts patted the little blue-eyed girl on the head, and she in turn burst into tears from the grief of the upcoming separation. The head of the family and the mother with the dog silently watched as one of the family members left. The four-legged one even somehow waved a handkerchief to his departing friend. There is no way back, Ban thought to himself, and began to walk away slowly but confidently. The dog barked at the top of his voice. The children waved their hands and shouted after their departing friend. The head of the family and the mother froze in place and silently looked at their departing, one might say, son. Ban turned one last time to his family, who had helped him as best they could, but he had a long way to go, the main goal being to return to Murim. As he left, Ban also repeated the gesture with his hands that meant farewell in these lands. Then he turned around and continued to wander on his long journey. Night, the sky was covered with the twinkling of stars. In the sky, there was also a rare phenomenon for this world, when the second moon had not yet had time to join the other, because in these lands there were two of them. In the darkness of the night, a silhouette can be seen sitting by the fire, waiting for dinner to be prepared. Suddenly, unexpectedly, in the bushes of pitch darkness, red, as if bloodshot eyes lit up. Having waited for the delicacy to be prepared, the swordsman immediately began to eat it. However, noticing that he was being followed, Ban did not show any sign. His sense of smell and vision never failed him. At that very second, the enemy appeared before the master of the dark arts. They were werewolves with huge fangs and claws, thirsting for only one thing: fresh human flesh. With only a thirst for blood, the werewolves decided that the swordsman would be an easy target for them and immediately went on the attack. Ban was prepared for anything, but he clearly did not expect such speed from the mystical creature. The enemy was very fast. After successfully dodging the enemy's attack with his ascension ability, the master finally understood why people always avoided this mountain. The master of the dark arts assessed the situation and decided to counterattack, using his famous technique of the smashing hand. He clearly caught the beast off guard with his powerful attack, but at this stage of his journey, the swordsman already knew that mystical creatures possessed regeneration. Unperturbed, Ban gathered all the power of dark energy for a final attack. The regenerating beast, who clearly failed to assess the situation and the abilities of the one he was attacking, could only rely on his instincts, growling and baring his fangs in the face of his enemy. With a slight movement of his hand, Ban, who had accumulated energy for the attack, left a shining mark in the form of a palm on the beast's chest, which was fatal for the werewolf. The other mystical creatures clearly did not expect this, watching as their leader flew away a couple of dozen meters. The beasts roared their battle cry in hopes of intimidating the swordmaster. Ban, in turn, was only thinking about what a good mannequin he would make for the School of Bloody Arts. The beast could even make a good carpet. Noticing that the man was not the least bit frightened, the mystical creatures seemed to read his thoughts and rushed away, abandoning their dead leader. The evil master, looking at the fleeing creatures, did not understand what the point was in attacking him, because he had only dropped the freshly cooked meat in vain. Gritting his teeth, Ban picked up the body of the dead werewolf. Because why let good things go to waste? This beast would look good on a flaming spit, Ban thought. The emperor, sitting on the throne, propped his head up with his hand, crossed his legs, and apparently expected at least some good news. Lord Tozer came to the young king with news, saying that this was very urgent information. He told the emperor that they had a great opportunity to take possession of the dragon's heart. Jumping up from his throne, the young king was eager for the smallest details and could not wait for the lord to tell him in detail. Tozer told the emperor that the dragon's heart was kept in the great Drow temple in Corinth, and word came from the front that the Trovian Empire would lend it for a time. The king said that they must intercept it at any cost. After all, the dragon's heart was a huge clot of dense and pure mana, and the lord also said that he thought the artifact's protection would be weak. Tozer said that the Corinthian Empire believed that no one would even dare to encroach on such an artifact. The emperor asked the lord how weak the security there was that Tozer made such bold statements. The lord replied to the young king that, according to the information, there were only 50 knights guarding the heart and only one master, adding that the master did not even have a titanium. The emperor thought, a master without a titan? Perhaps this is a deliberate leak of information from the Corinth. There is no doubt that this information is reliable, and the young king gave the order to act immediately. Wandering between forests, mountains, and rivers, the swordmaster moves only forward in search of at least some information. Along the way, he noticed that the land that was new to him was undoubtedly richer in oxygen than Murim. He had never felt such powerful forest energy. Looking at his hands, he thought that every little bit of energy was restored almost immediately, so it would be much easier for anyone to practice and master martial arts. The swordsman also wondered what kind of martial arts were practiced here. Suddenly, a fair-haired girl appears in his path, screaming for the traveler to stop. The young girl asked where the traveler was heading. The master of the dark arts told her that he was on his way to Vulcania, and in response, he heard a demand for payment of 10 silver coins. Stunned by the stranger's impudence, the swordmaster grinned sarcastically in her face, replying that the price was too high, since his clothes were worth only 7 silver coins. To which Ban heard in response that if he had nothing to pay with, then let him try swimming. Maybe he would succeed. The master of the dark arts just laughed right in the girl's face and found her words very funny. In an instant, he rushed past, asking if she was sure of her words. The young girl, in turn, took this as a humiliation and instantly drew her blade in order to cut the swordmaster. But the foolish stranger didn't know who she was trying to raise her sword against. Ban stopped the attack attempt in a matter of seconds, grabbing the attacker's hand and squeezing it hard. Then, with a deft movement, he moved his hand to the blue-eyed robber's neck, causing her to blush, and in that position could only wheeze. Ban asked her how much money she had. She replied that she had nothing at all. That's why she was robbing. But the swordmaster made it clear with just one look that he had no intention of listening to lies. Very frightened, the stupid girl only had time to wonder what the dark-haired wanderer would do to her. Staring furiously at her own helplessness, the tied-up robber, who was left without part of her clothing, kept glaring at Ban. Not a bad catch on the way to Vulcania, Ban thought. These clothes must be worth something. He also did not leave such a trophy as a sword without attention. Perhaps it will remain with him. The girl can only think about her actions because she could not even do anything. After a long silence, she asked to be released, to which the unperturbed Ban replied that he would release her for 10 silver coins. To which the girl, in a fit of anger, replied that he was a stranger and had already taken her clothes and that she really didn't have any money. The master of the dark arts decided to check if the girl was lying to him. He lifted her up with one hand, starting to shake her, trying to hear the ringing of coins. But in fact, she didn't have any money. To which the unwavering Ban replied that since there were no coins, they would have to swim. The robber's eyes widened in fear. With one left hand, the swordsman threw her straight into the bay. The girl in turn screamed very loudly, threatening with the promise that someday they would meet again and that this meeting would be fatal for the master of the dark arts. In response to cries of violence, Ban merely waved goodbye. Further action will take place in the city of Volcano, where, in one of the local pubs, the wanderer idolized the local alcohol. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation at a nearby table about an unknown place through which the path to Chanin lies. With one glance, Ban analyzed that these were seemingly ordinary people who were also drinking fresh, tasty ale. One of them told Mede that she looked as if she had never been to these lands, and that it would be much faster to go through the gate. The red-haired girl in turn replied that there was a dragon's lair there, a very strong dragon. Watching and eavesdropping on the conversation, the traveler was very interested in listening to it to the end. At the table, they suggested ending the argument and continuing to enjoy fresh drinks. The guy in the red robe asked his friend if he had ever seen dragons before. After a pause, the swordsman nevertheless dared to ask the company opposite if he had heard correctly that they were heading to Chanin. The answer was positive. One of them asked how he could help the stranger. Ban told them that he was also on his way to Chanin. but he did not know how to get there and asked permission if he could continue his journey in their company. After some thought, the smart guy weighed the pros and cons. He said that he thought it would be difficult to travel with the sword that Ban had, and also asked Ban what he needed the sword for, perhaps to fight monsters. The stranger also added that the blade of the saber would not pierce even the skin of a monster, let alone an animal, since this weapon was intended for duels against people. The guy from the company also noted that this weapon is most often used by women for self-defense, asking Ban if this was definitely his weapon. Ban immediately realized that the guy looked experienced. He would be good as a companion. In turn, the master of the dark arts promised that he would not become a burden on the journey after asking permission to examine the guy's sword. The guy did not refuse the wanderer's request and handed him the sword, but something alerted Ban. The master of the dark arts saw something particularly familiar in the sword. The guy noted the dark-haired traveler's good observation skills, asking him how he realized that this sword was magical. The stranger's words confused Ban. He did not quite understand what he was talking about. The swordsman, who is a master of the dark arts, stood like a statue and asked the company what a magic sword was. The guy looked at him and asked the stranger if he really didn't know what kind of sword it was. Ban explained that he had lived in a village before, and with eyes full of curiosity, asked for an explanation. The answer was as simple as possible, because it is a weapon that can use spells. Supplementing the answer, the guy also told that it can be used exclusively for spells with which the sword was enchanted, and it also absorbs a large amount of mana. But this is a huge privilege for using magic alone. Ban looked at the narrator with genuine surprise and asked what mana was then. Another participant of the feast joined the conversation, shouting about how it is possible not to know what mana is, and also not to know the basics of this world. Ban was surprised, realizing that these basics are the usual standard knowledge of this world. The master of the dark arts may have looked like a fool in this situation, but he couldn't do anything about it. He repeated that until recently he lived in the village, hoping that the unknown would be explained to him. The second guy who got into the conversation was named Gaston. He asked in which village the wanderer lived. Ban told him that the village was located behind the Trebark Mountain, which made the green-haired boy give in to surprise. Both guys assumed that the wanderer was not lying to them. If he really lived in such a deserted area, then his ignorance was not surprising, and a request was also made to Gaston to explain the basics to the traveler. Gaston, his eyes wide, began to explain that mana is the source of energy that drives this world. Every living being has it to some degree. Just as an experienced warrior stores as much mana as possible in his body, a wizard can use his body as a storage to absorb the mana around him and turn it into a spell. Gaston explains that a normal person using the mana needed to live can die. Also pointing to the blade, he said that the magic sword allows the use of magic, but if used by normal people, the blade will absorb too much mana, and this will become a problem. Absorbing the knowledge, Ban thought to himself that if the mana in this world was the chi energy he was using, now he understood why the blade absorbed a bit of it when he picked it up. There was also a dialogue in which Ban noted that the blade looked quite light despite its size, to which he received the answer that it had an automatic spell that would not have to be cast over and over again. But the most important thing is that these are manual spells. The guy extended his hand with the magic sword Banu, offering to try to cast the spell Fire Blade. Taking the blade in his hands, Ban cast the spell the guy had said. The master of dark arts was amazed beyond measure. The sword instantly became red-hot. It was something incredible, Ban thought. Just a little energy for such an effect and without knowledge of solar arts. The surprised master of the dark arts wondered if he could use other spells. The guy replied that the sword has a power shield that allows you to block arrows. Also, the blade is not expensive, but very useful. Ban's sense of smell is second to none. He sensed danger at the moment, recognizing that an arrow was flying at him. The unperturbed swordsman decided to test his new knowledge and skills by actually using the force shield spell. The blade seemed to howl, surrounding Ban with an energy shield. No one had time to understand what had actually happened. The wanderer cast a spell, and out of nowhere an arrow flew in and broke on the shield. The shooter exhaled. He couldn't understand what went wrong. The shot was right on target. Ban noted that the blade is very effective, asking the company if the sword has offensive magic. The guy told the wanderer that he needed to point the sword at the target and cast the fireball spell. At the same second, the Ban, having received the information, cast a fireball spell, pointing the blade in the direction where the potential shooter was located. The spell was so destructive it was a high concentration of energy. The dark scarlet color darkened the room, then flew out the window. Everyone in the pub was shocked by what was happening. There were so many questions and so few answers. The spell flew straight towards the attacker. Ban really caught him off guard. There was a powerful explosion not far from the pub, but it was unclear whether Ban had missed. Apparently, the shooter was having a lucky day. The dark arts master thought to himself that this blade would be revered as a gift from heaven in the Murama world. But was it really a common thing here? The others were watching the fleeing shooter at this time. The comrades whispered among themselves. Gaston told Narek that he couldn't even imagine how much mana it would take to create such a powerful fireball. Narek in turn whispered that he had never created such a destructive fireball in his life. During all the events, a girl appeared before the ban, introducing herself as Mineria. She also noted that she is a servant of the goddess of the earth Karis. Ban introduced himself with a name that was not familiar to him. He said that his name was Dark. She in turn noted that the arrow apparently was intended for him. The traveler replied that he was not sure who or why, but only one face came to mind, and he added with a grin that he did not remember doing anything bad recently that would make someone come for him. Mineria suggested that the arrow could have been intended for the fair-haired Mikkel, who asked her in surprise why she had decided so. The girl added that if she had rushed past Dark and flown straight, then the target would have been Mikkel instead of the Wanderer. The blonde guy said that he could think of too many people who could do it. Other comrades suggested catching up with the shooter, since he wouldn't run far with a wounded leg. But one of them suggested that the attacker could be a member of the Thieves' Guild, which could become a real problem for them. Narek, as it turned out, was the most important one in the group, so they turned to him for an order, and he, in turn, suggested going on a journey right now. The red-haired girl stopped the boss, because Mikkel had a good reason to be late before leaving for Shannon. He had not finished his drink yet. The girl took on the role of commander for a moment and ordered everyone to hurry up with the ale and move out immediately. Mikkel suggested that if the attacker was from the Thieves' Guild, then this pub might be in danger. They could be surrounded at any moment. Narek gave the final order to prepare for the sortie and departure on the journey, bypassing any possible threat, and also ordered everyone to make sure they were properly armed. Ban, aka Dark. By coincidence, he got a horse nicknamed Black Death. He followed everyone, because his companions knew the way. And so the group, consisting of the new comrades of the Master of the Dark Arts, set off on an adventure. On the way, Dark turned to Gaston, remembering his words that Gaston does not know how to use a sword because he is a wizard, so why is he so well armed? The comrade replied that it was all to hide the fact that he was a wizard, and in any case, wizards were always a primary target. Ban grinned and replied that he understood what Gaston was talking about. On the way, Narek turned to Dark, recalling his words that he was 25 years old, adding that Ban was much younger. The leader thought that the swordsman was the same age as Jaime and Raven. Dark replied that he heard that a lot, thinking to himself that if he said he was over 70 years old, he would most likely look like a psycho. Narek assumed that hunting monsters in the Treybark Mountains was quite profitable. For the first time, he sees a novice traveler who bought a horse. Following the route indicated by the boss, Dark and his comrades pass by the Imperial Knights. At that moment, the Narek ordered his horse to be quieter, because the clatter of the ungulates made his horse nervous. Dark, in turn, did not miss the moment and managed to take a good look at the knights. The Master of the Dark Arts noted the soldiers' good equipment. Having passed by a column of warriors, the Narek told the Dark that they were Baron Asmon, the son of the Baron and the Master. The swordsman also wondered who the Masters were. Mikkel, who picked up the conversation, said that Masters are those who have mastered the flow of mana, adding that even in Corinta, the strongest empire, there are less than 1,000 of them. And in such a small empire as Trovia, there are only 34. Dark's interest knew no bounds as to whether these masters were really that good. Mikhail told him that out of those 50 warriors, Baron Asmon was the only master, and that this master could easily defeat the other 49 knights. Dark, who continued on his way, riding on the Black Death, did not understand anything from the story of the fair-haired Mikhail. Turning around in search of answers, the Master of the Dark Arts only looked contemptuously at the warriors' backs. Knights? These third-rate ones weren't even close to Dark's morning warm-up, so what's so good about them? The swordsman asked himself an unanswerable question. Night fell in the lands new to the Master of the Dark Arts, and the company began preparing dinner. Mineria began to pour out the soup strewn with various delicacies. Perhaps in the future they will be able to become not only comrades but also real friends, who knows? But for now, the whole team is content with dinner. But Narek and Mikkel are in no hurry. They are discussing something on the side. The fair-haired man began the dialogue by saying that if the shooter really was from the Thieves' Guild, then they should set up an ambush right here. The leader replied that it would be more difficult for them to attack them further from the city. Continuing the dialogue, Narek noted that if the enemies did come, then today, starting from tomorrow, the leader planned to turn off the main road, but they would run into monsters. Their dialogue was interrupted by Manhwa, who called them to dinner. The thicket of the forest looks like an ideal shelter, but at the same time a very vulnerable location. A pair of legs hung from the tree trunk, and surprisingly, certain areas of the forest were well lit. Sitting on the tree was a green-eyed elf with a bow on her back. She was asking the strangers what exactly their enemy looked like. The blonde girl explained that the enemy had long black hair and was a little over 20 years old, dressed exclusively in traveler's clothes, without armor. Could this really be the robber that Dark threw into the bay? Suddenly, the elf was able to determine the approximate location of the target with her own eyes. It was possible that she could see something that others could not. Perhaps it was her combat skills. She was able to determine that the distance to the target was about 400 meters. Could this really be the man the blonde robber told her about? The elf wondered. Darka's instincts never failed him. It was as if he saw her too. Perhaps they even crossed eyes. The elf thought the same thing. Or perhaps it just seemed that way to her. She looked down at her comrades, who had previously described Dark's skills as incredible. And speculation began, because they did not know how skillfully Dark wielded a sword. But his skills in close combat had previously been amazing. The blonde added that she could not do anything to him. The shooter added that Dark seemed to be skilled in magic as well, as he blocked his arrow perfectly with a magic shield and shot a fireball at him out of nowhere. The elf was very interested in the stories of her comrades, and she paid special attention to the ability of the fireball. It was already deep night and 2 moons appeared in the sky. Almost the entire company was already asleep, because in the morning they had to continue on their way. Gaston sat by the fire. Something had disturbed him. Dark was located at the farthest point of the camp. The wizard approached the swordsman, asking him to come closer and warm himself by the fire. Dark showed no signs of attention, as if he was already seeing his third dream, but sitting. Gaston noticed this. Could he have fallen asleep in this position, he thought? No matter how much he looked at him, he could not understand. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the whistle of an arrow rang out through the forest thicket. The arrow flew straight at Dark. But the master of the dark arts was always ready for anything, and with one sure movement of the blade separated the arrow. This arrow was not a simple one. It was enchanted with unknown magic. After separation, pink runes appeared between the 2 halves. Nobody expected this. There was a loud explosion. One can assume that it was heard in all parts of the forest. Everyone immediately woke up. Narek was in confusion. No one yet understood what was happening. The team grouped into a defensive position. An order was given for the priestess to heal Dark. The main task was to reveal the location of the attacker. Manhwa leaned over the prone swordsman and silently asked only that he hold on until she cast the spell. But Dark is not so easy to break. With a sharp movement, he instantly raised his body, apparently. Only his clothes were damaged. His comrades told the swordsman not to strain himself. The priestess would soon heal him. But the master of the dark arts replied that he was fine. Dark noticed that in reality only his clothes were damaged. But he still could not understand whether the arrow was truly imbued with magic. Gaston got ahead of him, telling him that there were spells that could increase the killing power of an arrow. Before he could finish speaking, Dark did not listen to the wizard to the end. Using the technique of great exaltation, he immediately soared into the sky. The elf saw the enemy approaching. She was so amazed by his devilish speed that she could not even determine the course of her further actions. Directed only forward, Dark did not care what danger might await him. In his opinion, his combat experience was enough to defeat any enemy. The elf decided not to wait until the enemy came close. She decided to shoot another arrow after him. But Dark was prepared for anything. He used the illusionary art of the rising sword. It was a technique that only the masters of the dark school of arts possessed. The swordsman aimed his blade straight at the enemy's magically imbued arrow. There was an explosion, the destructive power of which exceeded the first one. Most likely, this explosion was heard not only in the forest, but also in the nearest cities. The elf did not understand whether she had reached her goal, whether she had managed to defeat her enemy. Suddenly, Dark caught her off guard, pointing his blade straight at her, looking like he had no intention of playing her games anymore. The elf, clearly trained in quite a few techniques, could do nothing to counter Dark's approaching speed. One moment and he will be at his destination. Dark didn't chop her into small pieces, but with a powerful blow of his fist, thanks to his internal energy, he sent the elf into a deep sleep. Thanks to the technique of instantly assessing the situation, the master of the dark arts noticed that the enemy was not alone. Using his ability, he instantly directed a powerful stream of energy directly at the enemy who was below him. The second enemy fell very quickly, but apparently Dark calculated the amount of energy so as not to kill the enemy, but to neutralize it. Suddenly, a third enemy appears, a guy whose crossbow was pointed straight at the master of the dark arts. The enemy fired a shot from the crossbow in the hopes that he could finish off the swordsman. But with just one movement of the hand, the arrow, into which all the shooter's hope had been invested, was caught. Confused, the robber had nowhere to go. He could not match the devilish speed of the Dark. Swinging his blade, the Dark Arts Master was about to make his final attack. Swinging his blade, Dark was surprised that his opponent was able to dodge his incredibly fast strike. The enemy had no choice but to fall to his knees and hope for the best. The master approached him and began to examine him closely. Dark began to take off his clothes, figuring that since they had ruined his attire, they should pay with their own. The master stopped at nothing. He even began to take off his opponent's pants. The guy in turn resisted, but he saw the grin of death, and it was as if there was no resistance, after which the guy screamed at the top of his lungs, hoping that at least someone would come to his aid. The scream reached the camp with his comrades. They were completely unaware of what was happening on the other side of the forest. Dark, who had changed his clothes, began to interrogate the attacker about the reason for their attack, since he had not done anything bad to them. The bound but alive opponents were in no hurry to answer the swordsman's question. Most likely, they were hatching a plan on how to get out and try their luck again in defeating the master of the dark arts. The elf asked Dark a question, the essence of which was what the devilish thing the swordsman had done to the guy with the crossbow that made him scream so loudly throughout the forest. The master of the dark arts replied that he hadn't done anything to him. He had simply passed out from fear. It was so pathetic on the guy's part that Dark only looked at him for a second, feeling disgust. Jokes aside, Dark was serious. He began to ask the girls why they attacked him, offering to answer nicely. Otherwise, he would make them beg him to kill them as soon as possible. The little blonde girl, gritting her teeth furiously, answered the swordsman that they attacked him because he attacked a member of the Vulcanian Thieves Guild and robbed her without even the Thieves Guild's knowledge. To the rage of the pretty robber, the Dark responded calmly that he had always felt safe from the very beginning, that he was safe and sound, and that a gang like them would never be a threat to him. He added that if this was indeed the true reason for the attack, then there was no point in him killing them, to which the robber was very surprised. The elf, defeated with one hand, looked at Dark brazenly and said that he was too self-confident, since he was not afraid of the Thieves Guild, which had a certain power in certain parts of the land. The master of the dark arts thought about what the elf had said. Indeed, he thought, if he left them alive, they would try to find him again to kill him. With just one look at the two tied-up girls, he made it clear that he might have changed his mind about their future fate, which made them squeal throughout the forest, shouting what he was going to do with them. To their question, Dark, grinning maliciously, replied that even he himself could not know what he would get into his head to do with them. Ban spared the thieves, taking not their lives, but their clothes. But even with this outcome of the circumstances, the robbers were not happy, threatening Dark with reprisals. He answered them that he hoped that next time they would be dressed in something more expensive than pants, and also adding that if they continued to threaten him, he would take his underwear too, after which the robbers instantly fell silent, because what would it be like for them to be left in the depths of the forest, tied up, without panties? Dark also took the horses and headed towards his camp, but the green-eyed girl still could not calm down, saying to herself that she would definitely kill the swordsman someday. The elf, thinking about what had happened for a long time, suggested not to try to kill him in the future, to which the enraged robber asked her how she could say such a thing, since Dark had defamed their honor and dignity. The elf added that Dark was too strong. Revenge was of course good, but looking at the truth, it was beyond their power. Remembering just one look from the master of the dark arts, she felt uneasy, and in the end she asked the robber about what honor and dignity a thief could have, continuing to say that if she was so thirsty for revenge, let her continue it herself. Fear was visible in the elf's eyes. Next time Dark might not show mercy and take not their clothes, but their own lives. The victorious Dark was already at the threshold of the camp, and he also had 3 horses with him. It was still hard to see anything in the night, but in the shadows, Dark saw familiar silhouettes. They were his comrades. The whole team was surprised. Dark returned safe and sound, in different clothes, and even with horses. Anticipating questions from his comrades, the master of the dark arts said that these beauties belonged to those who were hostile to him, continuing that his opponents simply bored him, so he stole the horses. Dark was asked what he had done that in the middle of the night, in the depths of the forest, an enchanted arrow suddenly whistled straight at him. The sword master told them a story that on the way to Vulcania, a girl tried to rob him. In the background of the story, a red-haired girl admired her pet. After, Narek asked if Dark reported the robbery to the guards, to which the master of the dark arts replied that he had not reported anything to the guards, he had only taken her things and weapons, and then tied her up and thrown her into the river, and the red-haired girl laughed very loudly at what she heard. Narek said that if the girl was in the Thieves' Guild, then this would be a problem for a long time, and also mentioned that this was far from the wisest thing Dark did, to which the Swordmaster replied to the leader that if it was really so dangerous then he could continue the journey alone, so as not to impose himself on anyone. Mikhail entered the conversation and consoled Narek, telling him that he shouldn't worry, because Dark had just taken the blast and survived without a single scratch on him. Mikhail continued, adding that even if he was from the village, his fortitude far surpassed theirs, and Dark did not need their advice. Narek agreed with the blonde's words. Yawning loudly, Mikhail suggested continuing to sleep. At this moment, Gaston felt multiple mana responses in another part of the forest. It looked like a group of knights. He determined it by the quality of the mana. Surprised, Mikhail, who was already about to take a nap, asked how many there were approximately, to which the wizard replied that there were a lot. About 50 or about 100? Narek was confused by this. Such a number of knights in such a place and at such a time. In his memory, this had happened for the first time. Gaston, with his magical powers, sensed that the battle had already begun, because the mana responses were slowly fading. Mineria immediately rushed to the side where Gaston was looking. Mikhail called her to understand what she wanted to do, to which the priestess replied that this was a battle between knights, that she must act immediately, hurry, get to the battlefield as quickly as possible to heal the knights before they were hurt, to which Mikhail shouted after her that they didn't know anything. If she had rushed there recklessly, then no one knew what could happen. The priestess was faster than ever. She hurried with all her might to have time to apply her healing knowledge to the wounded knights. Dark also caught up with her, perhaps because he could not leave his comrade alone on the battlefield. The rest hurried after them, and if they didn't fall asleep, then everyone did. Dark noticed that the others were lagging behind. Most likely they couldn't keep up because of the armor they were wearing. The Swordmaster wondered if he should pick up the priestess and rush faster, because she couldn't keep up with him either. The master of the dark arts immediately returned for the priestess, took her in his arms and sped up to the battlefield, focusing on the sound of the battle. The priestess fell to her knees next to the first wounded warrior she came across. Dark analyzed what was happening behind the priestess. It looked like there was no one left to heal. Kneeling next to the mountain of corpses, the priestess screamed that these were the knights of Raken and that no one was left alive. Gaston, standing in a stupor, could not understand who could have done such a thing to the valiant knights, because they were different. But the Raken warriors were good. Narek immediately assumed that killing Raken knights in the lands of Trovia was madness. Maybe it was a monster. The sounds of battle continued. The comrades noticed that they were still fighting there. They needed to hurry to help. Mineria noticed something strange while looking at the mountain of corpses and equipment. She really wasn't imagining things. Among this whole mountain of corpses, the green-eyed priestess also noticed one of the leaders of the knights. It was the dead Sir Alex Sedmion, whose eyes were filled with fear before his death. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared before the priestess. It was undoubtedly a warrior, but it was unclear what clan he was from. The warrior, standing in a blue cloak with a huge blade, looked with disdain at the young priestess. After apologizing, he said that there should be no witnesses on this battlefield and swung his huge sword at the defenseless Mineria. Narek looked straight into the eyes of the enemy who dared to swing at the girl without a weapon. His rage knew no bounds. He used advanced fireball magic to catch his opponent off guard, while the swordsman who swung at Mineria did not expect to see magic on the battlefield. The enemy quickly realized that he was dealing with a magical blade. He assumed that she was a mercenary, adding that with the appearance of travelers, their work only increased. While the swordsman was analyzing the situation, he momentarily left reality. When he came to his senses, his gaze fell on the wizard. It was Gaston who could not just sit back and watch, but gathered his resolve and came up with a plan. The enemy knights quickly realized that there was a wizard on the battlefield and that this could very well affect the outcome of the battle. As Gaston had mentioned earlier, the order was given to attack the wizard. Narek also gave the order to protect the wizard at all costs until he gained enough mana for the colossal ability. The priestess sparkled, for bloodshed was not her method. If only she could influence anything. A light from the heavens descended upon the comrades. It was Mineria's magic. The battlefield was illuminated by her angelic holy magic. For a second, Narek thought that he would not want to fight the knights. if he did not take into account the fact that nothing could be changed because the knights were trying to kill them, and then he rushed into battle. He clashed blades with one of the enemy warriors. Mikkel, in turn, took a more defensive stance, using his shield against enemy swords. Dark, in the midst of battle, did nothing but analyze and notice that his allies were fighting much better than he expected, thinking for a second that perhaps they could figure it out themselves. But not the entire team fought on equal terms. Some were weaker. The knights did not forgive mistakes, so one of them, not missing the moment, knocked one of the allies to the ground. Looking at this, Ban realized that they couldn't cope without him. He would have to, because next to him were those comrades who accepted him into their company and started this journey together. At some point, it was Dark's turn. Two men with swords rushed at him, but if only they knew who they were attacking. The master of the dark arts never did without his natural, sometimes even frightening grin at such moments. Suddenly, the battlefield was illuminated by a light. Not the one that was angelic, thanks to the magic of the priestess. It was the light of a clap of thunder, against which Dark looked more epic than ever. Behind all of this was the wizard Gaston, who had finally accumulated enough mana to use the terrifying thunder and lightning technique. All the enemies on the battlefield were enveloped in chain lightning. The discharge was so powerful that it made no difference whether it was a natural phenomenon or the magic of a sorcerer. Its power was astounding. The enemies hit by the divine chain, lightning didn't even have time to blink before they immediately evaporated. Gaston asked Dark to buy him the maximum amount of time, apparently he needed a recharge. To the wizard's request, the swordmaster replied that magicians are quite useful if they have a protector. The sorcerer can rely on him. Unaware of their own helplessness, the remaining knights continued to try to attack the master of the dark arts, but their attempts were in vain. A powerful explosion thundered. It was none other than the famous fireball ability. It was released by Gaston, who was under Dark's protection. From the outside, one could say that it was an absolute protection for the sorcerer. The knights' eyes were filled with rage, and they were driven by revenge because the battle had not lasted long, and they had already suffered heavy losses. But no matter how many times they tried to attack the master of the dark arts, each of their attempts was unsuccessful. Dark, with one light movement of his hand, pierced the enemy soldier through and through. The half-dead knight, hanging on the blade of the swordmaster, most likely did not even have time to understand anything. This was evident from his empty eyes. Perhaps, in the end, he did not even understand why he died. At that moment, when the opponents looked around and tried to understand the colossal speed with which they were suffering losses, none of them could even imagine that he was next on the death list. Thanks to the devilish speed of the master of the dark arts, he felt like a god on the battlefield. Because no one could resist him, he could easily appear behind the enemy in a matter of moments to inflict fatal damage. At the moment of the attack, Dark could not understand what kind of power he was using at that moment, whether it was chi energy or the local mana, but the result was always the same. The riddled opponents didn't even have time to squeak, while the master of the dark arts inflicted damage on them that was incompatible with life. At one point on the battlefield, a frightened soldier called for help from a master. But even among masters there are individual differences in skills and abilities, to which the master in the blue cloak said that this difference could be felt between him and Alex, who had just died a heroic death. The master in the blue cloak, who was initially hostile to travelers, also possessed magic. He could strengthen his sword. Could he really surpass Dark in strength? The Dark Arts Master quickly realized that the enemy had strengthened the sword not with mana, but with chi energy, which had been developed through special techniques and training by the Murima sages. The enemy disappeared from the band's field of vision. The executioner's speed of movement was slightly inferior to the devilish speed of the dark. Swinging in the air, the enemy shouted that he had never heard of a master using a saber. A master of the dark arts could anticipate any action from the enemy based only on his combat experience. And of course, Dark's invincible grin to catch the enemy off guard. Or maybe he's really that confident. The enemy noticed Ban's smile while delivering his signature blow, as if a guillotine descends on a man's head, seeing no obstacles and crushing the earth. But what was the surprise of the great executioner when, after his counterattack, only a small fragment in the form of a handle and blade remained of his blade. With one sure swing of his sword, the master of the dark arts repels the enemy's attack. Is there really no one in these lands who can match his speed and strength? The second part of the executioner's blade was sticking out of a nearby tree. If this had been a busy battlefield, the scattered remains of his sword could have easily taken a couple of lives of his subjects. The dark arts master, observing the opponent, thought that the executioner was about as strong as a first-class knight from the Black Death Squad. Could this really be all that the great master of this world could offer? With demonic speed, Dark used the Great Exaltation technique without any problems and stood with one foot on the master's head without him even having time to blink. The Dark Arts master couldn't help but smirk, annoyed that this was all he could do, such a huge opponent occupying a leading position in his squad. The master in the blue cloak, who realized the full gravity of what was happening, understood that his opponent was standing on his head, but he did not feel his weight. The Dark Arts master, known in the New World as Dark, used the 1,000-weight punishment technique he had learned at the demonic art school against his arrogant opponent. The other knights, one might say, witnessed the moment of execution of their master, who died in the blink of an eye. Looking at the remaining opponents with demonic eyes, Dark said that with such inferior skills and techniques, they had committed a grave sin by targeting a great master. The remaining knights didn't even have time to move before the master of the demonic school used, this time not a striking whirlwind, but a bloody hurricane of death. Dark, who had defeated the others at once, analyzed the situation on the battlefield. There were no survivors left. Everything seemed to be in order, except for Jimmy, who was the first to be knocked to the ground. Narek noted that after that master died, the morale of all the other soldiers fell, and he also assumed that he was the captain. The priestess Maneria stood in bewilderment at what was happening. On the one hand, they had crushed the enemies. On the other hand, she was so eager to help that she herself almost ended up being beheaded by the executioner in the blue cloak. Mikhail suggested that the young priestess forget about the details. The main thing was a victory without losses against the knights led by the master. Exchanging glances with the Narek, he searched his eyes for words of support for everything he had listed above, to which the leader replied that to some extent there had been luck in this battle, adding that the enemy was either tired or wounded. Unexpectedly for everyone, Dark abruptly used the elevation technique and rushed to the side. No one understood the course of his actions. As it turned out, apparently there was still one last enemy left. He was casting some kind of spell with unknown mana, as if it was not local mana. Rushing into battle, the master of the demonic school was not afraid of anything. But with sorcerers, it would be worth being careful until it becomes clear what technique the enemy is using, because Gaston distinguished himself in this battle with his skills from others and proved that jokes are bad with sorcerers. The gray-haired enemy mage raised his hand with his eyes closed, chanting incoherently. The blonde girl screamed that it was another magician. The leader of the mercenary group demanded that the sorcerer be stopped as soon as possible. The enemy wizard muttered something unintelligible. Dark's face became stern. He ran towards the enemy. The wizard summoned chain lightning by holding his palms forward. Gaston shouted at Dark to dodge. The boy snorted in response, touching the ground with his hand as he ran. He drew his sword forward. The enemy called Dark a fool. The guy used the absorption move. His sword sparkled with purple lightning, absorbing the enemy's spell. The gray-haired sorcerer's pupils narrowed in shock. Dark was impressed that the enemy could manipulate the power of lightning so freely, it reminded him of the great Emperor Lightning Blade. This meant that the opponent had reached the state of divine awakening, just like that old weirdo. Dark ran towards the gray-haired sorcerer and swung the wedge, deciding to confirm his conclusion. The enemy shouted the word warp, the ring on his hand glowing red. The guy swung his sword but missed the enemy because he was no longer there. Dark looked up, guessing that it was the ascension technique. He began to look around, searching for the enemy with his eyes, but there was nothing there except the trees he had cut down. The guy realized that Kai had also disappeared, although it seemed impossible to him. The group leader and Gaston ran up to him and nervously asked if he was okay, and he said that he was fine. The man asked in surprise how Dark managed to block the lightning magic with just a sword. The boy claimed that in this situation, he should be the one asking the questions, and asked, pointing at the empty space with his sword, how the enemy managed to disappear, since this was impossible even with full mastery of the ascension technique. The man clarified whether he meant warp. Gaston explained that warp was a spell that transported the user through space. Wizards of that level usually acted alone, which is why the mage was so prepared. Dark clarified whether the enemy was prepared. He remembered the glow of the ring on the enemy sorcerer's hand. The guy assumed that this thing was the mentioned preparation. Gaston agreed with his assumption. Warp is a 4th-level magic. Without an enchanted item, it will not be possible to quickly use this spell. Dark asked if his interlocutor, who was a wizard, could use this spell. He was confused by the question. He was only a 3rd-level mage. Gaston found it strange that Dark was concerned about this topic. The guy thought that it might be related to the bloody blood arts that the villains used to get rid of him by moving him to this world. Dark wanted to know more about this magic. Gaston suggested going to the academy in Shannon, although this institution is limited by royal privileges, but he has acquaintances there. Dark agreed with the magician's proposal and asked how long the journey would take if they were in a hurry. Gaston noticed that this was really important to his interlocutor and said that the journey would take a week if he hurried. A cry calling everyone interrupted their conversation and made them turn towards the sound. The red carriage standing in the middle of this forest had no horses. The face of the fair-haired and brown-eyed girl did not express any emotions, and her empty gaze looked ahead. She sat in the carriage behind the closed door, her hands folded on her knees. The company of mercenaries discussed this. There was no place for a lonely girl here, even though she was cute. Dark's gaze was gloomy. Media declared that this girl was not ordinary, since she was accompanied by 50 knights, and asked the child if she could stand up. Jimmy suggested that the girl might have been with the knights the mercenaries had defeated, but their leader didn't think so. He said that they had no reason to ambush the Raken knights to kidnap this girl, and even if they did, this child could not be ignored, because she had seen it all. The priestess asked Media to stop when she was helping a child out of the carriage, suggesting that there might be something wrong with the child. The blonde girl placed her hand on the girl's head. She closed her eyes, listening to her feelings. The priestess immediately opened her eyes, as she was shocked by the fact that the memories of the child she found were sealed. Gaston asked permission to also check the child's memories. He also put his hand on the girl's head and closed her eyes. It turned out that various high-level spells were placed on the girl's memory, which were tightly intertwined with each other, so the magician could not remove this seal on his own. Media panicked, thinking that this child was accompanied by the knights they had slain. Mikhail doubted her words. He believed that the Raken knights were escorting the carriage, and the other knights were targeting it because there was something important inside. This important something could well have been connected with the silent child. Jimmy asked if they should report this to the authorities, which angered Dark, but Gaston noted that it would be too difficult and time-consuming. Jimmy asked the magician again. He explained that if it was really important, then the mercenaries would be exposed as criminals, especially if this child was in such a state. Then even if their team was not accused of what happened, they would be interrogated for a very long time. The leader said that they couldn't leave the girl alone in the forest, so they would have to protect her until the situation became clear. Dark asked if they could just give her to the Raken knights. The boy believed that if the child was connected to the knights, then it would be better to give her to them, since he did not understand why they would care about this child. The man realized that Dark didn't like the girl, and he was right, because the guy thought that this pathetic child with amnesia would delay them. The mercenary leader explained that the knights would still ask about this girl, even if they were given an honest answer. Dark walked past the man. He stared silently at the girl, standing in front of her. The guy suddenly grabbed the child by her clothes and lifted her up as if she were some kind of object. He thought he could leave the girl with the Raken knights when no one was looking, and asked to name a suitable place for this. An indignant Media snatched the child from his hands, not encouraging his behavior. The team leader understood that Dark didn't want to waste time, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything with magic. The guy asked him, confused, what he meant. There is a magic called Earth Magic. It shows what happened in a specific area. With this spell, you can clearly see what happened. Dark did not understand the information he heard. Gaston explained that even if he went to the designated place and left the child there, the knight's magician would be able to see everything with the help of a spell. Dark realized that he absolutely did not understand all this magical stuff. He asked if there was any point in killing at all if magic would show everything that had happened here, but the wizard explained that although this was indeed the case, mana did not remain on the earth for more than a day, which is why the mercenaries checked for traces of mana every morning. Dark grunted sullenly, absorbing the information. Gaston said that the fact that the guy didn't know this was completely normal. The main thing that is needed for earth magic is traces of mana. If the mana has evaporated, then it will not be possible to find traces. After this, the spell will show nothing, and the knights will see nothing. The priestess said that Dark's method was a little different. After all, leaving a child unattended will make it difficult for her not to be found the next day. The guy looked down sullenly, after which he turned his gaze to the girl. She was frightened by his gaze, so the child hid behind Media's back. The girl asked if Dark was ashamed and asked him not to behave like that. The girl looked warily from behind Media. Dark answered her silently with his gaze. The girl grabbed onto someone else's cloak. Dark snorted, turning away from the child. The red carriage remained empty in this forest. At this time, other events were taking place in the high tower. The already familiar gray-haired magician informed his teacher that he had succeeded. The black-bearded man sighed with satisfaction, but the expression on his face quickly turned to doubt. His student had too gloomy a face for one who had succeeded in this matter. The Grey Magician reported that Lord Kurosa was killed. The confused teacher asked if Alex Sidmion was that strong. It turned out that Kurosa dealt with Sidmion without any problems. But then more people arrived and killed the master. The magician was the only one who managed to escape. The black-bearded man suggested that if the thing was truly that important, Corinth should have left extra guards, and wondered if the sorcerer had left any traces. The magician wasn't sure about the tracks, but he was sure that no evidence had been left behind. Since they had deviated greatly from the original plan, the teacher said that this often happens. He praised the student's work and told him to rest. The door of the room closed, and the black-bearded man was left alone. They finally managed to move one step forward in their revenge, but they lost their experienced soldiers and masters. The man looked up, turning to the Lord God. He asked him not to abandon the people of Kratos and their great emperor. The roofs of Shannon's houses were painted a pleasant bright orange. Media, who was with her group in the hotel, shouted that 2 whole weeks had passed. During all this time, Dark never once took care of the girl. The red-haired girl believed that there should be a limit to ignoring the guy, because branches and leaves scratched the child's face when she sat on the horse. Media called him mean, asking what the girl did wrong. Dark asked Gaston, who was sitting next to him, how long their journey would take without this child, and received the answer that, if they hurried, about a week. The guy said he doesn't like traveling with extra luggage like this child, especially if that luggage delays him along the way. Moreover, Dark was not angry at the girl but only ignored her, so he did not understand what the problem was, and the red-haired girl irritably slammed her mug on the table. But someone's hand fell on Media's shoulder. Their team leader agreed that Dark was to blame, but they were already in Shannon, so there was no point in being so angry. He asked the guy what he was going to do now. Whether Dark would travel alone or join a team of mercenaries, the man would like the boy to choose the second option. Media cast a displeased glance at him. Dark asked the man again. The mercenary leader laughed, deciding that the guy was surprised by this offer. A strong comrade is always important in a group, since it increases the chance of survival for everyone. And for a mercenary, there is nothing more important than life. The man asked with a smile if Media agreed with him. She agreed with his words. Someone's footsteps were heard. The leader reported with regret that the priestess Manaria was leaving their group. A fair-haired girl in a white robe apologized for the spoiled mood, standing next to her with a suitcase in her hands. The man asked if she was ready. Manaria thanked them with a smile for everything. This was her last trip, and she promised that she would never forget it. The touched Media rushed to embrace the priestess, thanking her and promising to pray for Manaria to become a bishop. Mikkel promised to make donations to the temples of Karis. The girl promised to remember this. The priestess has been looking after the mercenaries in the rear with her magic, and with her gone they are even more in need of Dark joining their team. The guy chuckled thoughtfully. He watched as the blonde girl interacted with Gaston. Dark said that he was going to go with the mercenary mage to a place called the Academy. The leader of the mercenaries was also planning to go to the Academy with the amnesiac girl, so he suggested that the 4 of them go. He asked if everyone had said goodbye and who was going to do what. Media was going to go to the guild to find out if there were any new quests. Mikkel decided to go to the sword arena with the other guys. The priestess was just saying goodbye to the couple of guys mentioned. The squad leader told them to carry out their plans and then come here, making this place a meeting place. The building of the Shannon Academy was quite tall, 3 stories high, and its roof was blue. The squad leader was surprised that Gaston had a friend at the academy as they entered the building without any problems. The magician said that this was not really a friend. Rather, they hated each other. Someone's loud voice interrupted him, amazed to see Gaston here. The voice belonged to a bearded fat man in green and red clothes, and he asked with a smile if the guy he knew wanted to steal something again. Gaston asked with a smile, "What if he just came to visit a friend?" The man laughed, shaking his hand and claiming that in that case the guy was either crazy or a clone of himself. Gaston agreed that he would not have come here unless necessary. He asked to meet a wizard whose specialty was warp magic. The man was puzzled by this request. He was worried whether the guy was really that uneducated. Gaston pointed back at Dark. He explained that the black-haired companion wanted to know about this magic, the warp spell. For Gaston's friend, this was no problem. Gaston also asked to take care of the child with sealed memories. The man looked at the girl thoughtfully. He smiled, leaning towards Gaston and declaring that he could not do such a job himself. Dark sat in front of a gray-haired old sorcerer with glasses, who was the one who understood the necessary information about the magic of the warp. He drew something like a circle on the board, explaining that he was standing in a similar one, and after a bright flash, he disappeared into nowhere. That place was very different from the world the mage lived in, so the boy asked for an explanation. The sorcerer looked at the image held out to him and adjusted his glasses. His eyes widened. What Dark had described to him was spatial travel magic. The boy looked at the old man curiously. The wizard assumed that this was the magic he had named. Dark clarified what the definition spatial meant. The man explained that it was a place that existed in another time and space. Two places parallel to each other and never intersecting together. He gave the example of a place where only one moon rises, and it does so just like the sun. Dark's eyes widened in realization. The wizard said that no one had seen this before, and he was speaking only from a theoretical point of view. The guy asked if this meant that in theory people could travel to other dimensions. The old man confirmed this and said that the drawing made by the interlocutor looked like a circle for this kind of magic. To activate, the circle absorbs the surrounding mana, and is therefore only used for large-scale or complex spells, such as the National Teleportation Magic Circle, which allows travel between two destinations. Dark asked whether it was theoretically possible to return to the original place. The magician did not confirm this, but assumed that it was quite possible. The guy was inspired by the information he heard. The old man clarified that this was only possible in theory and impossible in practice, which angered Dark. Without the specified place, it is impossible to return back. As the wizard said earlier, there must be magic circles or something connecting the two places at the 2 points, and you need to have a connection with the other side. This was impossible even 1,000 years ago in the golden age of magic, as there was never a single document regarding the creation of spatial travel magic. Dark slammed his fists on the table, asking if the sorcerer meant to say that there was no one who could use such magic. The wary old man said that he didn't know any such people, but he was curious whether his interlocutor meant himself. The guy realized that it seemed like he had lost the opportunity to get a good clue about how to get back. Dark lied that his friend had recently disappeared in a similar manner when some wizard lured him into a magical stream. The man was clearly disappointed. He turned his back on Dark, claiming that the sorcerer was at a disadvantage, and simply teleported the guy's friend away, so that said friend should return in one piece in a couple of months. The magician told Dark to leave because he had just wasted his time. The guy thought that if this matter were not important, his interlocutor would already be dead. He stood in front of a closed door because the sorcerer had thrown him out. There was a smile on the girl's face. Dark took notice of this. The child smiled smugly as he looked at him. The guy said that she looked like she had gotten her memories back. The squad leader confirmed this fact. The girl cried out jubilantly that her name was Lana Spittenberg and that she was a student at the Great Drow Temple. Dark didn't understand what she was talking about. Lana sarcastically remarked that, in her opinion, he was not smart. The boy ignored this and turned to the man, asking if the wizards had used a strange object to return the girl's memory. She indignantly cried out that she was fine now. The mercenary leader reported that the knight's target was a box that was in Lana's possession. The item was being transported from Shannon's palace to the Great Drow Temple, and the knights were ambushed by other knights. The girl muttered something unintelligible. Dark assumed that this thing was very valuable. The man asked the boy not to be surprised. The guy listened to him thoughtfully. This thing turned out to be a dragon's heart. Dark's pupils narrowed at what he heard. He asked what it was, causing a shocked reaction from those around him. Where the dragon's neck bones and spinal cord meet, there is a jagged part. This is where most of the dragon's mana is collected. The place is bright red, so people called it the dragon's heart, Gaston explained. When a dragon dies, most of the mana disappears, but the heart still contains enough mana that some people would never be able to absorb in their entire lifetime. Dark realized that it worked just like the soul stone, and then asked what a dragon was. When people mentioned the dragon, they often said that it was strong. Lana asked, puzzled. Who the guy was he really that stupid? Palshan scratched his head in embarrassment, and Dark asked how much longer this useless weakling would travel with them. The girl was outraged that she was called useless. Palshan thought that since her memories had returned, she needed to be returned to the Drow Temple, but Lana screamed that she wanted to go with the mercenaries. She asked if he wasn't going to find the dragon heart. Dark asked what the girl was going to do with it. Lana Spittenberg turned up her nose and declared that she would not tell this to such a stupid mister who does not even know what a dragon is. The boy reached for his sword in its sheath, Gaston reminding him in a panic that this girl was just a child. Dark cracked his hands, mentally telling himself to keep himself in check. After all, he was the one who had reached the great state of demonic teaching through enlightenment, while Lana stated that he looked like a child trying to act like an adult. The guy sarcastically asked Palshan where, according to him, they make wyvern armor. He nervously said, Alcasis. Dark asked why not go to Alcasis in that case. The squad leader asked why he suggested that. The guy heard that there is more advanced magic there, which he wants to learn more about. Moreover, Gaston is a wizard, which means that the things he needs may be there. Palshan agreed with this statement with a smile. Dark looked at him, puzzled. The man said that the boy's words meant that he was joining their team. Dark frowned. He turned away and scratched his head thoughtfully. Gaston looked at the guy with incomprehension, also waiting for an answer. Dark thought these guys were good at what they did in this world. He raised his palm. The guy agreed to join the team but didn't know how long they would travel together. Palshan was flattered that such a strong warrior decided to join them. Gaston smiled as he watched them shake hands. Lana charged at the leader, shouting that now was not the time and waving her fists. If they did not pursue that gray wizard, they would lose him forever. She asked them to think about it, about the heart of the dragon, about the possibility of getting a good reward. Palshan said that this was too much. This would mean that the mercenaries would meet even more enemies like the knights they fought. The strongest of them, namely Dark, was not interested in this matter, and the rest of the mercenaries were not up to it. The man could not put their group in danger as its leader. Besides, the girl doesn't have to bear a sense of responsibility for this. Lana gasped in surprise. Palshan explained that her role was to hold the box containing the dragon heart, not to protect it. So the responsibility lay with the people who sent such a disciple to hold such a precious item. So he told the girl to return to the temple unharmed. Lana's face darkened when she heard the words. Dark sat in the hotel with a concentrated face. There were some seeds in a small bowl. Opposite him, on the other bed, sat Gaston, reading a book in his hands with a thoughtful look. He covered his mouth, not taking his eyes off the pages. The door to their room suddenly opened. The magician wondered who had broken into their room. He saw Lana behind the man standing at the threshold of the room. Gaston asked if these were the people she had spoken about earlier, and the girl confirmed his assumption. The guy stared at the man in armor in shock. This man was a tall and strong-looking man, with a scar on one eye and stubble. He studied those present with his gaze. Gaston asked who he was. The man who entered asked Lana if she had spoken about these people, and she confirmed this. Gaston was clearly nervous about the whole situation and turned to the girl. The man in armor took a few steps, entering the room. He apologized for his rudeness and asked if it was the mercenary group that saved Lana. Gaston looked back at Dark, who was sitting behind him with his eyes closed, and said that they had saved the girl by pure chance. The guy behind him wasn't involved in what was happening. The sword blade flashed in the air. The sword was wielded by Palshan, bare-chested. He heard someone calling him. The man stood up and asked Gaston, who was calling him from the window, what he needed. The guy told him to get up, because they had urgent business. Palshan was slightly puzzled by this. A man in armor asked for help, promising a good reward. The leader of the mercenaries sat opposite him. He said that he had already told Lana about this. The risk is too great for their team. The man asked him again and received the same answer. The man in armor said that his name was Jared Sidmian, one of the proud royal knights of Tron. Stunned by the information, Palshan and Gaston wondered what one of the strongest knights was doing here. Jared Sidmian was an older brother to Alex Sidmian, who died on the battlefield where a group of mercenaries rescued Lana. Alex was also a master, and the knights were quite experienced. But they were still destroyed. Only a person who is not inferior to the master in strength can kill such an opponent. But the mercenaries not only survived, but also killed all their opponents. Jared was on the battlefield. Some enemies died from magic, while others had their heads crushed, and there were even bodies cut in half, even though they were wearing armor. Jared concluded that the mercenary group would be able to easily confront those enemy knights. Dark finally opened his eyes. Jared asked what the mercenaries thought about him, and Simeon joining them. Even though Simeon was young, he was an excellent knight. Palshan admitted that the knights before him were the best of the best even among the masters, which meant that it was really important to them. But if the country decided to intervene, then why were the knights having difficulties in asking mercenaries for help? Jared explained that this case was classified and he could not mobilize the knights. Not only would the enemy see them mobilize, it would also be a problem for the knights themselves. Since Corinth had entrusted them with the dragon heart, Jared was well known, so he hoped that Palshan would take the lead while the knight would cover them. The squad leader said that he could not decide for himself. He decided to discuss this with the other members of his group and asked the knights to wait. Jared said that then he would leave and return tomorrow at the same time. Palshan said that they could rest here if they wanted. The mercenaries wanted to leave in the evening, as soon as they decided what to do. Jared agreed with him. Gaston said he would bring food and alcohol while the others rested here. The sky turned blue. The door to the room opened. Mikhail and the other two mercenaries wondered what was going on here. The two knights, Gaston, Dark, Palshan and the girl stared at them. Mikkel realized that they had started drinking without them. Palshan said with a smile that he wanted to tell everything as soon as everyone gathered. But for now, he told those who had come to get acquainted with the knights. The fair-haired man looked at him questioningly. Mikkel shook hands with Jared and introduced himself. Jimmy said with a smile that the drink looked delicious. Palshan asked how everything went. Mikhail said that in a month there would be a combat competition at the academy. The prize would be 1,000 gold coins. For each victory you could get 10, and also 50 for the battles in the main stage, which sounded good. Jared was able to see Palshan's mana level when he shook hands, but his mana level was too high. Mikkel was good, but not on the same level as Alex Sidmian. The other two were of a normal level. Jared turned his head thinking. Jimmy asked what Dark had been doing all day, and he replied that he had been meditating. Sidmian realized that he couldn't read this guy Dark's mana at all. The boy's body was not that of a warrior, and his saber was a woman's. So Jared assumed that Dark was a sorcerer. But the mercenaries told him that their only wizard was Gaston, so maybe Dark will use his speed and fast swordsmanship. The saber is useless against big monsters like ogre or troll. Could this sword be magical? Dark closed his eyes, thinking about something. Media burst into the room and declared that it was time for them to leave. The Duchy of Antares was recruiting mercenaries. She was surprised to see those present sitting and getting drunk, and wondered who the two knights were that she did not know. Palshan was pleased that everyone was finally assembled and ordered the girl to come in and sit down. He asked for attention and explained that they had a job to do. They needed to get one thing back from the enemies the mercenaries had fought a couple of days ago. The red-haired girl tensed up when she heard his words. She angrily attacked Palshan, asking if he had gone crazy because he himself had said earlier that, in that case, the fact that they survived was luck. But the man asked her to listen to the end. The leader explained that Jared had decided to help them, and the reward would be large, and the knights would also take care of their safety. Media realized that knights are masters. Palshan ordered the one who does not want to speak out. Mikkel raised his hand, saying he would go. If the reward is the same, then it is better for a man to go with those he knows well. Jimmy said that he and his friend would also go with Rochester. Gaston was about to go too. Palshan looked at the girl expectantly. Media said that she would also go on this mission because she understood everything. The squad leader smiled warmly at her words. He turned to Dark and asked what he thought about it. The guy thoughtfully looked to the side. He said that he would go with them, but only if Lana Spittenberg did not join them. The girl, chewing something, mumbled something unintelligible upon hearing his condition. Lana was clearly outraged by what was said. She screamed, asking the others to look at the stupid Dark, and asking who he was to forbid her to go with the mercenaries and knights. Jared said that he planned to return the girl to the temple and asked if this would suit the guy. Lana asked again, puzzled, what Sir Sidmian was talking about. The knight ordered Simeon to take the girl, and he agreed. He pulled the resisting Lana out of the room while she was indignant and screaming that she wanted to go too and begged him to let her go. Leaving against her will, she loudly asserted that those present would still miss her greatly. Gaston remarked sarcastically that the drinking media was too calm for someone who had spent so much time with Lana. The girl replied that this was not the kind of adventure that would make your heart stop, and she wiped her mouth with her hand. Mikhail laughed and said that it was true. Jared bowed to Palshan, thanking the mercenaries for making such a quick decision. He indicated the castle gate as the meeting place for them after everyone had finished their preparations. At the castle gate stood two knights with weapons, obviously guarding them. The sound of horses' hooves was heard. Several horsemen were approaching the castle gates. Dark kept his casual and grim expression on his face as he sat on his horse. A slight look of surprise appeared on Palshan's face. He noticed silhouettes in the distance against the sky changing color from blue to orange. The man decided that it was Jared, with whom they had agreed to meet here. Sidmian said with a smile that the mercenaries arrived faster than he expected. Palshan said that time was of the essence in missions like this and asked who the people behind Jared were. He gasped, remembering them. One of Jared's companions was a man named Antonio Crow, a 5th-level wizard. The magician removed his hood, revealing to the eyes of the mercenaries the appearance of a good-natured man with curly brown hair and a beard. He introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet you. Jared also introduced a fair-haired man who turned out to be a priest serving Shayhart. His name was Ronnie Kintaro. Palshan clarified whether Shayhart was the only temple in Argon. Ronnie explained that this does not mean that they do not send preachers to other countries. However, many countries demonize the teachings of Kronos, so there have been many difficulties in spreading their religion. Jared said that they could talk on the road. Their horses moved on, following each other and forming a line. People remained silent. Ronnie Kintaro looked ahead. The mercenaries did the same. Jimmy approached the leader of the mercenaries, asking about the god Shayhart, as he had not heard of him before. The man explained that he was the only god who approved of Kronos' teachings. Because of how conservative they were, they not only rejected the gods, but magic in general. When Argon declared the teachings of Kronos the national religion, wizards, and even spiritual shamans were persecuted and executed as heretics, Jimmy said that this religion was terrible. Thus, many wizards from other countries realized that it was dangerous and fiercely fenced off their countries from any teachings of Kronos, so few people know about them. Jimmy wondered if they rejected magic. How can they do this if the existence of mana is proven? Palshan replied that they claim that mana is a force of nature and only Shayhart should have power over it. If a person dares to use this force, then it insults their god. In any case, although the mercenaries do not understand this, the followers of the teaching believe in it, so the mercenaries cannot help them with this. Raven wondered what about knights then, since they also use mana. Palshan said that the young man was right, but the knights were given a special honor by Shayhart. The squad leader suddenly raised his head, looking as if he had been caught off guard. Ronnie said that as the mercenaries know, not every knight who uses mana becomes an adept. Without talent, it is an incomprehensible feat for many. This talent is the right that is granted by the merciful Shayhart. Media took on a thoughtful expression. She suddenly said that this was just a theory that was created in their religion. Don't the followers of the teaching create more problems for themselves by denying everything else? Ronnie replied that they are not ardent fanatics who blindly follow their faith and do not think about their surroundings. The girl's gaze became wary. The blonde boy continued speaking. He claimed that this enlightenment that the followers had attained through endless contemplation and reasoning, he could call it true faith. Palshan, Jimmy and Raven stared at him silently. Media got angry. She wanted to somehow answer the priest, but she didn't know how. Dark, who had remained silent until now, said that the story about sudden awakening and sudden cultivation sounded exciting. Ronnie stared at the guy in surprise. The priest asked what he was talking about. Dark said the words about sudden awakening and sudden cultivation. From the moment you become enlightened, you have nothing more to strive for. The fair-haired young man asked in surprise and doubt whether he had really said such words. Dark said that originally there was only sudden awakening, gradual cultivation, which means endlessly pursuing eternity even after enlightenment. He only claimed that it would be the other way around. It was the first time Ronnie had heard such words, but he liked them, because they were similar to the concept of the teachings of Kronos. Dark gave him a dark look. He realized that he might have said too much when he felt strange looks from others. Palshan grinned and considered Dark mysterious, because he, as usual, does not know about any common sense, but says something that the mercenaries do not know and considers it normal. The guy said that this is possible, and so, but this does not create any problems. The mercenary leader said that he wouldn't call it a problem. Dark is much more skilled than their team, so there's a chance that he just sees things from a different perspective. Mikhail turned to the priest and clarified that Dark had said that if enlightenment was somehow sudden, how smart did one have to be to achieve such enlightenment? Ronnie replied that the man should know that the holy spells cast by the servants of the gods depend on faith in their teacher. Mikhail knew this. To be honest, he didn't quite understand the essence of ordinary faith that allows people to use that power. The priest laughed, suggesting that the man might be right. Faith was incompatible with the logic of the brain, and the emotions of your heart were not faith, but rather fanaticism. And one could not achieve the holiness of the merciful Shayhart with such a mistaken faith. Mikhail said it was a matter of logic and emotion, and it was all too complicated. Ronnie, looking animated, suggested that he dwell on their genuine teachings. Perhaps the man could take a step towards enlightenment. True holy spells can only be used by true believers, and knights are no exception to the rule. Knights who have achieved enlightenment through faith are called holy knights. Jimmy was amazed that knights could even use holy magic. It must be so cool. Raven said that he was ready to preach. Ronnie placed his hand on his chest, saying that holy magic could be used as long as one maintained their faith. So people like him believed that holy knights were on par with holy adepts. This is precisely the reason why neighboring countries fear his homeland, Argon. Dissatisfied, media stated that this is not an objective norm. Ronnie agreed no, looking up at the purple starry sky. He turned his head towards the girl. The priest said they had evidence. Not long ago, the knight adept who took over the role after Valent was sparring with one of the holy knights. The red-haired girl looked at the priest with incomprehension. Yes, said the fair-haired youth. It was an unconditional victory for the holy knight. The sky in the forest was getting brighter. An orange explosion illuminated everything with bright light. He left behind a depression in the ground. Gaston stood with a concentrated look, his hands out in front of him and his legs wide apart. Dark watched him with his arms folded across his chest. He said loudly that he understood. Gaston turned to face him, dumbfounded. Dark thought he would understand if the magician showed him again, but he asked if the guy realized how absurd it sounded. Dark said that while the others were busy gathering information, they still had some free time. The wizard explained that it wasn't a matter of a small amount of time. It was ridiculous that someone could learn to use a spell just by seeing it a few times. Doesn't that make him a genius world-class magician? The boy told Gaston that the concept the magician had just shown him, he had seen it before. The wizard chuckled, clarifying that, if we don't talk about magic itself, Dark didn't even know about the existence of mana. The guy replied that it wasn't true. He just didn't know the name of mana, since he himself called mana by the word kai, to which Gaston chuckled thoughtfully and scratched his head. Dark thought that he needed to use his body as a medium and collect natural kai into it. This is the same concept as the eternal calm of the North Sea. Dark put his hands in front of each other. Putting aside the movement of mana, the boy couldn't use the spell since he didn't understand its basics. Gaston agreed to show him everything again. He again assumed a pose suitable for magic and necessary for the spell. The wizard spoke, a fiery will burning inside the body, an incinerating flame burning everything. Dark watched intently as the sorcerer muttered these words. He went on and on with his spell. Dark thought that you could quickly die from a sword while you spent the whole day casting spells for the sake of one spell. His attention was drawn to the spiraling energy that appeared between Gaston's palms. The wizard raised one of his hands up and stepped forward, summoning a fireball. He threw the ball forward with a powerful swing of his arm. A giant explosion occurred some distance away from the pair of people. The ground was charred again, dented by the fireball. This technique was no better than the palm strike technique, but it was extremely useful as it had the power of solar arts. Gaston asked if he had been fiddling with his spell for too long. This is the reason why mages need a protector to finish the spell, such as Palshan, who protects the guy while he casts. Dark understood, but asked whether this magic needed to be chanted exactly, whether it was necessary to avoid making mistakes at all. His interlocutor clarified whether he was talking about a spell. Gaston scratched his head in embarrassment, saying that these words had nothing to do with mana, they were just words, which surprised the guy, and he asked why the wizard was chanting these words so feverishly. Gaston said it was necessary because the words helped him focus on visualizing the spell. Dark thoughtfully repeated his words about visualizing the spell. Gaston asked if the guy understood him, and he clarified that everything depended on imagination. Magic is based on the method of controlling mana. Then, a person introduces his desire into the controlled mana so that it materializes. But even so, it is difficult. In any case, mana does not understand what the sorcerers say. That's why wizards chant while casting a spell to increase their own concentration, which is why different wizards chant differently. Gaston creates synonymous sentences to cast a specific spell. During the chant, his subconscious naturally strives for his desires, and it becomes easier to call upon the fire element. This method is the most universal. It is said that magicians who have reached the pinnacle of mastery can cast spells without any chance. They control the movement of mana only with their thoughts and only say the launch word at the end. Gaston said that this skill was the result of long training in magic, because mana is uncontrollable by default, and asked if his explanation was too complicated. Perhaps it was too early for him to teach anyone. Perhaps, as Dark suggested, if he could feel the sensation of desire being implanted into the mana. Gaston was surprised by these words. He agreed and told Dark to close his eyes and give the magician his hands. The guy's gaze became tense. Gaston came up behind him, taking Dark's hands and telling him to sit as comfortably as possible. He agreed, but both boys were tense and embarrassed by such closeness. The magician held the guy sitting on the ground by his raised arms. Both of them had their eyes closed, their expression focused. Dark opened one of his eyes. The ki surrounding them was rippling, the boy realized. The wizard said that it was dissipating and told Dark to concentrate. The boy wondered if Gaston had collected the ki as he thought. It wasn't the stabilization of the ki with the breath. This is very similar to what was described in the Northern Sea Eternal Calm skill book on pages numbered 6 and 11. The magician recited his chants again, about the fiery will burning inside the body, the incinerating flame that burns everything. If it weren't for one difference, the eternal calm of the Northern Sea absorbs kai into the body, while this one forms ki outside of it. Fireball! Gaston cried out loudly. The ball again created a giant bright orange explosion some distance away from them. The wizard asked if Dark felt it. The guy didn't answer right away but paused. Collect, hold, rotate, accelerate, compress, combine, and fire. These were the words he spoke that caught Gaston off guard. He asked, puzzled, if Dark really understood. The guy thought about collecting chi using the eternal calm of the northern sea. It all felt like some kind of blue roots. Dark was focused on keeping the ki outside of the body rather than inside it. He began to create an energy vortex and rotate it, and accelerated to compress and combine. Then the guy introduced himself. Dark stretched his palms forward and shouted, "Fireball!" The magician's face stretched out in shock. Dark held a giant fireball in his hand. He glanced back at Gaston. To the wizard's surprise, the boy threw the ball forward with all his might, shouting that he had caught the spying rat. The ball rushed towards the innocent trees. Everything was illuminated by a bright orange light, and someone's scream was heard. There was a shocked expression on Gaston's face. He pulled back his cloak, looking at the pillar of fire created by Dark. They saw the one who was following them. It turned out to be the currently unconscious Lana Spittenberg. Palshan looked at this with puzzlement. He looked at the dissatisfied, already awakened girl, and asked what she was doing here. Dark shouted at Lana to tell her everything, but she told him to stop shouting because her head had not yet recovered from the explosion. The evil guy asked her again about what she said, and asked if she wanted him to burn Lana alive this time. The girl told him not to speak like that, as if Dark had been holding back that time. That time, she was watching Gaston and the guy training and learning from behind a tree. But Dark noticed her and sent a fireball at her. Lana claimed that he was trying to kill her and called him a demon, causing him to sigh in displeasure. Palshan whispered to the magician what had happened, and he said that the girl had been caught in a fireball created by Dark. The man was shocked when he heard that the boy had created a fireball. What took Gaston 6 years to do took Dark one day, and the wizard was simply speechless about it. Not only that, the boy thought, remembering Dark's fireball, this ball was gigantic. Gaston was shocked by what he saw. The ball was flying towards a girl hiding behind a wide tree trunk. Gaston remembered that the magic ball changed its trajectory right before it flew towards Lana. If it wasn't a coincidence, then this guy is already a mage above level 4. The wizard muttered incoherently that this man was his first student, not immediately noticing how his leader was trying to get his attention. Miko wondered how Lana found them here while he was eating carrots. Media slapped the man on the back of the head, claiming he was eating their horse food, which upset her. Gaston said the girl had escaped from the temple. Lana also stole a horse from there, and Palshan noted with regret that it was easy to find their tracks, since they had more than 10 horses. Miko was still worried about how she was able to catch up with them, because when the girl was with the mercenaries, she couldn't even ride a horse. Lana told him not to underestimate her, because it only took her 4 days to learn how to ride a horse, and he shouldn't forget that she can use holy magic. The mercenary leader repeated her words about holy magic, asking again. Mikhail asked if the girl used holy magic on the horse. She confirmed it and said that it was very effective. Every time the horse got tired, Lana used holy magic and it could run further. Palshan said that a good horse had been spoiled. The girl loudly asked what he meant and was indignant, because the horse was in good condition. The man said that this was the problem. Horses don't know magic, since it's not tired, no matter how long it ran, until it reached the knights and mercenaries. The horse will think that it was its own stamina instead of holy magic that gave it the ability to run so much. She will try to run until she collapses and dies of exhaustion if this happens again. The girl was troubled by these words, regretting that her horse would die, because she even managed to give the animal a cute name. Mikkel explained that sometimes horses understand what it was, but most of the time they die during long runs, which is why people are so interested in breeding quality horses. Because holy magic cannot be used on them, Lana worriedly asked what she should do and turned to a horse named Lucy. Palshan was called by name. Jared reminded that the mercenary leader told him that the enemy hideout was not that far from here, the man replied, agreeing with this, that they might reach that hideout tonight. The knight said that then they should return the child back. It would be difficult to protect Lana, and there would be countless problems if her enemies found her. Palshan completely agreed with him, but did not understand who should protect the girl. If there was only 1 or 2 people with Lana, she could be captured and used as a hostage. That didn't mean they had a free person to watch over this child. But they couldn't keep the girl close to them. Palshan suggested that they let her stay with them now, and when they met someone they could trust with Lana, like border guards or church clergy, they would tie up the girl and hand her over to those people, sending her back. Like that time, she could return at any time. What? Dark said furiously. He asked indignantly if the leader and Jared wanted him to guard this stupid and useless child. Palshan replied that they couldn't do anything about it, because the guy was the only one who could ensure the safety of not only Lana, but also himself at the same time. Dark shouted that he refused, considering the girl useless luggage, but she indignantly intervened in the conversation, offended by the fact that she was called luggage. The boy indignantly ordered Lana not to interrupt when adults were talking and called her an ill-mannered sly girl. The girl indignantly asked how he could talk about manners, being a village simpleton from Mount Trebark, and usually such people do not know about them. Gaston suddenly felt something familiar and magical. Gather, hold, rotate, accelerate, compress, combine. These words were in Dark's head as he took a stance for the spell he had studied with the wizard earlier today. Gaston asked the boy to stop in a panic as he realized what he was doing. He covered Dark's mouth with his hand, preventing him from finishing. Mikhail asked the guy to calm down. He shouldn't have been so angry at such a little girl. Lana was outraged that she was called a little girl, since she considered herself a lady. A lighthouse could be seen in the darkness. Antonio Crow said it was strange. He didn't feel mana. Gaston, doing the same thing as the other mage, said that it looked like their enemies had already left. Jared was annoyed that they were at a dead end again. Antonio asked to wait, asking if there was empty space in the basement. No, it was too big for storage. Jared enthusiastically suggested that their opponents might be hiding there. But the bearded sorcerer said that this was not the case, since the room was empty. Gaston could guarantee that there was no one there. But the room in the basement was quite large, like a cave. It could be connected to something else. Sidmion looked at the house in the distance. He suggested that they check it out. 3 dark silhouettes appeared in the opened doorway, standing out noticeably against the blue background. Jared had no doubt that the house was deserted and suggested that his companions go down to the basement. The sounds of footsteps could be heard as they walked down the steps. The company found itself in front of a large, wide wooden door. Palshan stopped his hand doubtfully near the door handle. He grabbed the rings that acted as door handles with both hands. The man suddenly chuckled. He pulled the door rings towards himself with obvious effort in an attempt to open it. Palshan complained that the door wouldn't open. Mikhail didn't think it could be locked and decided to try it himself. The blonde mercenary was asked to wait. Antonio Crow asked if he could look at the door. He extended his hand in the right direction. The magician said he realized something about this place. Mikhail asked what it was. The wizard said that the door was under a spell and could not be opened without a password, and since they did not know the password, there was nothing left to do but knock the door down with brute force. The fair-haired mercenary agreed to do so. Antonio answered him in the negative. They had to hit the door with more mana than what they used to close it. For Mikhail, this was impossible. The blonde man's gaze became tense. The magician turned to Sir Sidmion, who agreed with him and ordered everyone to move away from the door. The knight's gaze became stern. Mikhail and Palshan watched what was happening in silence. Dark also looked, his arms folded across his chest. Jared's longsword sparkled with blue lightning, the blade itself taking on color. Dark noted with a grin that Kai Sidmione was well-disciplined, better than the knight the boy had fought before. The man swung his sword. With his powerful blow, he cut the door apart. Palshan and Mikhail's gazes became shocked. The doorway was empty. Sidmion saw the cave and asked if it was connected to the enemy's hideout. Gaston asked the man to wait. As the sorcerer thought it was a dead end, he turned to Antonio Crow, who agreed with him. The knight asked what it was and what Gaston meant. The guy jerked suddenly. The eyes of both wizards on the team lit up as they said with a smile that this was a wizard's dungeon. They asked to go in there, while Dark yawned boredly, leaning against the wall. He frowned, as if thinking about something. It was still dark outside. "This is the place," the voice said. The 2 cloaked figures looked at the house. One of them asked where those items were kept. The other figure said, "Yes, teacher. He used this place as a shelter for a short time, because he planned to return, since the mission has the highest priority." The gray magician asked if there was even a need for the teacher to come here. The black-bearded man clarified what his interlocutor was talking about. Because even as a man who had put everything into reviving his country from the ashes, he was still a mage. This was a wizard's dungeon with a considerable amount of magical tools and books stored there. How could he trust this to anyone other than himself? The gray-haired mage remarked that his master's words were wise. To be honest, it had taken a lot to stop Sir Carosa from entering the dungeon this time, given his excitement. The wizard told him that they would return after the mission. The master laughed, saying that for warriors like Sir Carosa, the dungeon was a place that stimulated their spirit of adventure. The gray-haired man said that the warrior would be disappointed, but the master suggested that he go. The teacher's face was sweaty and he looked nervous. He asked his companion, Darren, why they teleported so far from the building, since the black-bearded magician was too old to walk so much. His student immediately asked for forgiveness. The gray-haired mage awkwardly said that he had set up several traps in case of emergency when he used this place as his hideout. He had disabled them, but that was just his habit. The student asked his master what was wrong. The black-bearded man saw a horse there and asked, "Didn't the gray wizard say that this was an abandoned house?" It was a war horse, which raised the question of whether there had been a search here. He folded his hands and began to look at the magical power. The man didn't see anyone. Did that mean that people had entered the dungeon? The gray magician called it all tiring and asked what they would do next. The teacher realized that someone was getting up. He opened his eyes wide. His student turned to him with excitement. The black-bearded man noticed someone with a master level. The nervous student asked what he meant, and the master told him to hide his magical power. The door opened slightly. Dark sensed Chi upstairs, but she just disappeared. These people are most likely professionals. It was behind the house. He smiled and wanted to find out who it was. Palshan turned his attention to him. Dark climbed up the stairs. He sensed a small amount of Chi above, so he went up to check. The guy smiled, wanting to find out. He jumped high into the air. The foot touched a hard surface. Dark saw two silhouettes in cloaks in the distance. The black-bearded mage looked around in panic. The guy said with a grin that it was him. The teacher realized that he had sensed their mana long before they approached. The premature event of their mana had produced the opposite effect. He ordered Darren to use the most powerful spell he had right now, and he complied. Dark jumped onto the pipe of the house. His gaze was stern. The black-bearded man closed his eyes. Dark was approaching rapidly. The gray-haired magician put his hands forward, between the palms of which red sparks were visible. The guy chuckled in surprise as he ran. The wizard created a giant explosion. Dark approached and swung at the magician. A look of alarm appeared on the student's face. The guy swung his sword with a stern look. The teacher summoned the flame of apocalypse. Dark's gaze was wary. The black-bearded opponent's hand was extended forward. Everything around the guy turned red and black. It caught him off guard. Dark coughed and closed his eyes. The teacher helped his student to stand up. The man looked up, holding Darren's hand, and looking up at the black-red glowing magic ball. He summoned a teleport, disappearing along with his student. The books stood on the shelf. Gaston said that, as expected, they were right. A skilled wizard lived here. These books are level 6 and above. Antonio Crow insisted that they should be taken to the castle. If you simply translate everything into a book equivalent, then they found a fantastic treasure here. Jimmy didn't look interested. He asked if this was what dungeons were. The magician asked what else they could be. Raven said there were few traps. Only one arrow was the most dangerous. Gaston said he almost died there. Lana said that if this was a wizard's dungeon, there should have been a lot of monsters and dangerous traps everywhere. Antonio chuckled, asking how the magician could make such a room without anyone's help. Gaston explained, "Basically, the dungeon is where wizards keep their books and tools. If they set up traps and dangerous monsters, wouldn't they ruin them?" Palshan called it a disappointment and asked if he could go upstairs with Dark. Mikkel said that the mages said that these were expensive books, so they would be pleased with that. Suddenly, the mercenary leader heard something. The fair-haired man realized that the sound was coming from above. Jared noticed this too. Everything around suddenly began to shake. The girl fell screaming into the arms of Media, who asked if what was happening was an earthquake. Sidmion shouted that it was an ambush. He ordered everyone to go outside. Palshan and Mikhail were shocked. Their loud steps brought them closer to the exit. Palshan carried the girl on his shoulder. They walked quickly up the stairs. So the group ran out into the dark street. Sidmion stopped suddenly, confusing Gaston. The man mentioned the Lord's name. In front of them, a huge crater gaped in the ground, apparently left by an explosion. Palshan asked where Dark was, going over the worst options in his head. Gaston wanted to use the viewing of magical power, but the knight claimed that there was no need for it. The magician asked him again. Jared didn't feel any mana and thought that the opponents had fled after the ambush. The leader of the mercenaries ran past him abruptly. The knight called out to the running Palshan. The man stopped at the edge of a giant crater. His face showed excitement and horror. There lay Dark, unconscious and with his clothes all torn. Palace of the Krataus Empire. There was a giant glowing circle drawn on the floor of the room. Darren and his master appeared in it. The gray magician said that it was him. Dark was the warrior who killed Sir Carosa. The black-bearded man was shocked by this statement. The horses outside the fence must have belonged to the guy and his group, who were probably in the basement, in the dungeon. Darren asked if his teacher thought their opponent was dead. With the teacher's magic, even master-level people. The man interrupted him, claiming that they couldn't be sure until they saw the corpse with their own eyes. The flame of apocalypse had dealt a direct hit, so even people at the master level would be unlikely to survive it. The gray mage said that it was all in vain, because there might be a mage who could use earth memories, so there was a chance that they could be tracked down. The gentleman said that it was not a problem. Darren's identity was not revealed even in other countries. The teacher is a public figure, but from the moment he put on the cloak, they can only track him with spells. But the Flame of Apocalypse is black magic. They will never be able to trace the connection of this spell to a man. The student asked if the teacher was sure that they shouldn't worry about this. The teacher thought that in fact they should worry more about the warrior of the mastery level. The man had previously thought that it was one of Corinth's warriors, but he was wrong. The masters of Corinth are Thierry de Valencia, Camus de Rochester, and Risa de Cluden. If not them, then the mages need to find out who Dark is. He may prove to be the greatest obstacle to their empire's greatness. So the man told the student to investigate everything thoroughly and come back. He understood his teacher. It was still night outside. Antonio Crow muttered something with his eyes closed, sitting at the table. "Display," he said, and the light in his hands lit up. Their two opponents were magicians. The wizard hesitated slightly. It was dark, and people were wearing raincoats, making it difficult to see their faces. Lana chuckled thoughtfully. She remembered the enemy's appearance. She especially remembered the mustache, which she considered stupid. The girl suddenly stood up and screamed. Media asked worriedly what happened. Lana began to mumble something unintelligible about the person the spell showed. This man turned out to be the mage who attacked the girl, and he could use a level 5 explosion. Antonio Crow could also use it. But the problem started later. Sidmeon asked about the wriggling thing. The sorcerer explained that this was the Black Flame. There was only one type of spell that could do this. It was black magic that astonished those present. Black magic is a power that you borrow from the demon gods through a contract with them. One who is able to use it must be a mage of at least the 6th level. A person of that caliber would be the highest-ranking mage among other mages in the royal courts in most empires. Jared grabbed his head. Antonio said that there were things he could not understand. Palcion looked to the side. Dark lay with his eyes closed. He groaned and opened them with difficulty. In front of him were a delighted Michael, Jimmy, and Raven. He did not share their reaction, lying under the blanket and somehow regaining consciousness. The guy sat up, declaring that there was nothing to see here and showing off his bandaged torso. Palcion laughed, assuming he was okay. Mikkel said that it was thanks to the priest Ronnie, who poured his healing energy into Dark. The priest lying next to him replied that it was not he who healed the guy. It was the will of Shakehart who healed him. Jared asked excitedly if Dark could tell him what happened. The bearded wizard said that they only saw everything through the Earth's memories. It seems that they were the magicians who kidnapped Lana before. But the next explosion was even stronger, so Antonio believed that it was the work of black magic. Dark asked him again, not understanding. The sorcerer began to explain that powerful magic that could be used by magicians who had made a contract with a demonic god. The guy mentally cursed, considering what he had said to be nonsense. The team couldn't see anything because of the explosions, so the mage was interested in how Dark managed to survive. Dark was informed that he was found in critical condition. He could have died if not for Ronnie, and the priest lying nearby on the floor muttered that it was Shakehart's will. The guy turned away and chuckled thoughtfully, listening to this and thinking about the situation. He had truly never seen a combat technique as powerful as the one that was used on him. Dark had used Divine Iron Key and even the Shackles of Immobility together. But he couldn't withstand this strong magic that he didn't understand, because this magic worked according to the rules of this world, which was not his native one. But the guy, the one who received the name of the True Demon, was critically injured and lost consciousness, which shocked him, because this had never happened to him before. Antonio Crow waved his hand excitedly in front of Dark's eyes, trying to get his attention since he was too deep in his thoughts. The guy lay down, turned away, and covered himself with a blanket, saying that he blocked the first blow, but couldn't handle the second blow, that's all. He felt unusual. The magician thoughtfully repeated his words about how Dark was able to block the explosion while holding his own chin. Knight Jared said that to do this, you need to be at least his level, or even higher, which is surprising because, until recently, the guy was just a hunter. Mikkel said that this was not the most surprising thing, because something more significant had already happened to them. The mercenaries had already seen about 50 knights led by an adept, but for the great mage of the royal court to show up here, it seemed like the country itself had decided to take up the matter, which was quite unusual and important. Can the mercenaries now calmly think about the fact that they will not use titans? The knight could not help but agree with this, understanding their point of view. One titan could wipe out their team, so Mikkel wondered if their team had a way to fight it. Jimmy and Raven's faces darkened as they thought. Mikkel and Jared stood silently opposite each other, also deep in thought. Dark noticed that they mentioned titanium. He turned his head slightly, listening, as he was interested in this topic, thinking that it might be useful. Jared said that his Titan Kuma is with him, so they don't need to worry. Media asked where the Titan was, even though she knew Sidmion couldn't keep the weapon in plain sight. But the man told everyone to follow him so he could show off his Titan. A group of people stood near the house, waiting for something. Everyone looked at Jared, who stood in front. Gaston turned his attention to Dark and asked when he had managed to follow them. But the guy did not answer him, carefully watching what was happening. "Kuma, come," said Sidmion, calling upon his Titan. Dark turned his gaze. A certain sight caught his attention. Bright blue spirals began to spin in the starry night sky. Jimmy let out a delighted cry as he watched. Raven asked him to calm down, and Media and Palshan looked up in confusion. The large round shield depicted the silhouette of a golden two-headed lion. Dark's face showed surprise, but also interest. In front of them stood a real metal giant, dressed in giant heavy armor and holding that same large round shield with a lion. The other mercenaries also gave this creature looks that showed a variety of emotions, but mostly it was admiration or surprise. Lana gasped in surprise, reporting that she was seeing the Titan with her own eyes for the first time, and it was bigger than she thought. Dark looked straight at the giant, as he was initially interested in this. Palshan asked if the guy was seeing such a creature for the first time, and explained that it was the world's most powerful magical military property, a Titan, while Dark asked in amazement if, since this thing was military, it could move. The mercenary leader replied that the Titan was much faster than a human, and not only that, Jared checked to see if everyone had calmed down. The man knew it was already quite late, but he thought they needed to move now. Palshan thought that they wouldn't be able to get more information now anyway, so he suggested moving towards Galicia. In the night blue starry sky hung two moons, so familiar to the sky of this world, illuminating a string of horses walking one after another. Gaston dozed on his horse. He woke up when he heard a voice calling out to him. The guy asked if Dark had called him and said that he was in deep thought. Not wanting to admit that he had fallen asleep, Dark asked the magician how this thing called Titan moves, whether he does it with the help of magic. Gaston realized that his interlocutor was curious and confirmed his suspicions, saying that the Titan was using golem magic. Dark asked him again about this information, as he did not quite understand what was said. Golem magic transformed stone, wood, steel, and similar materials into humanoid form and allowed them to be controlled, while titanium originated from the concept of a golem. This story was very long, so to put it briefly, the Titans were invented when people wanted to control the golem, which was apparently impossible. The role of the pilot is performed by a knight adept who can use a large amount of mana, using a compact instrument called the central nervous system. Knights are able to transmit their mana directly to the golems, which helps control their system. Dark asked if this meant that depending on the knight's skills, the Titan's strength could be different. The wizard said that the guy, as usual, understood everything quickly. If the mana output is the same, then everything depends on the knight's skills. However, if Axion's mana output is higher, he can easily suppress the enemy even with a difference in skills. Also, the main military power of the country is made up of Titans with a high mana output coefficient. Romero of Alcus, the Empire of the Mages, is the standard of all Titans, so everyone uses Romero's allocation of 1-0 as the standard unit. Palshan asked how much mana output Sir Sidmion's Titan had, and he replied that Kuma was an Anthros-class Titan. Of course, his titanium is better than the standard ones, considering they are made for the Royal Knights. Dark asked how many such knights there were in total, but Jared didn't know the answer to that question. Only the adepts are registered in the Temple of War, one can only assume, but the Titans and other details are a secret in each country. The night moonlight penetrated through the long and narrow windows. The light fell on the wooden stairs. The giant hand in a dark blue metal glove moved. The muscular man in the headscarf muttered something unintelligible under his breath. A male voice addressed him and asked how the work was progressing. The man informed Sir Tozier, who had approached him, that everything was going very well. The black-bearded man asked if they had enough material for the nervous system and other needs. His interlocutor reported that yes, all thanks to the Dragon Heart, the 12 Azure Knights would be ready in the shortest time, which was a success. Sir Tozer asked if this meant that everything would be done as planned, and the subordinate confirmed this. They were looking at something big. In front of them was a large silhouette of a horned creature. It was the first 3-0 in history and the world. A satisfied smile appeared on the black-bearded man's face. He looked at two dark rows of giant silhouettes. It was daytime in the trading city of Galicia, and the bright, warm sun was shining. illuminating everything around. People were walking along the streets, buying fresh fruit at the market, making noise and chatting, and generally going about their daily business. Gaston asked if anyone had found any clues. Mikhail loudly ordered 4 beers, Raven preferred to drink milk, and the magician, seeing this, asked the man if he had already managed to eat. Mikhail said, resting his head on his folded hands on the table, that he would eat later. He just wanted to drink some cold beer. He had tried his best to get information, but had not been able to find anything. Gaston thought he would have to hope that Palshan or Sir Sidmian had been able to find some information. The fair-haired man asked about Media. The wizard said that the girl took Lana with her and went to the Temple of Athena. Mikhail asked if Dark was going with them, to which the guy chuckled, claiming that Dark would not want to go anywhere with Lana. Gaston didn't know what was going on, but the subject of their conversation was now sitting in his room. Lost in his thoughts, Dark exhaled, stretching. He remembered the words of the elderly mage from the academy. The golden age of magic was about 1,000 years ago, but no one ever returned from the spatial travel. The mages of the academy simply did not have records. Dark thought it was the same as saying there was absolutely no way back. The guy was so powerless, and it irritated him. He leaned back on the bed and thought that at that moment he would be happy to see even Chang and Ghoul. Dark looked up thoughtfully as he lay on the bed. Footsteps belonging to several people were heard. Among several men in cloaks, there was one particularly gloomy man. He kicked open the door to the room with a powerful kick. The man exclaimed, looking around the room, that there was no one here. Standing near the doorway, Dark said that he heard the people in cloaks long before they arrived and called them amateurs. The man was clearly taken by surprise because he didn't notice the guy right away. The man smiled evilly, licking his dagger. He had heard that Dark could do something and agreed to be kind if he went with them. The guy agreed and surprised the people in cloaks with his reaction. Dark asked why the people were standing and asked them to show him the way. The people in cloaks were not surprised. Someone told Dark not to linger. The boy's hands were tied behind his back. His legs were also tied to a chair, and a scarf was tied around his head, blocking his view. One man ordered the bandage to be removed from the captive. The loosened bandage fell under Dark's chin. The man asked the blonde girl standing next to him if this was the person she needed. She noticed that Dark knew it was better to go if asked politely. The man next to her chuckled, asking if the guy had any debt and if the girl wanted to pay him off now. She confirmed this. Dark asked what she wanted. He managed to doze off for a second, but the girl ordered the people to first beat the guy half to death and then make him crippled. The man told his subordinates that they heard her words. He ordered not to kill the captured guy. "Yes, sir," his subordinates shouted and ran towards Dark, who was tied to a chair. The man, hearing the noise behind him, said that the guy was already screaming and therefore was going to talk to the girl about payment for the service rendered. The girl watching from behind had a shocked expression on her face. The man asked what was going on and what was going on there. Looking back, he discovered in horror that Dark had managed to free himself in that short time and defeat his subordinates, whose bodies were now lying on the floor. Dark asked the man, while the people on the floor were groaning, if he was the boss here. The man sheepishly replied that yes. Dark chuckled with a questioning intonation. The boss grabbed the girl by the hand, asking her to spare himself because he was ready to give the guy the girl for such a favor. A leg flashed in front of the man's nose. Dark brought his foot down hard on the boss's head. The guy asked if the girl was bothering him again. Dark had had enough of her antics over the past few days. He reported that the girl had arrived just in time. Media asked the girl what happened. She said that her ear was itchy. Lana didn't know what was going on, but she was sure that that stupid black-haired old man, she meant Dark, was talking about her behind her back. Dark himself was busy at that time, interrogating whether the man was the boss of the Thieves' Guild. The beaten, and because of this quite swollen girl answered that he was the master of the Galicia Guild. Each large city has its own guild. The guy asked what guild she belonged to. The scoundrel hesitated with the answer, but after a new threat, she immediately said that it was Volcania. Dark realized that this was the place where they first met, and asked how long the girl was going to bother him. But she, in horror, promised that she would never even catch his eye again if he spared her. The guy agreed to save the blonde girl's life, but in exchange for something. 2 guards guarding the gates to the city were talking to each other when a girl ran towards them. She quickly ran towards the entrance, not giving the guards a chance to figure out who had run past them. They only hoped that she wasn't a monster. The girl remembered the elf's words that revenge was good, but the difference was too big, and this mercenary was too big a target for them. She thought the guy was absolutely disgusting. Gaston asked if their leader had found the knights in gray armor. Palshan replied that it seemed that the knights were returning to the capital along the Maltaria Mountains, since they were seen by the merchants who came from there as mercenaries and thought that those with whom they fought that night were not alone. Gaston said that if they were far away, then it would be too late to move out today. Sidmion said that then today they should have a good rest. Tomorrow they should walk as much as they could. The mercenary leader agreed, looking at Dark drinking. He asked if something had happened to the guy, because he had never seen him like that, and he didn't understand where he got that strange hat. But no one knew. Gaston reported that Dark first went out with a group of people dressed in black, then returned alone and began to drink happily. Mikael assumed that the guy had taken it out on these guys. The man the mercenaries were discussing coughed, covering his mouth with his elbow. Palshan hoped that even though he didn't know these people, they were safe and sound. Kratos' castle loomed as a large dark silhouette in the dim evening light. A cry came from the tower that he was alive. The Grey Mage reported that Dark was alive and well. Sir Tozier noted that it was expected, but still incredible, that he had managed to survive that hellfire, and asked what his student had found out about the man. The Grey Mage summoned the image. He said that Dark was most likely the leader of the group, and judging by the amount of mana, he was definitely at the master level. The teacher said with admiration that this was incredible, and asked if there was any more information. The Grey Magician began to tell his story. They couldn't find anything about Dark, even in Corinth or Trovia. There was no one like him among the masters registered in the Temple of War, which amazed Sir Tozier and the blonde man in purple clothes who was in the room with them. The blonde man said that it was strange because usually people with such skills want to become stronger and try to prove themselves in the Temple of War. The teacher suggested that Dark was born in secret to be used as a hunting dog and told him to look in Corinth. His student agreed. The blonde man, aka Sir Chromis, suddenly noticed something in the display. He pointed at one man, announcing that it was Jared Sidmion, a royal guard. Sir Chromis said that Jared was a knight who could compete for first or second place in Trovia because he was very strong. Tozier decided that they needed to conduct an experiment. His interlocutor asked again. The man told Sir Chromis to attack them with his Titan when the opportunity presented itself. The royal guard might have a Titan, and if there were two, the second might belong to that mysterious master, and then they could guess what country was behind him. The fair-haired man said that it was too risky, since the Titan belonging to Sir Tozier could not be controlled by anyone else. He asked if it was so difficult to verify the summoning of the Titan and escape, and said that he would send 4 people with Sir Chromis. Chromis asked what would happen if there was only one Titan, since the mysterious master might not have one. Sir Tozier wondered if that would not be a great opportunity then. A great opportunity to get rid of everyone. Dark sat with his eyes closed, frowning. Palshan awkwardly noted that he had not been looking very well for the last few days. The guy asked irritably if it was that noticeable. Lana whined that her legs hurt a lot. Dark covered his ears, complaining that all this kid had done for the past few days was whine. He turned to the girl irritably and asked if she wanted him to leave her here. Lana snorted dismissively and declared that if the boy did that, he would be cursed by Athena. Jimmy thought Media was going to keep the baby. She was going to, but she couldn't do anything about it. What? Lana exclaimed in the past, her face showing concern. She didn't think leaving her was a good idea. Media said that this mission is dangerous. If the girl gets into trouble, then the adults may not be able to protect her again. Lana said grimly that the students of the Temple of Athena must complete their first mission in order to become full members of the temple. Her mission was to safely deliver the dragon heart, which was kept in the Great Drow Temple. Media knew this, because that's why the girl was here. Lana said nervously that then they should know that regardless of the failure or success of the mission, she was obliged to report to the Great Drow Temple at the Temple of Athena, and also in the Great Temple in Corinth. Sidmion, Palshan, and the girl were disturbed by what they heard. The knight explained that Corinth must not know about their mission no matter what. He was sure that the girl herself understood this, and she agreed with it. Jared's face became stern, and he asked if Lana wanted to take the people of Trovia hostage and dared to threaten them. The girl waved her hands, saying that she would never do such a thing, because such terrible people could never become priests of the temple. The man asked what Lana would suggest in such a situation. She said that she would not be able to lie when she contacted the Great Temple. They would immediately know if she was lying and not telling the whole truth. Media asked worriedly if the girl had met them when she was returned to the temple the first time. Lana said that if she had reported the failure, then she had no reason to live if she couldn't even complete the first task. Mediac has made sense of this information. As long as the girl was in this group, her task was not considered complete, so there was no point in her getting involved with them. And not only that, she believed that the search and protection of the dragon heart itself was just a part of her other task. and she would gladly take any risk to see how it ended. This is what Lana, who is complaining about the conditions now, said. Jimmy decided that the girl clearly hadn't thought about the danger of this walk, but they really had to share her suffering. Media didn't care. It was all connected with the holy temple and politics, so she didn't want to say anything at all. And the child couldn't be returned to the temple. Jared sighed. He just prayed to Athena while the girl was arguing with Dark. He prayed for the protection of this mission, listening to the abuse. The landscape, meanwhile, was shimmering in all shades of green, with a lot of vegetation in the form of trees and hills covered with grass. Sir Chromis stood on the edge of the cliff. He was informed that they had made contact. The man in the cloak carried a communication ball on a pillow. Sir Tozier reported via the orb that they had received new information from Trovia. According to the message that Sidmeon sent to King Trovia, the people accompanying him were simply a group of adventurers consisting of mercenaries, a wizard's apprentice, and knights. Sir Chromis asked who that master was then. Presumably he was just a hunter who lived in the Trebak Mountains area, but they couldn't know for sure. However, Corinth had no reason to send a master here, so it's safe to assume that Dark is not his hunting dog. Chromis asked if the boy could be from Kruma, but the man thought it was impossible because it was too far away. Then we can assume that Dark does not have titanium. The sky was still light. Several figures gathered in a circle in the clearing. Lana fell to the ground, wondering if she could just go to sleep. Palshan said that they were finally in the kingdom of Toria, and the girl had no plans. The knight sitting next to him chuckled. Jared said that it was possible, but they couldn't afford to rest here since it was enemy territory. Media asked when they would reach the settlement. Mikhail replied that in 4 days, they should reach the city of Zelion. 4 days, the girl repeated after him. Dark sat in a meditative pose, thinking. He realized that something was approaching them. Jared looked at the guy with a questioning expression on his face. What? Lana said in surprise, opening her eyes. She stood up, asking if the ground was shaking. Media noticed that she was indeed shaking and wondered why. Mikhail assumed it was an earthquake. Jared was shocked. His gaze became stern. The sky was a soft light blue. The knight's gaze became tense. Some giant silhouettes were approaching them. Jared ordered his companions to run into the forest, warning them that the Titans were approaching. The mercenaries were shocked and frightened by this. Sidmeon summoned his Titan, named Kuma. A giant Titan appeared out of nowhere. Media carried the girl away, running away with the other mercenaries. Jared stood next to the Titan. The metal hand gripped the sword's hilt more tightly. Sidmeon began to climb into the Titan. The body of the military equipment was closed. Jared remembered the gods when he saw something in front of him. One of the opponents was 4 Romero-class Titans. Palshan shouted for Dark to come here. The knight looked back at the sound. He told the guy standing next to him to get out of there. He was silent, looking at him. The enemy Titan was running rapidly in their direction. Dark refused to leave. Jared didn't believe what he heard and asked, "What?" Dark took out his sword, smiled, and asked if he really thought he would let such a wonderful opportunity slip away. Sidmeon cursed, considering the guy a fool. Dark ran forward with a smile. The greenish Titan stood in front. Sir Chromis said that fighting a Titan without proper weapons was outrageous and ordered his subordinate named Kalyan to deal with the guy. Kalyan obediently agreed. The huge Titan raised its leg over Dark, intending to crush him like some kind of insect. His foot slammed into the ground, leaving a mark in the earth, but the boy was no longer there. Dark was already in the air above the Titan, noting that it was interesting, but weaker than the 1,000-fold descent technique. He offered to take a look, swinging his sword. His body was already rushing towards the giant enemy. The swing of the sword flashed like a flash. Jared, sitting in the Titan, asked in confusion if it was a mana wave. Dark said, touching the blade of his weapon, that the enemy was strong enough. The enemy Titan shielded himself with a shield. Sidmeon realized with horror that it was the master. Sir Chromis said that there was no point in getting distracted. He swung his Titan's arm, intending to hit the knight's Titan on the head. The green Titan struck Sidmeon. He was clearly taken by surprise. Jared made a sound of displeasure, another blow to his shield. This blow threw the Titan Sidmeon some distance away from the enemy Titans. One green Romero cursed. He ran towards the Knight Titan. Titan Jared's hand gripped the handle of the shield. The shields of the giant Titans clashed. Sir Chromis's face twisted. Sir Sidmeon's face was stern. The green Titan's foot left a mark in the ground. It was bad for him that the Kuma Antros class Titan with a power of 1-2 was noticeably stronger than the Romero class with a power of 1-0. So the Titans decided to defeat Kuma with their numbers. Another blow landed on the Knight's Titan's hand. Sir Sidmeon snorted in displeasure. Behind him, another Romero swung. Jared cursed. screaming in horror that he only had 2 arms. They were hit again. The Green Titan stopped. Kalyan wondered what was going on. He couldn't put his shield down for even a moment, which made him panic. Dark swung his sword. Kalyan thought, "What kind of monster have I gotten myself into trouble with?" He stood, trying to withstand Dark's blows that landed on his shield. Kalyan realized that his enemy's attack had damaged the shield by 15%. It was dangerous to just defend himself. It was recommended to take countermeasures. He looked around nervously. There was an explosion over Romero's shoulder. Antonio extended his hands forward, casting a spell. Kalyan shouted angrily that magic of the 5th level and below was useless against a Titan. The wizard asked with a sly smile if he was really sure that the magician did not know this. Kalyan sighed, shifting his gaze. He realized it was a diversion and wondered where Dark was. Who was currently falling on Romero from above, swinging his blade? A bright flash appeared behind the Green Titan. Another blow hit his shield. Feet in brown boots touched the ground. Dark said that he never even dreamed of meeting someone so strong in this world. His opponent was able to entertain him well. However, it seemed that this was the limit of Kalyan. The Titan shielded himself with his giant shield. Kalyan's face twisted with anger. He quickly sent his Titan running forward at Dark. Romero swung his weapon. He struck the ground with his blow. Kalyan's mouth opened in shock. His blow missed his opponent. Dark had to admit it was quite a destructive force. Kalyan's pupils narrowed in horror. Dark wouldn't be able to stand up to her with the Great Golden Defense technique. However, he got bored with it. Kuma's armor was partially damaged. Jared was breathing heavily. The second chest armor was destroyed. Further damage would have caused trouble. An exhausted Sir Sidmian told the system to shut up. He ordered the Titan system to focus on the battle. Kuma faced the enemy in battle. He received another blow. Kuma rushed towards the enemy. Romero pierced his armor. Jared cursed in displeasure. Kuma waved his sword at his opponent. There were about 3 Titans standing in front of him. Sir Chromis wondered how much longer the knight could hold out. Kuma's injuries began to glow blue due to regeneration. Sir Sidmian ordered that mana not be used on the damaged areas and was asked why by the Titan. The man said that at this rate they would lose and decided to take a risk. Kuma waved his shield. He threw his round shield forward with a powerful blow, causing it to roll. Romero, in whose direction the shield flew, did not expect such an outcome of events. He managed to deflect the enemy projectile with his shield, covering himself with it at the right moment. The blade of the sword gleamed. Titan Kuma stood with a long and large sword in his hands, pointing the weapon blade forward. His opponents froze in shock when they saw this. Sir Sidmian said, raising his shining sword up, that he no longer needed to defend himself. He was going to see how Romero would handle this. He ran quickly towards his enemies. 2 shields stood side by side. Jared sighed loudly. His swing of the weapon crossed 2 enemy shields. Sir Chromis's gaze took on doubt as he saw the strength of his opponent. He dropped his shield, which was cracked by the attack of the Night Titan Kuma. The green titanium sword glowed a light pink color. Sir Sidmion managed to notice this, but Romero was already raising his weapon over the Knightly Titan from behind. Kuma managed to avoid the enemy's blow in time. Instead of getting hurt, he blocked Romero's weapon with his sword. The glowing blades pressed tensely against each other. Jared noticed something. One of the Romeros froze, remaining silent. Dark was in the air, having obviously jumped so high. While the boy was in flight, he swung his blade. His body was rapidly falling down. A giant blue beam shot into the sky. Dark was kneeling on the ground, holding his blade in his hands, point down into the ground. Romero continued to stand motionless. The guy squinted as he looked at it. Again, a giant blue beam appeared, and the same flash illuminated everything. A shocked expression appeared in Kalyan's eyes. Dark created a bunch of thin and long beams as an attack. Kalyan was horrified because he thought it was impossible. Could a person create something like what this guy, a mercenary, created? There was a huge explosion that rounded into a blue ball. The door to the room creaked as it opened. Sir Tozer was glad that Sir Chromis had come, so he asked how the meeting with the mercenaries and the royal knight had gone. The man who came remembered his mission. He said with regret, closing his eyes, that the mission had failed. Sir Tozer was shocked by this statement, and in horror, he quickly asked if the man had a titanium. Chromis replied that Dark did not have a titan. The black-bearded man stood up, slamming his hands on the table, not believing that 4 Romero-class titans had lost against Sidmion's single titan. But it turned out that even though the knight was a strong opponent, he wasn't the big problem. It was that master. Dark completely destroyed the titan with just 1 sword. Sir Tozer was greatly taken aback by this information. Sir Chromis was silent. looking down thoughtfully. Romero's head was directed forward. A huge, blinding flash took the shape of a ball. The Titan tried to cover himself with his hands. Romero Caliana cracked and opened, revealing a man sitting inside. Mana continued to swirl around Dark in circles. Sir Chromus's face showed horror. He clearly did not expect something like this to happen. The man remembered Dark's gaze as emotionless and cold. Sir Chromus said that the black-bearded man could verify his words. Their Titan was completely destroyed, and Kalian, who piloted it, was out of action for 5 months. The man had certainly heard that people at the master level were strong, but that mercenary was not just strong. The level he had reached was impossible for a human, which terrified Sir Chromus. Sir Tozier touched his chin, considering his interlocutor's words. He asked how many Titans it would take to kill this man. At first, Sir Chromus assumed that 5 Romeros would be enough, but then he interrupted himself, calculating that at least 10 Romero-level Titans would be needed. Sir Tozer said that this meant that they must be willing to sacrifice 9 of their Titans, and yet they would not be able to defeat this man, even though he was alone. They had to find another way, and Sir Chromus was free for the day. Media shook the unconscious girl and said that it was all over. Palshan shouted to Dark in the distance whether he was okay after the fight. The guy covered the gigantic distance in one quick jump, approaching the leader of their mercenary squad. The man thought that everything was happening to Dark just as he thought. Palshan looked at the giant hole in the ground the boy had left behind after the battle and thought that he was an amazing, scary, and wonderful man. The man turned to Dark, who was already standing next to him. The guy wondered what his interlocutor wanted and became slightly nervous, looking away. Jared Sidmion said, placing his hand on his chest, that he was a proud knight of Tron of Trovia. He knelt down, saying that it was an honor to greet a respected master-class knight, not a blade master. Mikhail and the mercenary leader stared open-mouthed in shock at the kneeling knight, while Dark looked at him with confusion. The guy turned to Gaston and asked what master meant, which stunned him. The magician remembered that Dark didn't even know who the adepts were, so it was not surprising that he didn't understand anything, and asked a question. The magician thought that their leader should answer. But the man had a different opinion, because there was someone more suitable for telling the story on the required topic. Under this man, Palshan had a knight who was right here. Jared asked if it was true what he had heard about Dark, that he had been a hunter on Mount Trebark. Sidmion said that if it is difficult for a guy to answer, then it is normal, because it does not matter whether it is true or not. Dark scratched his head in confusion and asked why the knight was asking him then. Sir Sidmion asked if the boy belonged to any country, then asked if he could rephrase whether the boy had sworn allegiance to anyone. He replied that he had not. A hint of a smile flickered across the man's lips. He asked if Dark could then join his homeland, Trovia, inviting his interlocutor as the captain of the Royal Knights. Palshan and Mikhail were shocked by this statement. There were only 4 Royal Knights in Trovia, but their captain's seat was vacant. Jared could promise the boy that he would be treated as one of the country's greatest assets. Dark asked if it was because he was a master. The knight confirmed this by nodding to his interlocutor. Those who can infuse mana into a sword are at the adept level, but only masters can create a wave of mana with a sword. And in the entire Great Continent, there are only 12 people who can do something like that. Dark asked the man again about the number of people capable of such a thing. The knight confirmed this and said that wherever the boy went, he would be offered a high position in the army, and after proving his loyalty, he would receive the title of chief in the corresponding area. But Dark would not have to prove his loyalty in Trovia, because Jared would do everything he could to convince his majesty. The boy said that title and fame did not bother him. But Sir Sidmion said that there were 12 more people as strong as Dark himself. At least that's how many people the knight knew about. If Dark had accepted the man's offer, whether he could cross his blades with them was what worried the boy. Sir Sidmion was uneasy about this question. He said that he couldn't guarantee this to Dark, and he wondered in his head if all masters were so self-confident. Moreover, a battle between masters meant a war between countries, and a small country like Trovia could only fight at the adept level, which made the guy wonder if the master but adept that everyone praised turned out to be a weakling, how strong all these masters really were. But now, it was more important for Dark to find information about teleportation magic, and entertainment like the masters could wait. A chuckle was heard in the room of the high tower. Sir Tozier was pondering the information about Dark. This guy managed to survive a direct hit from the Flame of Apocalypse, and was even able to destroy a Titan with one ball. His student asked if he could speak. The man told him to speak. The Grey Magician said that it was hard to believe, but after he met that master a second time, he showed similar behavior. His teacher asked what this could mean. Dark ran straight towards their magic, This shows his competitive nature. Perhaps he is very confident in his abilities. Obviously, the guy is strong enough to think so. But it becomes clear that he has absolutely no understanding of magic. The black-bearded man asked what of it. There wasn't much magic that could. He stopped speaking, his eyes widening with a sudden thought. The gray-haired wizard said, bowing his head, that it was possible. Sir Tozer realized that even if they couldn't kill Dark, they could make him disappear. The city of Zillion had many green and yellow warm shades. Mikhail said that was all they could do. The mercenaries never found a single trace, so their leader thought that further searches were pointless. Jared exhaled as he sat on the floor. If he returned now, the knight would only face the wrath of Corinth, whether he should consult the oracle for guidance. Lana agreed with him, her eyes sparkled. She said that if a man wants to go to the oracle of the Temple of Athena, the goddess of wisdom is the best. Since the girl is from the Great Drow Temple, which houses the main temple of Athena, they won't even have to wait. The faces of the mercenaries present darkened, and Lana asked why. Dark stood up from his seat. The girl immediately noticed this and indignantly and loudly asked where he went when she was talking about important things. The guy wasn't sure he needed to listen to all this. Lana thought that, of course, he should listen to it, because Dark himself wasn't much use when it came to gathering information. Maybe he was embarrassed to listen to it, but nothing could be done about it. The guy ignored her sarcastic words and left the room, which surprised the girl who was expecting a reaction. Lana said it wasn't funny, and the mercenary leader smiled and suggested that Dark wasn't in the mood for it right now. The guy had been diligently searching for any information for the past few days, but it seemed he hadn't found anything useful yet. Dark stood behind the door. He irritably promised himself that he would kill this stupid little girl without anyone knowing. Jared, who had come up from behind, called out to him. The man said that his offer still stood, but Dark had already made his decision. The knight asked if it was because the boy was not satisfied with the fate of being a pawn in someone else's hands. But with his skills, such arrogance was not surprising. But more often than not, if politicians can't get their hands on such power, they'll try to destroy it, which will become even more likely when the team arrives in Corinth. Jared was sure that his interlocutor was unlikely to be able to deal with all of their masters on his own. These words made Dark think. He asked about Sir Sidmian's homeland, the country of Trovia, whether it was under the rule of Corinth. Jared's companions, the knight and the mage standing behind him, were stunned by the boy's suggestion. Sir Sidmian, greatly embarrassed by this, quickly closed the door behind him and confirmed the words of his interlocutor, saying that although Trovia and Corinth pretended to be allies, the truth could not be denied. On the other hand, thanks to this, they can protect Dark. Even though it is all in words, politicians cannot ask to give them an allied knight at their disposal. The guy was silent, listening to this. He believed that Sir Sidmian would face Corinth's wrath if this mission failed, so he thought it best to continue the conversation once the mission was accomplished. Jared understood this, and at that moment, Lana stuck her head out of the doorway, wanting to urgently find out what they were talking about. The girl reproachfully shouted at Dark that he was becoming more and more arrogant just because he knew how to fight a little. The guy addressed the girl, calling her first and last name, which surprised Lana Spittenberg because she didn't think he remembered her name. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes. Dark, with a frightening expression on his face, told her not to irritate him anymore. After that, he left, leaving the girl with Jared. Lana shouted after the guy that he was wrong to think that she was scared and that it was funny, although in fact she really was scared. And Sir Sidmian turned to her, asking if the girl wanted to continue their previous conversation. Lana apologized, not understanding what the man meant. He said that he knew that the fee for the oracle's predictions was quite high. In the city, there grew a wide tree with dark green foliage. In the middle of the crowd stood two figures in cloaks and wizard hats. One figure's clothes were colored blue, the other figure was dressed in pink and purple. The magician in blue clothes created a beautiful white dove with the help of magic, which amazed the people around them. Dark, sitting nearby on a bench surrounding a tree trunk, thought that judging by the flow, it was not a trick, and assumed that it was magic. The guy couldn't find any information about teleportation even here, and didn't know if he should go to Alcus and look there. But Dark had no idea how to get there, so it's possible that at some point he'll stop traveling with Palshan's crew. Looking at the sun, the guy remembered Lana, and, angry, waved his hand because he absolutely did not want to remember this little wretch ever again. His hand movements did not go unnoticed. One of the cloaked mages noticed that Dark was doing something, and his companion asked if the object of their observation could suspect something. The mage in pink and purple clothes announced that they were starting. He stretched out his hand, on the finger of which was a ring with a red stone. This man did not even imagine that he would use this thing only as a seal. Some man happily asked if this ring was magical. The wizard held out his hand. It was Sir Tozier. In the name of Cronetio, he commanded this indestructible ring as an object of seal. Tozer said that Dark should become the one he despised the most and used the antipathy spell. The silhouette of a guy was reflected in the stone of the ring. Dark suddenly noticed a strange red light. He turned around and saw a man casting a spell. Dark became angry when he recognized this man. There was a strange expression on Sir Tozier's face. He cursed in his mind because the guy initially ignored this wizard, since he did not feel the intent to kill. Dark ran towards his opponents, but his body began to change. He was taken by surprise by this sudden and strange feeling. The two sorcerers used warp, disappearing before the boy could reach them and do anything. The portal circle with symbols in the tower glowed with blue light. The blue-robed mage asked his teacher in a trembling voice if they had succeeded. Sir Tozier confirmed this, as the ring and the mercenary were engulfed in light. This was sufficient proof that everything had worked out. The gray magician was curious about what Dark could turn into, whether he could turn into a dragon. But his teacher thought that it was unlikely that if the guy turned into a dragon, the wizards would feel something powerful even for a moment. Usually, people after this magic turn into something like insects, but soon a couple of people will manage to find out what Dark has become. The people who had been watching the two wizards before were surprised to notice that they had disappeared. Two people chuckled, noticing something. They saw something fall. The cloak fell to the dusty ground. Dark was reflected in the red stone of the ring. Then he turned around because he felt something strange. There was a slight smile on Sir Tozier's face. A look of wariness flashed in Dark's eyes. At that moment, the wizards managed to disappear, using teleportation magic, warp. Dark plopped down on the ground, covered by his cloak and therefore invisible. He cursed mentally because his enemies managed to escape again. Two people approached with smiles and asked if the guy was okay and if he needed help. Dark wondered what these people were saying and if they were always this tall before standing up. Feeling his body become unusually heavy, and ignoring the words of the two, he walked while one blonde guy awkwardly asked him to wait. Dark's clothes looked baggy, which he noticed. The guy also wondered why his sword began to feel heavier. The blonde man grabbed his head, thinking he should have asked the name. A loud scream was heard in the hotel building. Lana asked the newcomer who he was, while Gaston and Jared stood behind her, also not understanding anything. The person in the baggy clothes shouted rudely at the girl to shut up. Lana was scared by this. But the man who was Dark suddenly clapped his hand to his mouth, realizing that something was wrong with his voice. He turned to Gaston, asking what had happened to him, since the boy no longer felt Kai in his body. A look of realization crossed the wizard's face. Dark removed the hood of his cloak, and although the magician was able to recognize him, his face was different. It was Lana's appearance. A shocked expression appeared on Sir Sidmian's face. Antonio and the knight met each other's eyes in surprise. Palshan, Media, and Mikhail, who was busy combing his long blonde hair, were also shocked. Dark, now looking like a girl, asked with displeasure why they were looking at him like that. Was there something wrong with him? The mercenary leader turned to the girl who borrowed a mirror from the still-frozen Mikhail. She knelt down, handed the mirror to Dark, and asked what had happened to him. A guy, but with Lana's appearance, looked in the mirror and saw his face. He closed his eyes when he saw the reflection. But when Dark opened his eyes, Lana's face looking at him from the mirror was still there. Not believing his eyes, the boy touched someone else's face. The image in the mirror changed, because his now long, light hair flashed there. Dark fell unconscious, frightening the red-haired girl. She picked it up and realized that it was exactly the same weight as Lana, that is light. Palshan handed the girl a pillow for the unconscious Dark, and Jared sat down next to the body and asked her to wait. He placed his palm on the guy's body. Lana grabbed the knight by the back of the head, indignantly asking where he was touching Dark. The guy grabbed the girl and pulled her away, explaining that it was Dark, but Lana thought that it didn't matter, because now he had her body, and she had managed to gain fat because she ate a lot. Dark continued to lie unconscious. Jared felt his body, listening to the sensations. A look of alarm appeared on the man's face. He said it wasn't just a change in appearance, and a worried Media asked why. Sir Sidmian had never seen anything like it before. Most of the mana inside Dark's body was gone. Palshan was horrified to hear this information. The red-haired girl covered her mouth with her hand in shock as she looked at this. Sir Sidmian said with regret that Dark's life as a warrior was now over. Now the boy has become just a fragile little girl. The purple night sky began to change. The sun illuminated the hotel building. The legs, in oversized trousers, touched the wooden floor. Dark assumed a sitting position on the bed. The hilt of the saber glittered in the sun's rays. The guy looked sadly at his weapon. He stood up from the bed, his hand drawing his saber from its sheath. Dark swung his weapon, extending his hand. His hand began to tremble. A desperate expression appeared on Dark's face. The handle shook in his hand, but the guy still tried to hold on to the saber. The weapon fell from his hand and hit the wooden floor. Dark grabbed his hand. His accumulated ki from 70 years of training. The body obtained through divine rebirth of his earthly body. All this was gone. Dark sadly thought about the possibilities of returning to his world in such a body. There was a discreet knock on the door. It was Media who brought the clothes. Behind the closed green door, she couldn't help but hear the guy's groans. The girl sympathetically lowered her head down, feeling sorry for him. Palshan took a piece of bread from the bowl and noticed that Media was late. Mikhail said that it was a rather grim situation, and Gaston turned to Sir Sidmian. The guy asked if it was true that the warrior's life was now over for Dark. The knight said that his situation was better than Lana's. He can be thought of as a fragile girl who has complete mastery of the sword in theory. Or rather, since Dark learned it himself, it is not just a theory. Mikhail asked if Sir Sidmian meant that since the boy had lost too much mana to apply this theory, then as a warrior he was dead. He agreed with that. No matter how strong your psyche is, you won't be able to cope with stress when the skills you've perfected your entire life disappear in an instant. Considering the level Dark has reached, the stress and frustration is unimaginable for people like the group of people gathered here. Jimmy suddenly spoke. He believed that if he were in Dark's place, he would have gone crazy or committed suicide. Lana was outraged by their reasoning because she did not understand what was wrong with her body. Antonio said that it was not worth going that far. The mercenary leader said that Jimmy was right, which made the girl even more angry. Palshan said that it was not about her appearance. Mages use power from outside to use magic, but warriors store magic in their body. Over decades, they increase it step by step. The despair of losing everything at once is impossible to understand for someone who has never trained as a warrior. Antonio, Crow, and Lana were silent. As she walked down the stairs, Media asked why everyone was so upset. Behind her walked a gloomy Dark, who had changed into clothes that suited his new body. Someone called his name, but the guy didn't react, looking down. Jared, clearly worried about him, asked if Dark was okay. The guy answered positively, but his face was sad. Sir Sidmian said that he would not tell him to do his best, but would rather just offer him something to eat for now. Jimmy said with a smile that at least Dark's new clothes looked appropriate. The red-haired girl thought it was a good thing they had spare clothes. Lana said with a bored face that it was terrible. Dark asked again with displeasure what she had said. The girl was irritated by this situation. What kind of curse was it that could turn him into her? Dark's gaze became angrier than it had been just a second ago. Lana asked what she should now call a girl who looked like her, since it was no longer possible to call a guy an old man. The table shook when Dark stepped on it. He jumped, swinging his saber at Lana, who didn't have time to react. The girl screamed in fear, covering herself with her hands and closing her eyes. She froze, but no blow came. So Lana opened her eyes to see what was happening. Media managed to stop the guy's blade with her sword, covering the girl with her body. An irritated Dark ordered her to get out of his way. The red-haired girl asked if he was crazy to attack a child with a gun. The boy repeated his order and pushed her sword away. Media's gaze became nervous because her opponent's knowledge was still there, and this gave him an advantage. A series of saber strikes and active attacks followed. Dark swung his weapon, and the girl realized that he had not forgotten how to use a sword. With skills alone, he was levels above her. The blade of the sword trembled and twitched. And yet, thought Media, continuing the fight, her hands gripped the hilt of the weapon tightly. The girl hit Dark's saber with her blade. His arms dropped due to the force of the blow he received. They were now weaker than when he was in his own body with enough Kai. Media said that he couldn't even handle the weight of the sword, and the company couldn't cause a commotion in this place, so she suggested that they stop fighting. The girl's hands held the handle tightly for another swing. Dark was breathing heavily. The fight was not easy for him. Media swung her blade. Palshan and Jared watched this nervously, not interfering in the battle. Dark had his back turned to the girl, still holding his saber in his hands. He said that Media really thought that she could defeat him with force alone, which was in vain. The girl stared at him with incomprehension. She realized that the guy was still fast. He deftly dodged another attack from Media. The girl chuckled in displeasure during the battle. The guy's blade managed to scratch her cheek, and blood began to flow from the scratch. Media pushed him back some distance with an attack from her weapon. She froze for a moment, feeling a slight pain. The girl raised her hand, looking at the flowing blood. A smug smile appeared on Dark's face as he considered this a victory, but his emotion quickly changed to alarm when he heard Media's stern and very displeased voice. The red-haired girl was very outraged that Dark dared to hurt her face and smile. She began to look frightening. The guy was horrified by her reaction and stunned, because he did not expect this. The rest of the people watched what was happening in horror and nervously, waiting for the end of the fight. Dark's saber flew into the air and stuck into the floor. The guy himself was pushed away and fell onto the stone floor. The girl stepped on his chest, pressing Dark to the floor. She said that wielding a blade with such a body would only put the guy in a worse situation, since he would anger his opponent. While Dark is under the curse, he should just sit here and not get into trouble. The guy was silent, listening to media. The girl left him lying there as she left, believing she had taught him a lesson. Dark breathed heavily, looking at the blade of his own saber stuck into the boards above his head. Beads of sweat ran down his gloomy face. He was clearly tense. The capital of Thoria, Cromel, was awash with a variety of vibrant colors, from the bright rooftops to the clear sky and green vegetation. The Temple of Athena was beautiful and bright, quite high and wide, decorated with columns. The High Priestess was good. She was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue, light, almost transparent eyes, and the woman's outfit was bright blue. Lana actively and vigorously recounted the events that had happened to the woman, and she listened to it all with a smile, which amazed the girl's companions. Dark was clutching his aching head, groaning and grumbling. Raven asked how his hangover was, and Jimmy reminded him that they had advised him not to drink too much. Mikhail chuckled, assuming that it was related to the defeat in the fight with media. The guy then looked lost and gloomy. Dark sighed, remembering how he started getting drunk yesterday out of emotion. Lana said that this was how she got here, all this only because there was a student of the Great Drow Temple here. The High Priestess chuckled, noting that this adventure turned out to be difficult for a simple student mission. Darko was irritated by all this nonsense with obvious exaggerations and lies of the little girl. The woman asked if the blonde man's name was Mikkel and clearly wanted to tell him something. The mercenary understood that they were addressing him and was ready to listen. The priestess asked where Sir Sidmian was. She had heard that he was their leader. Since Toria and Trovia are not allies, the mercenary comrades decided to limit their movements. The woman decided to first analyze the curse for which she needed to touch the bewitched person. Dark's face was stern and displeased. The High Priestess placed her white-gloved hand on the boy's head. Everything around began to glow with a soft, bright light. The woman was clearly surprised. Dark's companions watched this closely. It was impossible, but the High Priestess could not remove such a curse. The woman believed that probably no one could do it. This black magic is called antipathy, and the curse cannot be undone by anyone except the magician who cast it. There is another option. You can kill this sorcerer and find a medium who binds the curse. Dark remembered the wizard who cursed him. He was worried whether he could kill Sir Tozier in such a state. The location of the dragon heart and the one who cast the curse. The woman was interested in whether the people who came wanted to hear the wisdom of the goddess about these two. Mikhail had one more request. The priestess asked what this request was. The man turned to Antonio Crow, as if hinting for action. The bearded wizard placed his hand on Lana's head, and she asked in fear what he was doing. The man activated the memory seal and memory lock, enchanting the child's head. The girl's previously lively, albeit frightened gaze became dull and emotionless. A look of fear appeared on the High Priestess's face, and even Dark became nervous, not understanding what was happening. She immediately grabbed Lana, asking what the mage had done, clearly agitated by what was happening. Mikhail said with regret that he didn't want to do that either. The woman asked if they really thought they could handle the consequences of using mental magic in the Temple of Athena, since it was unacceptable and wrong. The fair-haired mercenary believed that they could come to an agreement, because the priestess heard what the girl said when she described their path. The woman asked anxiously what they meant. Mysterious knights, a wizard with black magic, who they encountered on this difficult journey, titans, the dragon heart, and finally a high-level curse that couldn't be removed. The mercenaries could agree on how dangerous this mission was. It was a miracle that none of them were killed, and the girl also survived. The priestess asked if this was necessary to protect Lana from harm. She didn't understand why they couldn't just ask for the child, but Mikhail informed her that the girl had already escaped from the temple. Lana followed their team, stealing a horse and enchanting it to give it more stamina. There was no point in asking her for anything. Mikhail knew that the woman was capable of dispelling such a spell, but the man asked to wait until the end of their mission. Although this was the apprentice's first task, the mercenaries could no longer bear this burden. The High Priestess understood what she was being thanked for and promised to protect the girl until the time came. The woman said that she would now prepare to receive the wisdom of the goddess and asked the people to wait there. The sun was setting behind the temple building, and sunset was approaching. Jimmy said he didn't understand something, turning to Mikkel. The boy asked if they could really talk about the dragon heart here, if Toria wasn't Corinth's ally, and if they wouldn't pass on this information to someone who shouldn't know about it. The man said that everything was fine, because they were asking for the wisdom of the goddess. If the request was not made publicly, everything would be kept in the strictest confidence. Even the emperor of the nation would not have the right to demand information for himself. It would mean his disrespect for God himself, which surprised Jimmy enough. The power of the king and the god cannot be intertwined, which is why soldiers cannot pull out criminals who asked for shelter in the temple. Argon was an exception, where the king is the high priest of the temple. Jimmy chuckled awkwardly, and the bearded wizard standing next to him looked surprised. Antonio noticed that Mikkel didn't look like an ordinary mercenary. He must have received a significant education. The suggestion that Mikkel was of noble birth alarmed the fair-haired mercenary. He said it was impossible while Dark sat behind a column with an uninterested look. The priestess said that she brought a message from the goddess. She walked, carrying a large scroll in each of her hands. One scroll was about the location of the dragon heart, and the second scroll was about the location of the wizard who cast the curse. Dark frowned at the sight of this, and his appearance became even gloomier. The scroll had some creepy images on it, showing some place with a magic circle and a horned creature. Antonio Crow looked thoughtfully at the azure beast with horns. He said that he had one in mind. Such a beast was the azure dragon, a large and dangerous creature. This information scared Palshan and Mikhail. Jared thought that it sounded plausible, but entering the azure dragon's territory to look for the dragon heart was nothing short of a suicide attempt. A question was asked about the second drawing, an image of the place where a magic circle was drawn on the floor. Antonio didn't know the answer. The sorcerer couldn't say anything until he saw what runes were inside. Palshan suggested going to Alcasis to gather the information they needed. Jared agreed with him, because perhaps someone from the Empire of Wizards would be able to recognize the magic circle. Initially, Dark was also heading to Alcasis. Maybe the mercenaries and their companions will be able to find some clues to lift the curse. Someone's female voice called out loudly to Dark. Media ran towards the doorway. The squad leader asked what happened. The girl quickly asked if Dark was here. She was clearly worried. Palshan became nervous because, up until that moment, he thought that the guy was with Media. It turned out that Dark disappeared after notifying the red-haired girl that he was going to take a shower. Mikkel and Palshan panicked when they heard this information. A plump, mustachioed man greeted the man in front of him. Dark, the man himself, leaned against the counter and asked for a bottle. The man, who was also the seller, clarified that the guy was not going to drink it because he looked like an underage girl, to which he lied that it was just his assignment. The seller handed a large bottle to Dark, saying that the item cost 5 silver coins and 22 tar, and the boy paid for his purchase. Dark turned around and left, holding the drink he had bought in his hands. He opened the neck of the bottle with his teeth, tearing the cork out, after which the guy began to empty the bottle in one gulp, not paying attention to the fact that some of the contents were pouring down his neck and down his collar. He cleared his throat, saying it was wonderful, referring to the drink. The alcohol here was definitely better than this place itself, and now Dark couldn't even do anything. He didn't finish speaking, falling to the ground and dropping the bottle from his hands, which flew high into the air and rolled away. The guy couldn't even return to his world, because he himself didn't understand the local magic, and teleportation magic in particular. Next to him sat a black cat, which had been following him even when he was buying alcohol. Dark sat on his knees and began to scratch and stroke the animal. 3 people were watching him from a distance, their sly smiles not auguring anything good. On a dark evening, the windows in the house glowed yellow. Someone's black boots stopped right in front of the door. The broken door and the subsequent noise interrupted the people's time spent in the house. Mikhail, Raven, and Jimmy stood on the threshold, their faces clearly not in the mood for a friendly and peaceful conversation. The men in the house asked who the people who had come were. The eyes of the 3 mercenaries shone with seriousness in the darkness. The man behind whom the bed stood repeated his question. Dark was lying in the bed, sleeping, undressed, but covered with a blanket. The man swung his fist at Mikhail, insulting him with a strong word. His hand shot towards the mercenary's face. A slight look of fear appeared on the man's face. His fist touched Mikhail's forehead, but he didn't move. The mercenary grabbed the man by the arm. Mikhail used force, yanking the man's arm down. He dropped his stunned opponent to the floor before the other men could even figure out what was happening. Mikhail called Jimmy and Raven. Alarm flashed in the men's eyes. Mikhail asked the boys to make sure their opponents stayed alive. While Jimmy and Raven were dealing with the villains, as evidenced by the noise and screams in the background, the blonde man took care of Dark, wrapping him in a cloak. Mikhail lifted the boy's body into his arms. The fair-haired man was already leaving the house with Dark in his arms when Media ran up to him screaming. The red-haired girl asked anxiously if the mercenary had found the guy. But the sight of an unconscious Dark in the guise of a girl in a man's arms said it all perfectly for him. Media's face became stern. The beaten men, their faces swollen and bruised, begged for mercy. The red-haired girl asked Jimmy and Raven to stop with an unkind smile. She would be sorry if the villains died before she got to them. The eyes of the beaten people showed fear at the realization of what would happen to them next. Mikhail walked away from the house with the rescued boy, wrapped in a dark cloak, in his arms, while screams and pleas for mercy or death were heard in the building itself. The house was burned down, orange flames sending plumes of smoke into the dark night sky. Gaston sat on the floor of the room with a sullen look and his arms folded across his chest. He considered throwing a couple more fireballs at the building. Media entered the room with a loud slam of the door, attracting the attention of Gaston and the leader of their mercenary squad. The look in her green eyes was serious. Everyone in the room stared at her, waiting for Media to speak. The girl said that fortunately nothing happened. Dark just fell asleep because of the alcohol. The whole company breathed a sigh of relief. The realization that they no longer had to worry was pleasant. Mikhail said he was so nervous he couldn't sleep. Jimmy couldn't help but agree with him. Jared said that this was all good and suggested that they go to Alcasus the following morning. They decided to go to bed early today. The bright sun was already shining in the blue sky. The horses stamped their hooves as they galloped forward. Sleepy Dark asked for more beer. Opening his eyes, he found himself tied to a horse in a lying position, which surprised him, and Gaston, riding next to him, asked how long the guy was going to continue drinking in the mornings and advised him to get some sleep. Dark asked where they were going. Their team was going to Alcaças. They needed to see if they could gather any information there, and now the guy wouldn't be identified. So Gaston claimed that the mercenaries would call Dark their slave, so he needed to behave quietly when their procession entered the city. The guy tied to the horse asked what the point was. Media explained, "This is the Empire of Magicians. There we hope to find clues from the drawings in the temple and from your curse." Mikhail added that there is a dragon territory nearby, judging by the records. Still not knowing what creature the blonde was talking about, Dark repeated its name and asked what kind of creature it was. Mikhail explained that this is a creature that ordinary people cannot understand. Majestic creatures that can cover the skies with their wings, calling down lightning, fire, and even storms. Despite their bestial appearance, they are wiser than humans and can speak human language. Sometimes they destroy, devour, or even save humans. The boy thought about it, imagining a drawing of a Chinese dragon, and Antonio noted that it was a rather poetic description, as if the blonde man was from nobility. For a few moments, Mikhail was simply silent. Then he looked at the wizard and said, "You have become terribly attached to this idea since we visited the temple." Crow looked at the mercenary in surprise. He himself hadn't noticed how he had become fixated on this thought. Mikhail asked, "It seems you like having nobles on your side. In that case, what is the benefit?" Antonio replied, "The benefit? I don't even dream of such a thing. The formula, the secret, and the enigma, that's what spurs the curiosity of wizards. Because as soon as they solve these mysteries, the pleasure they receive will be immeasurable." Running his hand through his hair, the blonde said, "I think it would be better to focus my unnecessary curiosity on magical research." The men looked at each other silently and with distrust. Somewhat uneasy about their conversation, Jared said, "Antonio, our mission is to get the help of these adventurers, not to get on their nerves." The wizard apologized for being annoying, but the blonde didn't respond. So the group of mercenaries and knights wandered for some time through the fields, hills, and forests. They soon reached Alcasus, a border town of Gracia. At the gate, a group of people were met by two knights armed with axes. One of them asked where the travelers came from. Smiling, Palshan took out the documents, handed them to the guards, and said that they were from the city of Zilion. "Here is our entry permit." Looking through the papers, the guard concluded, "So you all came from Toria. The goal is the arena." However, the man was confused by Dark, who was tied to the horse and was just a child to him. The mercenary leader nervously replied, "She is our slave. She is too young to sit in the saddle, so we had no choice." The guards didn't really believe it, but they didn't ask any unnecessary questions and silently let the group of people into the city. One of them asked, "They keep a slave on a horse, do you believe it?" Another one answered anxiously, "Did you see this child's eyes? There is no hope or will in them. They are exactly the eyes of a slave." Once again, Dark had overdone it with his alcohol consumption. The jug and cup were overturned, allowing the remains of the noxious liquid to flow out onto the table, where half of the swordsman's sleeping body lay. Jared, Jimmy, and Raven looked at this depressing picture and sighed sadly. Behind the former swordsman's back was a saber, which Sidmian decided to remove. When handing the weapon over to Jimmy, Jared explained that it was a rather dangerous item for Dark's mental health, to which the mercenary agreed. Raven placed Dark on his back and said that he would take him to bed. The mercenary became nervous after hearing the strange sounds coming from the former swordsman and told him not to hold back. Drunk Dark took this literally and started vomiting right on Raven. The mercenary screamed in disgust, and Jimmy and Jared, sympathizing with their comrade, were glad that they weren't the ones who had to carry the guy. After a while, a disgruntled Raven sat and wrung out his freshly washed clothes. And at that moment, Dark was lying on his bed and seeing an alcoholic dream. The next morning arrived, and the awakened swordsman was walking down the stairs to his friends. Hearing the creaking of wooden steps, Media looked towards the guy. Palshan asked if he had finally woken up, and the girl waved her hand at him, calling the mixture to their table. However, Dark was not interested in anything now. He was too thirsty, and at that moment he noticed a red-haired guy who was carrying a tray with a jug and 2 cups. The swordsman asked if there was any Goresh in the vessel, and the red-haired man, alarmed, hesitantly confirmed it. The guy remembered how yesterday this girl had waved a saber at him, demanding that he give her the alcohol. And when she got drunk and threw up on Raven, it was he who had to clean the vomit off the floor. Dark demanded that they give him the alcohol and brazenly took the jug, and the alarmed red-haired man just silently watched this. Palshan suddenly took hold of the jug, not allowing the swordsman to swallow the drink again. Giving the man a displeased look, Dark demanded that he release the jug. However, the man did not listen. The guy tried to vomit the drink, but the little girl's body was not capable of this. Looking at his friend's efforts, Palshan said that Dark needed to stop drinking, or at least drink something with less alcohol content, like beer. The swordsman replied that he didn't want this, and the mercenary, dissatisfied with this behavior, asked if the package had really decided to let things slide. Dark frowned and said, "Yeah? What are you going to do, huh?" Feeling the anger rising, the man asked, "Do you think I won't do anything?" He squeezed the jug so hard in his hand that the container cracked and shattered into pieces. Palshan and Dark looked at each other angrily, ready to start a fight at any second. But at that moment, Gaston stood between them, put his hands on their shoulders, and good-naturedly said the swordsman's name, trying to calm his comrades. Dark looked at the wizard, still feeling dissatisfied with the situation. Smiling, Gaston said, "I knew someone with the same curse. He was my revered mentor, but the orcs took his daughter. Can you guess what he turned into?" The indignant swordsman did not understand why the wizard was telling him this. Gaston explained that the mentor committed suicide the next day, which upset the swordsman. The wizard continued to speak. "A month has already passed, but you still have not chosen this option. And for this I admire you with all my heart. I want you to hold on until the last moment. Please know that we went to Alcasus for you two." Dark thought and looked down. His gaze met that of the red-haired youth who was collecting the fragments of the jug. The guy got nervous and said he would bring a new bottle. For a few moments, Dark just looked at the young man, thinking about his next move. Then he turned away and said, "No need, just bring me some water." The entire group of mercenaries was happy with this outcome. Palshan praised Gaston for such a good job. Walking over to their table, Dark sat down on a chair and crossed his legs, crossing his arms in front of him. He then asked his comrades what plan they had for him. The sun broke through the gray clouds, illuminating several titans standing quietly. Looking at Antonio, Media asked, "Were titans always produced in public places like this?" Crow replied, "Alcasus exports more titans than anyone. It's not for nothing that it's an empire of wizards. A titan without an axion is just a big pile of iron, so it won't be possible to take it anyway." The entire group of mercenaries was at the high castle where the Magician's Guild was located. Looking at this building, Jared said, "I'm afraid if we don't find information, even here it would be better for us to surrender." Dark, with his brows furrowed, was already prepared for failure. A moment later, the door opened in front of them and someone invited them to enter. It was a gray-haired man who said, "You have brought some dirty magic with you." Palshan explained that they would like to remove the curse of antipathy. The man exclaimed that it was a shame to become like that. And the indignant mercenary replied, "What are you talking about? It's not about me." Dark approached the old man, and Palshan stepped aside and began to examine himself in the mirror, not understanding what was wrong with him. The old man clarified, "Didn't you say it was antipathy?" Antonio explained that Dark was a grown man and an incredible warrior at that, and the mage replied, "How strange that someone could hate such a cute little girl. If it were me, I can guarantee that I would be turned into a cockroach. I just don't understand how those little bastards get to the 8th floor. I want to leave this place right now." The guy interrupted the wizard and said, Don't think about the reasons, is there any way? The old man replied that it was impossible to fix, which completely upset Dark. Not wanting to accept this, Palshan asked if there was a way to restore his previous mana. And the man asked, "Do you think there is magic that will allow you to restore mana and leave your body?" Indignant media asked if they could at least get a list of those who were capable of using such black magic. And the old man explained, "A wizard who sold his soul to a demon would certainly make himself known. It would be better to give up. You should consider it luck, considering that he became a different person." The disgruntled girl said that she shouldn't have said something like that, and Dark told her that everything was fine. He turned away and walked towards the exit, and the girl asked him to stop. Suddenly, the magician asked if the swordsman was a great warrior, but the boy remained silent. The old man said, "Seeing how you didn't commit suicide by turning into what you hate the most, I can tell you have incredible mental fortitude, even though you're already at your limit. Like I said, isn't it lucky to turn into another person, since you still have memories of the past?" Dark stopped and was silent for a while, but then asked, "What do you want to say?" The magician replied, "The path you have walked once will be easy to walk again. You already know it." Thanks to these words, the guy had an epiphany. Now he understood that he just had to go through his path to the rebirth of the body again. The old man noted, "Time is on your side, I guarantee it." Dark folded his hands in front of him in a certain gesture and thanked the magician for his instruction. The team rushed after their comrade, who walked away. Dark rushed forward, hope in his eyes. Now he understood what he needed to do. Divine breath is the basis for the formation of the chi reserve in the body. Sitting in the lotus position, Dark thought, "If I start using the techniques of the School of Dark Arts ahead of time, I risk being engulfed in demonic flames. In my current state, it's better to die. That's the best solution. There's no chi in this body at all. Developing a sound mind is the key to my success. There are huge gaps in the technique of the devil spirit. Damn it, this is all I've managed to save up in the last 4 days. I need more to open the chi passage. It's so annoying. If I open the passage for the foundations, I can absorb a large amount of chi at once, using the tranquility of the North Sea to instantly achieve the divine rebirth of the earthly body." While Dark was meditating, the door was opened by Media, who wanted to make sure everything was okay with the guy. Then the girl went downstairs, sat down at her team's table, and said that Dark was still behaving the same way. Palshan sighed sadly, worrying about his friend. He didn't understand how this was even possible. For the last 4 days, Dark had just been sitting on the floor and only coming out to eat. Placing his hand on his cheek, Jared thought. He then turned to Ronnie, who was trying to bite into a steak, and asked what condition Dark was in this morning. Forced to put down the piece of meat and fold his hands in front of him, Kentaro replied, "Amazing. No, better than before." Sidmion asked if this was really possible even without sleep, and the priest said, "I would like to ask if meditation is not used in military training." Jared explained, "This is different. Meditation is useless for a powerless body that can withstand the basics. Meditation only plays a supporting role, such as healing damaged muscles after training, restoring or regulating the accumulated mana in the body." Palshan continued, "Sleep is essential when it comes to military training. Training without sleep, his body will not withstand it." Jared thought that it was foolish to argue about training methods with someone who had already reached the level of a master. However, Dark's behavior shocked him, so he simply followed him. Lowering his head onto the table, Sidmion noted that they had even forgotten to ask about the drawings, and Palshan said, "Okay, then we'll come next time." He went on a journey, and the other magicians said that they had no idea what it was. The knight said, "Nothing can be done. Since we cannot just sit and do nothing, there is only one thing left to do." Palshan and Media became nervous and asked what they were supposed to do. Having finally upset the mercenaries, the knight said that they needed to find the blue dragon. At that moment, Dark came down to them and said that he would go with them. Sidmion noted that the guy looked great and said, "We'll leave right after lunch, okay?" Dark thought that he should concentrate on the breathing technique to stabilize the Kai. But he was curious to see the one called the dragon. If he really exists, maybe he would ask for his help. After some thought, the guy confidently replied that he agreed to this. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering over the Kratos Empire. A certain being said, "I feel a faint aura of mana from the one standing in front of me. Who are you?" The man, clad in armor, with his arms crossed in front of him, replied, "I am Pruyonpan Longart, the greatest knight of Kratos and captain of the Royal Guard. I would like to make a contract with you, becoming your master." The Blue Titan said, "Since I, Pegasus, see no other worthy ones, I will accept your offer. From this day on, you and I, according to the ancient contract of the golems, you become my master." Numerous nobles gathered in the emperor's palace. Among them was Lord Tozer, who was watching what was happening closely. Down in the arena stood a red titan, and it was driven by a gray-eyed, brown-haired man. Opposite him was Pegasus, with Longart inside. The blue titan asked if this was his opponent, and the captain replied that it was, and asked to show him what Pegasus was capable of. The blue titan's eyes blazed brighter. He was ready to fight. The brown-haired man, watching the enemy, became somewhat alarmed. Pegasus attacked too quickly, throwing his sword at the red titan. However, the surprised brown-haired man still managed to reflect the attack with his shield. But this blow still pressed the red titan's legs into the ground. Shaitan thought that this was some kind of madness. Pegasus had such incredible power that a little more and the shield would have split in two. The red titan didn't have time to come to his senses before the blue one flew at him and kicked him, sending him flying. In a moment, Pegasus was already very close. The brown-haired man was very nervous as he didn't even have time to react. While the red titan was still in the air, Pegasus struck him in the stomach from above. The powerful attack literally crushed the enemy into the ground, raising clouds of dust. The stunned emperor stood up abruptly and leaned against the railing, trying to see at least something. The red titan was defeated and was covered in cracks, and above him loomed the majestic Pegasus. The blue titan's next action scared the brown-haired man. Pegasus raised his weapon, pointing it at his opponent. Frank shouted for the blue titan to stop as the winner had been decided. However, Pegasus did not react. He continued to hold his sword over the red titan. Then he began to raise the blade, intending to pierce the enemy. Lord Tozer was stunned. He did not understand why this was happening. The alarmed emperor shouted even louder for Longart to stop. The brown-haired man became more and more afraid, realizing that his end was near. Without listening to anyone, Pegasus pointed his blade down at the titan. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, preparing to accept his death. But the pain never pierced his body, so the guy opened one eye to understand what was happening. The sword was in the ground at that moment, only slightly damaging the red titan's head. After that outrage, the captain hurried to get out of Pegasus. Jumping out of the titan, Longart immediately bowed deeply to the emperor. Pruyan then said, "I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty, because the titan is very powerful. I am having trouble controlling its power. I am grateful for you providing me with such a powerful titan." Frank breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Well, that's good to hear. Keep working on yourself." Frowning as usual, the captain said that he would do so. As the brown-haired man crawled out of the titan, Longart ran up to him, asking if Kisley was okay. The guy smiled and replied, "It's okay, but I seriously thought I was going to die here, even if you screwed up while piloting it. It's probably just an incredible titan." The man, looking sad, said it wasn't him. Shaking off the dust, Kisley frowned, not understanding what this meant. The alarmed captain explained, "I was not in control of him when it all happened." Now the brown-haired man became nervous and asked what the captain meant. Taking his time to answer, Longart looked up at the titan. Then he insulted Pegasus altogether. Pruyan explained that the titan was simply using him for mana. Meanwhile, Jimmy was slashing at the troll. However, the resulting wound easily regenerated. The guy said it was unfair. Opening its mouth and screaming furiously, the monster swung its hammer at Jimmy. However, the mercenary successfully ducked from this attack. The guy grinned and noted that the troll was too slow. At that moment, he hit his head on the ground because someone dared to push off him. It was Raven who asked Jimmy for forgiveness. Raising his sword back, the mercenary flew straight at the troll. A moment later, Raven cut off the monster's hand that held the hammer. After that, Jimmy rushed towards him. With one deft movement of his hand, he cut off the troll's head. Meanwhile, Dark finished off another monster. The guy was breathing heavily. He was unhappy that even such a small thing was taking all his strength. Raven and Jimmy told him that he shouldn't be so reckless and advised him to stick with them. One of them asked where Gaston was now. The wizard himself at that moment directed his magic at the enemy. Feeling the pain from the electric discharge, the ogre screamed furiously. Somewhere nearby, Mikkel was fighting a monster. Jimmy, Dark, and Raven were running towards him, warning the blonde about the danger behind him. Looking back, Dark saw a troll raise a stone above him from behind. However, quite unexpectedly, the monster's hands and head were cut off. This was facilitated by a powerful blow from Palshan. Mikkel noted that it was not bad, and the commander said that one mistake and it would all be over. Another crowd of trolls was approaching the team, and Palshan couldn't figure out where they came from. Suddenly, Antonio, who was behind, cried out, "Ice cannon!" He then directed an energy beam at the monsters. The trolls that this beam was able to touch immediately turned into ice. The other part of the crowd was successfully cut down by Jared with his sword. Seeing this, Mikkel and Palshan were amazed at the level of his skill. Jimmy sighed heavily and said they seemed to have put most of it in. He didn't even notice how a troll approached him and swung a large stick at him. The guy wanted to somehow dodge, but he didn't have time. The brown-haired man was in pain, which attracted the attention of Dark and Raven. Jimmy was already lying on the ground, writhing in pain, holding his shoulder where the blow had landed. And the troll raised his club back, intending to finish off the mercenary. Seeing this, Dark became somewhat alarmed. He couldn't let his friend die, so he rushed to him. Once he was close, Dark walked across the troll's legs with his saber. This helped distract the monster from Jimmy. The troll swung his club and tried to attack the guy, but the guy was able to avoid being injured by jumping back. But the girl's legs couldn't keep her balance and her body fell to the ground. Dark was breathing heavily and shaking with fatigue. He was dissatisfied with his current stamina. The troll was about to attack him again, but the boy couldn't feel his legs and couldn't dodge. He folded his hands in front of him, remembering what Gaston had taught him. Dark concentrated on the mana, thinking through each step of forming the spell. The guy was already sweating profusely, and the club was rapidly approaching him. A fleeting moment, and the stick reached the ground. Jimmy looked hesitantly towards his comrade, afraid that he was dead. However, Dark was still safe and sound. He was unable to perform magic, but the guy was surrounded by a shield. The troll's club was broken, and Antonio stood behind him, making a shield around Dark. The wizard asked Simeon to take the boy away. The knight immediately rushed towards Dark, grabbed him, and carried him away from the monster. Crow, meanwhile, began to chant a new spell. This caught the attention of the troll, who turned around and ran at the mage. Besides him, several more monsters headed towards Antonio. Counting their number, the man only rejoiced. A magic circle formed above him, and he summoned an ice spear. A few moments later, 6 trolls were immediately pierced by Crow's magic. She fought with her comrades and Media, who cut off the head of one of the trolls. He fell to the ground dead, and the girl put her foot on his hand and breathed heavily. Turning to her breathless friends, she asked if everyone was finished. Sitting on the ground, Palshan was indignant that 30 trolls at once was too much even for Mount Grecian, and Gaston lay down, declaring that he thought he would die here. Jared, who had single-handedly killed half of them, bowed his head and said, "Forgive me if Kuma hadn't been so badly battered in the last battle." Reaching out his hand to Jimmy, Ronnie said that Sidmion didn't have to apologize for them. When Kentaro touched the brown-haired man and began to heal him, Jimmy cried out that it hurt and began to strangle the priest. The alarmed Raven tried to remove his hand and told his friend to stand still, and Ronnie wheezed that it was all Shayhart's will. Now Jimmy grabbed Raven's hair, and Media noted, "What a calm guy. The fortitude of the believer's spirit is amazing." While putting the finishing touches on it, Kentaro smiled and said that this should help. Jimmy was glad because the pain was gone and his shoulder was healthy again. Folding his hands in front of him, he thanked the priest, noting that God's power was simply amazing. Taking out a book from somewhere and opening it, Ronnie said, "So, Shaykhart welcomes everyone with open arms." He was suddenly interrupted by Simeon's cries. He held Dark's head, who was unconscious and feverish. This made the team worried. The boy was laid down on a cloth spread on the ground, and Kentaro placed his hand, which emitted light, on his forehead. Ronnie said he just ran out of mana. He'll be fine once he gets some rest. But at the moment, something else was more important. The priest removed Dark's boots, and the team saw his bandaged feet, which shocked everyone. When the bandages were removed, Kentaro said, "These wounds were more than a day or two old. He must have been in a lot of pain. But he endured it through his own willpower. I should have been more attentive, I'm sorry." Palshan noted that they had become overconfident, and now Dark was stuck in Lana's teenage body. And Media said, "Yes, this terrain is so difficult that even horses can't get through it." He didn't say a word, and I had no idea. Jared was silent at this moment. He just listened. After a while, Dark was already sitting in the lotus position again and stabilizing his chi with his breathing. Looking at him, Sidmian admired his determination and resilience. After some time, a group of people reached a mountain range. Then it started to rain, forcing everyone to look for some kind of shelter. Wet Mikhail said, "Blue Dragon Kaidaris, what kind of hole is he sitting there?" Jared asked if it was quite stressful for him, and the blonde replied, "From being on this damn mountain for so long, my mood is going to hell, and now this rain." Among the boulders, Simeon noticed a house and attracted the attention of everyone else. As they got closer to the house, the company wondered why the boulders were needed in this place. Finding himself at the door, Simeon knocked, but no one opened. To determine whether there was anyone at home or not, he put his hand to the wood, and Jimmy asked, "Isn't the house abandoned?" Raven said, "I doubt it. The garden was planted not long ago." Jared ordered Antonio to check it out. The man obeyed, dropped to his knees and used the Earth Memory spell. He then said that the house belonged to an elf. Palshan took hold of the handle and opened the door, saying that it was unlocked and suggested, maybe we should allow ourselves to go inside. After thinking about it, the man agreed with this and Simeon said, will everything be okay? For us as knights, entering a house without the owner's permission is wrong. Simeon interrupted him. Honestly, if you're going to pitch a tent right in front of this beautiful house, then you are strange, and in general, elves hate violence. Surely he will understand us if we are polite. The group of people were surprised when they entered the room. The inside of the house was furnished as if it belonged to an aristocrat, Palshan said. I thought elves weren't interested in luxury, but I suppose there is always an exception. Jimmy spotted a stunning bow that he wanted to take, but Mikkel told him not to touch anything without the owner's permission. Raven looked at one of the paintings where a beautiful girl was frozen. He assumed that she was the owner of the house's wife, and someone suggested that they take a rest first. After some time, a white-haired elf came to the house. He guessed that guests were waiting for him inside. Dark sat down on the floor once again. Looking at him, Jared said, "You don't rest for a minute. Is there any progress?" Frowning, the guy replied that he wasn't there. The worried knight scratched his cheek and said that it was sad. Dark thought, I don't want to rush too much, but the chosen path is too long. I have to create a new passage for Kai, but in this matter, Ki is not enough even for a start. Maybe I should try to take advantage of the calmness of the North Sea. First, I will gather the chi in the area and try to create a vacuum in the devil spirit technique. Simeon became alarmed, feeling something strange. At that moment, mana thickened around Dark. Gaston and Antonio noticed this in amazement. Jared thought, the direction of the mana flow has changed. He is absorbing it. Crow decided to check Dark's mana power. He folded his hands into a triangle, pointed them at the guy and was surprised. And then he said, it's incredible at first glance, it looks like some form of magic, but I've never seen anything like it before. Gaston replied that he had seen something similar not long ago. When he was teaching Dark how to use magic, the boy absorbed the mana in the area and created a fireball on the first try. Hearing this, Antonio asked again in shock, on the first try, impossible. Suddenly someone came in and asked who they were. Alarmed, Antonio and Jared immediately turned towards the speaker. The silhouette of an elf appeared at the door, and he was the owner of the house. Bowing his head, Simeon said, please forgive us for intruding. We were seeking shelter from the rain. I beg your forgiveness. Smiling, the elf asked, for what purpose did you come here? This territory of the blue dragon Kaidiris? Jared admitted, we need something from Kaidiris. The owner of the house asked, are you one of those adventurers who dream of becoming dragon slayers? The knight waved his hands and explained, no way, we just wanted to ask him something. The master said, I have lived a long enough life, but this is the first time I have seen people come to the dragon's territory just to ask him a question. So may I ask what you want to know? I have personally met Kaidiris. Perhaps I can answer your question. Simeon said, then you should know how many horns the blue dragon has. This question somewhat puzzled the elf. Then he turned away and began to shake in an attempt to contain his laughter, which now puzzled those present. Then the owner of the house turned again to his guests, and wiping away his tears said, forgive me, one? Kaidiris. Exactly one horn. You people came here only for this, what nice travelers. Somewhat nervously, Jared said that this was the right answer, but that was not what he wanted. The elf asked what he was talking about, and Simeon turned and cried out, Simeon, bring the drawing. When they opened the bundle of paper, they saw a drawing that was partially blurred. Jared looked at his subordinate with displeasure, who justified it by saying that it was the rain's fault and asked for forgiveness. Looking at the drawing, the elf said, demonic god. Alarmed, Simeon turned sharply to the owner of the house and asked again, did you say a demonic god? Folding the piece of paper, the elf said, yes, the horns in the drawing belong to a demonic god. However, I do not know which one exactly. Hope left Simeon again, and the upset man cursed and grabbed his head. Jared asked Palshan what they should do. After thinking for a moment, the mercenary replied, how about we go back and get information about the demon god since we don't need to look for the dragon anymore? The knight agreed to this, and the owner of the house asked, in return, may I ask you my question? Jared looked at the elf. He was ready to listen. The owner of the house pointed at Dark and asked, is this girl a warrior or a magician? The knight became nervous and replied, no one, just a weak girl. The elf said, that's how incredible it is the mana absorbed from the area circulates in her body. However, this technique has some drawbacks. Do you know that if I touch her with even the tip of my finger, she might just die? At that moment, the owner knelt down next to Dark and extended his hand towards him. Palshan immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword and was about to attack the elf to protect his friend. However, Just one look from the owner made the man stop and become nervous. Frowning, the elf said, "One should not act rashly." There was a certain darkness hovering around the boy and the owner, and Dark confirmed that the house elf was right. The guy said, "In the process of stabilizing the chi breath, when the body comes into contact with external irritants, I can easily die from the demonic flame." The elf clarified, "Stabilization of the breath of chi. Probably this is the name of the technique of mana movement." Dark confirmed, "Yes, all the time the master, brother, priest, anyone worthy of trust must protect the performer at any cost." Smiling, the elf noted that the guy was counting on his fellow travelers, and Dark simply remained silent. The owner of the house said that he wanted to know about the warrior's master, but Dark replied that he was currently far away. The elf asked where the boy was from, and the warrior replied that he came from far away, from a place called Song. The owner of the house repeated the name thoughtfully and said that he had never heard it before. Dark explained that this was quite natural because this place was not even on this planet. This information shocked the owner of the house. The whole team was surprised by this new information. The elf said, "Your mana usage technique is akin to the best mages in the country. You really haven't used magic yet?" Dark replied, "Magic? I don't think I'm suited for that. My whole life is steeped in blades. This is my path." The owner of the house asked, then, after some time, "Do you believe that you will be able to return to your previous appearance?" Media was stunned when she heard this. She thought, "Did he see Dark's true identity?" The boy replied, "About 10 years or perhaps earlier. This place is rich in mana, compared to my homeland." The elf said, "You are confident that you will reach the level of a master in 10 years? Incredible." Dark asked if the owner of the house really believed what had just been said, and the elf replied that he had no choice to believe the guy or not. He also asked if the warrior was sure he could trust him with such personal information. To this, Dark gave a confident, positive answer. The boy smiled and said, "This is the first time in a long time that I have met someone like you, Sage of the Crimson Awakening." The elf treated the entire team to tea, and while sipping the hot drink, Palshan asked Media if Dark had ever spoken so politely to anyone before. The girl replied that this had never happened. Elf and Dark were sitting opposite each other and chatting pleasantly about something, so Palshan asked his friend what was happening here then, and Media asked not to ask her about it. The elf said, "Damn, I understand. Fortunately, you are still human. The opportunity to restore strength in just 10 years is also a great success." The guy replied, "A drop of luck and a series of failures. In 10 years, I would like to cross swords with you." Taking hold of the hilt of the super sword, the owner replied, "He is my companion. With him, I wandered all over the world. I have already forgotten most of what I practiced in the art of swordsmanship." Taking hold of the hilt of his weapon, Dark said, "The sword is difficult to learn, but even more difficult to forget. It took me over 40 years to forget how to handle a sword." Upon hearing this, the team was stunned into silence. The elf asked how old Dark was, and he answered that he was 72. The warrior asked the same question, and the master said, "I'm not sure. I stopped counting after 420. It would have been better if we had met before you were cursed." The boy agreed with this, and the elf put something in his hands. The owner said, "Please take it. It will protect you until you regain your strength." In Dark's hands was a very wide gold ring with a blue stone. After twisting it, the guy said that it would hardly fit his fingers. The elf told him to try it on, and when Dark began to put his finger through the ring, the decoration suddenly shrank to the right size. This surprised the guy, and the owner, smiling, explained, "He is called the Master of Water. For some time you will not be able to use his power, but now it is enough for you to simply wear him." Hearing this, Gaston and Antonio were shocked again, because the elf had suddenly given the stranger such a valuable thing. Looking at the ring, the boy said that as soon as he regained his strength, he would return the item to the elf. Folding his hands in a gesture of gratitude, Dark also explained that by then he would no longer need the decoration. Smiling, the owner of the house noted that it seemed the ring had found an excellent owner. The dark sky was strewn with an endless number of bright stars, and somewhere comets could be seen flying by. Somewhere in the middle of the forest, a group of mercenaries and knights made camp. At this moment, Dark, sitting on the ground, felt an unpleasant pressure on himself. All the members of the group sat around the fire with him. They silently and intently looked at the guy, which is why he felt uncomfortable. Dark broke the silence by asking what they all wanted from him, and Jared said, "Karel, that's his name. That elf? Is he at the same level as you were before?" The boy confirmed this, and the knight noted, "If you say so, then it is true." Palshan also asked, "Dark, is what you said then true? Does that mean you are 72 years old?" The warrior also confirmed this, and Palshan, somewhat nervous, said, So from now on we should address you as? Imagining how big muscular mercenaries addressed a small girl as an elder, the boy felt awkward. Smiling, Dark explained, "There is no point in this now. Let's communicate with each other in a way that is convenient for us. It will be better for me." The mercenaries were delighted and breathed a sigh of relief. Then the guy realized that they were all thinking about the same thing. Frowning, Media asked, "But how can a 72-year-old man look 20 years old? I have thought about this for so long. I still cannot understand." Dark explained that it was a matter of divine rebirth of the earthly body. Palshan wanted to ask something, but the girl closed his mouth and told the guy to continue talking. Dark explained, "Where I come from, once you achieve divine awakening or demonic discipline, the Kai you accumulate in your body transforms your bones and muscles to accommodate the use of martial arts, which is why I looked young. In my world, we call it divine rebirth of the earthly body, but I don't know what they call such a phenomenon here." Jared asked if Dark's body had transformed on its own, and the boy replied, "I suppose the masters here who correspond to the level I spoke of most likely also have young bodies." Surprised, Mikkel remained silent, and Ravenson asked Jimmy if he had ever seen the master, to which the brown-haired man answered in the negative. Media asked if Palshan had met the masters, and the leader replied, "They are as unattainable as the nobility or the sky itself. If you want to meet them, it does not mean that you will succeed." Jared asked the priestmaster if he had seen anyone like that in Argon, and Ronnie replied, "No, I am primarily connected to the palace." Listening to this, Dark was silent for a while. Then he said, "And then you decided to keep a close eye on me, magician." Antonio stroked his beard and replied, "Forgive me. To be more precise, I was not following you, but your waterlord." Dark smirked and asked, "Why are you so keen to get it?" Now the wizard smiled with a hint of madness and replied, "Honestly, I'm going to take it, even if I have to cut off my fingers." At that moment, Jimmy screamed and ducked as if covering himself with his hands, which alarmed Media and Raven. Dark said to Antonio, "You are honest in your greed, it's funny." Crow stated that the boy did not know how valuable the thing was, and the boy asked what kind of ring it was. The wizard replied, "With its help, one can command the power of the soul of the king Naiad. Its value is comparable to an entire nation." Mikkel asked, "Nation, could you explain which country it is more expensive?" Antonio said, "The answer, of course, is quite simple. My homeland is more valuable than Trovia." These words made Jared wary and furious. He instantly grabbed his sword and pointed it at the magician's neck. At once, the alarmed Palshan jumped up, shouting the knight's name. Sidmion was unhappy that Antonio dared to say such a thing. Crow replied, "I am a magician, Mr. Sidmion. Regarding magical items, no, artifacts, I have never had the need to lie about their value." Jared demanded, "Prove his worth. If you fail to convince me, you will lose your head for insulting the homeland of our knights." Antonio said, "Sir, if Dark can freely control the power of the ring," Sidmion asked the magician about this again, demanding that he continue his thought, and Crow said, "At the moment, he can destroy all of Trovia." Nervous, Jared said, "No way, how is this possible?" The magician explained that this was possible if the entire country sank underwater, in which case a lake in the shape of this country could appear on the map where Trovia was. Looking at the ring, Dark said, "It's funny. The life of an entire country is on the tip of my finger." Antonio agreed. Yes, if the rumor spread, the bandit guilds from all over the world would come for the ring, even if they had to unite. Introducing the thieves the boy had already encountered, Dark said, "Those parasites are not the best news considering the state I'm in." The magician explained that it didn't matter anyway, because no one would be able to steal the ring from him anyway, and Dark asked why exactly. Antonio replied, "The Lord of Water has transformed to fit your finger, which means the ring has chosen you as its owner. No outside force can remove this ring from your finger, even if it is cut off. The reason I haven't stolen it yet is not because it's unethical, but because I'm a realist. I am a magician, after all." Darren was in the tower of Lord Tozer, who said, "Tell me what you have learned." The student replied, "We still need to check what he has turned into, but definitely the person we suspect will only be expelled from the party." Folding his hands in front of him, Tozier said, "Maybe it's for the best. He could have turned into some kind of bug." However, that was not all Darren had to say. He reported, "Moreover, we found 4 adepts and 1 mage who had joined the Iron Cross Knight from Corinth." Tozier became a little alarmed and said, "They have finally arrived." A group of mercenaries once again visited the magician Alcasus. Jared explained that they forgot to ask him something last time, and the mage said, "I heard that you guys came to meet me recently. What happened?" They laid out in front of the old man 2 rolls of paper that the priestess had given them and said, "We would like to receive information about these drawings." Looking at them, the magician assumed that one of the paintings had Axion's magic circle. The man explained, "It was created by mages to channel Axion's magic. This is a fairly common practice among the mages of Alcasis, but it is difficult to say what it is for because I cannot see the rune." Then the old man turned his attention to the second drawing. Jared explained, if the elf living on Mount Grecian was to be believed, this was an image of a demonic god. Then it sounded rather ridiculous. But since it was already over 420 years old, we couldn't just ignore it. The magician was surprised. 420 years, the same age as the famous elven elders. Using magic, he levitated one of the books on the shelf and said, "I think it is worth studying this issue." The book fell onto the table and opened in front of the old man. Jared watched in tension as the mage looked through the scripture. A moment later, the book slammed shut, alarming the knight. He clutched his heart, and the magician's face darkened. Then the old man said a name, and Jared asked what it meant. The magician said, "The master of the black magician who put a curse on your friend, Crenetio, I understand?" Antonio replied that now everything became clear to him. He turned to Dark and said that everything fell into place. Media asked what it meant and asked Crow to explain everything, and the magician replied, "The prophecy about the dragon's heart. Is it clearer now?" However, this meant nothing to the girl. And then Antonio said, "The magician who attacked Dark with black flame is the same man who made a contract with the demonic god." Palshan became nervous and said, "That's right, but how do you think all this is connected?" Crow replied, "If the main target of the magic circle is Axion, then the Titan's attack is also quite logical." Sidmian asked, "Even if so, we do not know their names. Dark magician who commands knights and titans, where will you find such a person?" Antonio agreed with this, and Ronnie noted that they were back to square one. Jared was once again frustrated that they couldn't find all the answers. Trying to defuse the situation, Palshan said, "Let's first go back to the hotel. We haven't washed for a long time and we need to rest." Radiating a heavy aura, the knight said, "Okay, I doubt we'll come up with any good ideas if we stay here." After some time, the group was already at the usual hotel. A knight suddenly approached Sidmion and said that he was glad to see him. And Jared asked, "Dominic, how did you end up here?" A gray-haired man in a red and white robe approached them, and Dominic, pointing at him, said, "Let me introduce you to..." Suddenly, an unknown man asked if the knight was Jared Sidmion, to which he answered in the affirmative. The stranger introduced himself. "I am the court magician of the Corinth Empire, Gilert Tion, and they are the Knights of the Iron Cross, Croton Antines, Torio Gilnane, Lena Intrain, Jintin Kamioji." Jared became alarmed. Realizing that Corinth had begun to act, he said, "So it's all about the dragon's heart, eh?" Tyon replied, "It is surprising that you are aware of this. We know that you began your investigation after the prophecy appeared. What happened then?" In response, Sidmion began to tell about everything. The mage called the knight a fool, which Jared did not understand. Gillard said, "So you're saying that you came back here and, without thinking, believed that alpha?" Jared replied that he had lived for 420 years and had personally seen Kaidiris, and the magician said, "Elves tend to lead a solitary life, but they never settle in the wilderness. Did it not occur to you that it could have been Kaidiris himself? If he is over 420 years old, then there is a high probability that he could have transformed into someone and sent you on a false trail. Lead us to him now." Dark intervened in their conversation and stated that this was not the case. Turning to him, the magician asked arrogantly, "Did you just say something, stupid boy?" Crossing his arms in front of him, the warrior explained, his flesh had grown into the form of divine rebirth of an earthly body, something that could not be done with an artificial organism. Gillard asked if these were the third-rate mercenaries hired by Sidmion. Gerard answered in the affirmative, but he didn't like the way the magician called his comrades. Dissatisfied, Tian shouted, "What absurdity! Of course you barely moved from your place, since you drag this ballast everywhere." Waving his hand at the mercenaries, he again continued to speak in a raised voice. "Get out. You will receive your payment in Trovia." This attitude angered Palshan, but Mikkel, trying to calm the leader, put his hand on his shoulder and said that everything was fine. After all, they were going to leave anyway. Gillert snorted indignantly, and Mikkel, turning Palshan around, said that they were already leaving. Looking with disdain at the departing people, Tian said, "You worthless thing, at least have a little pride." Turning to Antonio and Kentaro, he said, "And these two are the magician and priest who accompany you." Bowing his head, Ronnie said, "I am also leaving. I have no connection with Trovia. This is a personal request from Mr. Sidmion." Pointing his finger somewhere to the side, the magician ordered that in that case he too should get out. Gilert then asked Antonio if he knew the location of the elf, to which Crow replied in the affirmative. Gilert said that he would draw a magic circle for teleportation, and Antonio had to name the coordinates, to which Crow agreed. Entering the room, an aggressively disposed Palsian hit the bed. Mikkel said that it was even better this way, and after Dark became like this, the mercenary had a bad feeling. And Jimmy confirmed, "It's true, it's just inconvenient to travel everywhere with someone like him." At that moment, Ronnie also entered the room, which surprised Raven. Kentaro explained, "I don't really like him either. Can I sit with you?" Smiling, Palsion said they would be happy to take him on board. Then a stranger knocked on their door. The girl asked if there was a person named Palsion among those present. The leader replied that it was him and asked what happened. The stranger replied, "A guest named Sidmion asked me to tell you to bring your people to the stables for a short while in everyday clothes." After some time, the change team approached the stable, but someone hid in the shadows near it. Since the mercenaries themselves did not see anyone in the area, Palsion entered the stable and began to call for the knight. But at that moment, someone hit him in the back. Jimmy came in next, having heard a strange sound. Inside, he found Palsion unconscious and a figure in a black robe looming over him. This angered the mercenary, who tried to attack the enemy. However, before Jimmy could really do anything, he was hit with an uppercut. Losing consciousness, the man fell to the ground. The unknown man was pleased that they had already caught almost everyone. Finally, Ronnie and Dark entered the room, and upon seeing what had happened, Kentaro called the robed men fools and wanted to use Shy Heart's fury on them. However, the priest did not have time to do this. One of the enemies used a sleeping spell. Ronnie was losing consciousness, and Dark held him down so that Kentaro wouldn't get hurt. The indignant guy asked what the man in the robe did. The enemy was surprised and asked why it didn't work on Dark. However, the guy couldn't do anything either. He was knocked out by a blow to the back of the head. The men in robes said that they had little time and needed to quickly pick up the mercenaries. Meanwhile, Jared, Antonio, Tyan, and the rest of the knights arrived at Mount Grecian. Gilert said, "After that incident with the Blue Dragon, they must suffer the heavenly punishment of the Corinth Empire, the guardian of peace and balance." Jared, standing behind, thought, "World peace and world balance does not include you hypocrites." Gilert commanded his knights to release Crimea. Accepting the order, the subordinates summoned the gray-yellow titans. Perched on the shoulder of one of the giants, Tion cast a displeased glance at Jared. He asked why Sidmion was just standing there and watching. Feeling awkward, Jared replied, "You said to awaken awkwardness." One of Gilert's subordinates said, "Mr. Tion, you have forgotten that we are Knights of the Iron Cross. They will simply get in the way." Snorting, Gilert called the Trovian Knights useless commoners and gave the order to move forward. Dominic asked if they shouldn't go after the Knights of the Cross, and Jared replied that they shouldn't have. Antonio also agreed with this statement. As the Knights of the Iron Cross approached the elf's house, the stones in the area began to tremble. Gilert watched as the boulders rolled from place to place, turning into golems. Covering his eyes with his hands, Tion said, "How primitive, as expected from someone who had lived apart from the rest of the world for the last 420 years. He then ordered his knights to destroy all the golems. The warriors accepted Gilert's order with a smile and headed towards their enemies. The first golem was cut in half by Torio. The stone monster's hand flew straight at one of the titans but met with a metal shield. Then Gilnane finally destroyed the stone monster. Smiling, Lena swung her flail. Another golem was destroyed by a girl. Two enemies were heading towards one of the titans at once. When the golems reached the titan, he embraced the stone monsters. Then Jintin squeezed them so hard that the golems shattered into pieces. When all opponents were defeated, a smug Gilert declared that ordinary stone golems could not withstand the power of steel. At that moment, the boulders began to tremble again and reached out to each other. A crowd of golems appeared before the knights again. Dissatisfied with this, Tion shouted, "How annoying! Grind these golems into dust!" Then he suddenly stopped talking and became alarmed at the sudden call to stop. At that moment, Karel came out of his house. The elf said, "Lost wanderers, do not dare to harm this place." Snorting, Gilert said, "Finally you showed yourself. Are you Kaidiris?" For a moment the owner of the house was silent. Then he turned away and said, "I am the elf Karel. I don't remember inviting you here. Get out of here." An angry Tian shouted, "It seems you don't understand the whole situation. We will take the dragon's heart with us, even if we have to kill you." Gathering mana in his hand, the mage decided to use a fireball. The fiery sphere flew forward and landed right in the garden of an elf who was heading into the house. This incident made Karel stop. All the crops were quickly destroyed by fire. Placing his hand on the door, Carell, not showing his anger, said, "Now you are not just an uninvited guest." In just one moment, the elf covered some distance and found himself behind Gillert. The magician was alarmed by such speed, and Carell gave him a displeased but calm look. The next second, an unknown force threw Tion off the Titan's hand. While in flight, Gillert began to feel terrified, but it didn't last long. Carell, without any extra effort, dealt Tion a fatal blow. What happened shocked the Knights of the Iron Cross. The dead body of the court magician collapsed to the ground. This struck Corden the most, and he shouted out the leader's name. The elf quickly descended from the Titan's hand. The 4 remaining opponents rushed at Carell at once. The elf looked at the sky, which suddenly began to crack. Jared, Antonio, Dominic, and Simeon watched everything that was happening from the cliff. A golden hand reached out from the formed portal. In shock from what he saw, Crow had difficulty speaking. Nervously, Dominic asked, "Mr. Simeon, is this what I think it is?" An unusual Titan stepped out of the cracked space onto the ground. Jared said, "It seems you are right. A one-of-a-kind creation that the elves and dwarves created together." This Titan standing in front of Carell was called the Golden Knight. The Titan's helmet opened and an elf climbed into it. All the Titan holders were alarmed by this. The fearful Crodon shouted, "Don't worry about him. No matter how strong he is, it will be difficult for him to fight 4 Titans at once. We'll win before he even has a chance to make his move." All the knights immediately rushed at the enemy, waving their weapons. The Golden Titan just calmly watched as the enemies approached him. 4 Titans struck at the same point at the same time. However, the Golden Knight seemed to evaporate, which surprised his opponents. One of Corinth's knights informed Crodon of the danger behind him. Antines, shocked by such speed, turned to the elf. Crodon was alarmed. He was quickly losing hope of victory. The Golden Knight swung his sword and sent out a wave of energy. A similar attack affected all 4 opponents. At this point, the battle was over. The powerful attack knocked down all the cracked silver Titans. Dominic was surprised by such a flow of mana. He guessed that this elf was a master. Less amazed, Simeon noted that Dark said so. These words were confirmed by Jared. Then the gazes of the Golden Knight and the worried Simeon met. Just one jump, and the Titan found himself on the cliff opposite the knights. The helmet opened and a gloomy elf climbed out. The Knights of Trovia had no intention of fighting him. They all fell on one knee. Frowning, Carell asked, "What do you mean you ask forgiveness for bringing with you unacknowledged guests?" Jared replied, "No, that is the least respect we can show to someone who can transfer his mana into a sword." The elf asked if Simeon had shown the same respect to Dark, and Jared replied, "Of course, when we realized that Dark was a master, we showed him the same respect." Carell asked, "Master, do you think he is worth just this?" A moment later, the elf jumped off the Golden Titan. He approached Jared and said, "The only reason I showed mercy to your people was because you accompanied the only person I recognized." Carell demanded that people leave. Casting a worried glance at the elf, Simeon said that they would do so. Jared, Dominic, Simeon, and Antonio walked away, and Carell watched them go. When they had gone far enough, a girl in a red dress appeared behind the elf. Stretching out her hands to him, she said, "It's been a long time since I've seen the Golden Knight." Hugging Carella from behind, she continued, 200 years. I remember that time when you came with the purpose of killing me." The elf only remained silent in response. The blue-haired elf said, "But I'm afraid that one day you will leave me alone." Taking the girl's hand and kissing it, Carell said, "Since I met you, you are everything I live for. So there is no need to be afraid, Kyderis." Finally waking up and realizing that his hands were tied, Dark became alarmed. Someone suddenly asked, "Are you finally awake?" Having taken a sitting position and looked at the kidnapper, the guy recognized the man. The black-haired man replied, "That's right, my name is Tozier." Sitting at the table and folding his hands in front of him, the Lord said, "I have no words." The spell turned him into a girl. Darren noted, "If we hadn't started collecting information about those people, we wouldn't have even paid attention to him." At that moment, the determined Dark stood up and pushed off the floor. He then kicked Tozier in the face, who was completely unprepared for such a development. Drawing attention to himself, the alarmed Darren cried out, "Sir!" Now the next kick landed on his face. Suddenly, someone's hand in armor reached out to the guy. She grabbed his head and dropped it onto the table, knocking him unconscious. Throwing the girl's body on the floor and shaking off his hands, the knight asked, "Lord Tozier, are you all right?" The brunette said that at this rate it would be difficult to conduct a dialogue with her, and Darren agreed with this. After some time, Dark woke up again, feeling pain in his head. Remembering everything that had happened, he sat up abruptly and realized that he was in bed. Someone behind asked, "Madam, are you awake?" Looking back, Dark saw a girl in a maid's outfit and with cat ears, holding a red dress in her hands. The maid said, "From today on, I will accompany you. My name is Saren." Getting out of bed with a dissatisfied face, the guy in the girl's body, approaching the maid, thought, "The robbers of the north, no, we are not in Murim. Those robbers cannot be here." Stopping, he asked the puzzled maid if she was human. The cat girl replied, "It seems that you have met a zoomorph for the first time. I brought clothes for you to change into." This made Dark look at his girlish body and become indignant. He was unhappy that he was wearing a woman's nightgown, and Serene, handing him the dress, said, "I changed your clothes, madam. If you don't like it, put this on." However, Dark demanded that Saren bring him the clothes he was wearing before. The girl became nervous and said that Lord Tozier had already thrown her out. In response, the guy just stood there silently for a while and looked at the zoomorph. He then walked angrily towards one of the doors of the room, and Serene said that a lady should not walk around like that. Opening the door, Dark saw many different girls' dresses. Such clothes made the guy feel uneasy. The guy slammed the door and screamed, "He takes me for some kind of concubine, the crazy bastard." Returning to the maid, he continued, "Instead of this, bring me the clothes I used to wear, or men's clothes." With tears in her eyes, a worried Serene said, "I'm sorry, madam, but I can't. If I bring you such clothes, they said that something bad will happen then." Dark pierced the girl with a displeased look again, and then turned away. He headed towards another door and Saren asked where the lady was going. The guy opened the doors and the maid said that he was not allowed to go out. The knight standing nearby, who had previously knocked Dark unconscious, told him to go back. Throwing a displeased glance at the man, Dark asked, "Adept?" The knight responded with complete indifference by calling the guy a funny girl. Then he said, "I'll repeat it again. Go back to your room." Dark obeyed and returned to the room, slamming the door behind him. Looking towards the room, the knight continued to stand guard. Feeling the anger growing inside, the guy bared his teeth and said, "It's clear. He thinks he can lock me here. You didn't think I could escape?" Saren looked at the angry Dark and was worried. The maid understood that things would not be easy for her again. It was late at night and Lord Tozier was saying, "It's quite a funny situation, isn't it? Your client has fired you. Later you disclosed all the information to a third party. No, to the customer's enemy, mercenaries have a hard time living. Well, since you were under the influence of psychological magic, you had no way to resist it." Opposite Tozier, who was sitting at the table, there were bound mercenaries on their knees, a group that Dark had recently joined. An alarmed Palshan with bags under his eyes grinned and said, "And you are one of those people who cast this psychological magic on us." The Lord said, "Since you can no longer work as mercenaries, how about working for us?" Mikhail asked, "You can just brainwash us with magic. Why do you even try to negotiate with us?" Tozier explained, "Brainwashing is a very delicate and difficult job. It will work on one person, but to do this with several people at once is, frankly speaking, impossible." The blonde continued asking questions. "And you think such a cheap trick will work instead of stepping on a fine line? Why don't you torture us?" Raven and Jimmy were especially alarmed when they heard this. The magician said, "Subjugation through torture is temporary, then I must be constantly under guard. This is irrational." Mikhail said, "For a great mage who sold his soul to a demon god, you look pretty poor." "No. Were you poor to begin with?" Tozier responded positively to this, which somewhat surprised the blonde. The magician explained, "We were once called the Great Empire, but now we are only 1/10 of what we were then. We are surrounded by a mountain range, and therefore we have no opportunity for potential economic growth. Constant deception by the local government and corruption only ruin us even more. For the sake of rebuilding my country, I gladly sold my soul. Don't you think that's a pretty good reason?" Media repeated, "A dying empire, with 1/10 of its former possessions, located in a mountain range." She expressed her guess. "This means this place is Kratau." Jimmy cried out in surprise. "Krataus? The empire that invaded Corinth but was eventually nearly destroyed by the counterattack?" Gaston shouted his name, hinting that the boy should keep quiet. The situation became somewhat tense, and Jimmy, alarmed, remained silent. An agitated Gaston explained that it was wrong to treat those who had fought in the war with such disrespect. Tozier said, "How naive it is to call a defeated country simply a participant in the war. Yes, that is what all outsiders think about our country, Krataus." Gaston stated that they were not interested in their war. The Lord replied, "You are already in it. Whether you want it or not, you are from Trovia, yes?" Gaston replied, "Damn, you seem to have had a good time digging through our memories. You even found this?" Pointing to the blonde man, Tozier said, "Your comrade's name is Mikhail. He is from Corinth, isn't he?" The brunette looked in surprise at the blonde, who only remained silent. Tozier said, I will tell you something. Within a month, his homeland Corinth will destroy your country, Trovia. This statement shocked both Gaston and Mikhail. Nervously, the hired magician asked uncertainly, Trovia will fall? Rising from his chair, the Lord answered this in the affirmative. Tozer said, trying to revive the demon god with the dragon's heart in order to fulfill one's wrongful desire to conquer the world is a grave sin. Is that enough? The hired mage stated that it was all a lie and that it was actually happening because of Tozer. The Lord replied, yes, you know, it is our doing. Despite this, Corinth will turn Trovia into ruins as a way out of his inability to find the culprit. Gaston cried out, you say so because it does not concern you. Tozer said, do you think that such actions should be forgiven? The surprised hired magician asked what this meant. The Lord explained, it is not in their interests, but in order to calm their anger, they can afford to destroy another country even for this reason. Gaston asked, should your actions be forgiven? Tozer replied, in order to survive, we stole the dragon's heart. Every year we sacrifice 200 women as hostages, but to avoid this miserable reality, we even risked the fall of another country for the sake of revenge against Corinth. But Corinth is different. They simply maintain their power at the expense of others. No, everything depends on the mood of the emperor, Agrippa III. An entire country can be destroyed at his whim. A child mercilessly tramples ants that have gathered around a tiny piece of cookie. Gaston shouted, answer the question, should your actions be forgiven? Kneeling before the hired mage, Tozer said, we have endangered you, but Corinth will destroy everything. Can't you understand the difference? I will ask in return, compare us, thieves, and Corinth, who will destroy such beauty? Who do you hate more? Who do you think will lend us a helping hand? Do you still hate us more because you consider us equal to the mighty Corinth? Gaston remained silent, giving the Lord an angry look. Mikhail attracted attention by calling it all sophistry. The blonde said, after the theft of the dragon's heart, innocent Trovia is in danger. This is an undeniable truth. But the destruction of Trovia by Corinth is an assumption, just your assumption. Tozer replied, true, but in time you will personally be convinced of the truth of my words. Jimmy said, I'm sorry, I don't think your conversation has led anywhere. Why are you trying to recruit us by openly discussing confidential matters of the country, especially when he has obtained enough information about us through magic? The Lord was silent, and the brown-haired man continued, I thought what the reason was. It was someone who owned part of the information, but now he is not here. Jimmy made a guess that the man was Dark. This statement somewhat alarmed Palshan. The leader said, that's right, you're using us to get a warrior-level master. Where is Dark? Mikhail said that it was strange, and Palshan asked why he thought so. The blonde replied that if he had information about Dark, then he should know that Dark lost his powers due to a spell. The leader continued, he also must know that Dark can regain the power that almost no one hopes to gain in their entire life within 10 years. Jimmy said, no, he'll be a great buy even before he's 10 years old. Mikhail asked what the brown-haired man was talking about and wanted to add that the guy was still too far from getting his strength back. But then Media interrupted him, screaming that everything was exactly as Jimmy said. Shaitan continued, yes, he definitely wants to pull Dark over to his side. The power that could one day destroy a country, the owner of the Waterlord. At that moment, the entire team turned to Jimmy with alarm. They guessed that Tozer had done something to their comrade, and Ronnie promised that as soon as he freed his hands, he would completely heal his friend with his abilities. The brown-haired guy with his nose in the air said that despite how he looked, he, like Raven, was an adept of the royal army, and the ash-haired guy himself decided to remain silent. The Lord smiled and said, you guessed it pretty quickly. Yes, the owner of the Waterlord is definitely part of my plan. Gaston noted that the Lord had not been convincing enough to recruit Lark to his side, and Tozer responded that persuasion without sincerity at best produced incomplete understanding. The hired mage said, and you think that sincerity works, don't even hope that I will cooperate if Trovia can be destroyed. The Lord said that he would then have to try to convince others, and Gaston replied, we are not Dark's only comrades. The rest, by coincidence, come from Trovia. Tozer said that he knew this and was already preparing for the meeting. Gaston didn't want to believe it. He felt anxiety growing from what he heard. Late in the evening, the Knights of Trovia arrived at the inn where the mercenaries they knew had previously stayed. However, there was someone completely different in the room, and he asked, are you Sidmian? There were several people in black robes in this place, and one of them had a bag, and there was also a magic circle in the middle of the room. Jared asked if they would try to lure him into this magic circle, and the stranger replied, lure? No, you will enter it yourself. Why should I bother? Nervously, Sidmian said, Okay, I'll grab you and interrogate you. I think it will be much more interesting. After these words, the ill-wisher threw a sack to the knight. Jared was a little puzzled by this action. Inside the bag, he saw familiar armor. Sidmion bared his teeth and asked, "What have you done to my comrades?" The man replied, "If you want to save their lives, calmly go into the magic circle. Do not bother me anymore." Meanwhile, Dark was in his room meditating. He felt the overwhelming chi flowing through the ring. The guy thought, in fact, I don't even need to use the calm of the North Sea. That's good. The Great Vacuum in the Devil Spirit technique is more effective when combined with other skills. I'll try to move in that direction. When morning came, Saren came into Dark's room with a tray of various goodies. Smiling sweetly, she asked if the lady would like some cookies, and Dark answered negatively. This made the girl shed tears, and a nervous Dark asked, "Seriously, are you going to cry all the time for no reason?" Unable to withstand such pressure, he began to stuff treats into his mouth and say, "I'm eating them. Look." The maid smiled, and Dark, chewing his food, asked, "What about comfortable clothes and shoes?" The girl's cat-like eyes widened. She became nervous and remained silent for a moment. Then tears started appearing on her face again, and she started explaining what would happen if she brought such clothes. And Dark said that he understood everything and asked her to stop. The guy began to remember how once on your life path you met a girl named Seyung. She was very annoying and cried all the time. Dark demanded that Saren immediately inform him if anyone came. He also ordered that the girl should not dare touch him at this time. Someone shouted Sidmion's name, causing him to wake up. The man jumped up abruptly and tried to catch his breath. He was covered in cold sweat. He saw Palshan in front of him and asked if the mercenary was really alive. Then his gaze fell on the hands that were in shackles. Having calmed down a little, Jared asked where they were, and Palshan answered, "We are in the castle of Kratos. As you can see, we are in prison." Someone nearby began to moo, which made the knight look in that direction. It was Simeon and Antonio who were also awakening. At some point, Sidmion felt something terrifying. Starting to worry again, Jared asked how this was possible. This also made Palshan worried, and he asked what was wrong. Sidmion explained that Kuma, his titan, had disappeared. All the captured mercenaries and knights were in one cell and discussed what had happened. Jared voiced, "It is clear they collected information about us using psychological magic." A worried Dominic noted that it seemed the contract with the Titans was not in effect. Sidmion clenched his fists and said that this prevented him from using mana, and that there was no way to escape from here. Jared noted that they didn't have time for that and asked Gaston if the information was true. The magician replied, "I can't guarantee it, but it doesn't seem like he had any reason to lie." The knight muttered under his breath, "Corinth, take my homeland. 1 month, we don't have time." A man in a robe stood guard at the door of the cell and yawned. Suddenly, Jared spoke to him. "I want to tell you something." The guard asked what Sidmion wanted, and the knight said, "I will negotiate. Let me meet with the royal magician." The stranger said that Sidmion seemed to be out of place, and Jared said, "A prisoner. But you are not in a position to negotiate with a prisoner of Trovia, are you? If you want to get anything from us, then call him immediately. I don't want to talk to someone who has no authority." Taking off his hood, the guard told the knight to wait. After some time, Lord Tozer himself arrived, accompanied by him. The man asked, "Do you want to negotiate with us?" Jared told the lord that he was joining him. This statement disappointed Dominic, who was standing behind him. Tozer asked, "Do you want to change your citizenship since your country will be destroyed? Little expected from a knight, but a very worthy choice. Is that your wish?" Sidmion asked to be sent to Trovia. The lord replied, "I think I heard that you want to join us. I don't like empty words." Jared explained, "To my king, let me convey the message about Corinth's invasion. You don't have to return the Titan to me. I want to at least warn them to prevent the fall of the country." Dominic also joined in. "I will do it too. I will change my citizenship and do everything possible to prevent their fall. Give me a chance to at least fight for survival." Tozer was silent for a while, thinking about what he had heard. Then he said, "Gallardo, is this what the reckless courage of knights looks like?" The guard paused for a moment, then said hesitantly that he did not understand what the man was planning. And the lord said to Gerard, "Do you two think that a couple of adepts will prevent the invasion of the great army of Corinth? Or are you a brilliant strategist who can change the course of the battle, no matter how unprofitable the war may be?" Sidmion said he understood what the lord was talking about, but as a warrior he could not simply watch his homeland perish. Tozer said, "I assure you, even if you leave, you will not be able to change the outcome. The number of victims will simply increase by 2 more lives." Enraged, Sidmion cried out, "Then why do you keep us here, not allowing us to help my homeland and stealing our titans? Do you think we will cooperate with you for long?" Then the Lord said that he would like to know something. Tozer asked, "As a knight, are you loyal to the king or the kingdom?" This statement puzzled Sidmian, and Dominic cried out, "It was absurd to divide the king and the kingdom as two different structures, nothing more than an insult." The Lord said, "If you have to abandon the king to save the kingdom, or rather bring prosperity, what will you do?" "I won't repeat myself twice, answer." Meanwhile, Dark was still busy stabilizing Chi's breathing. All sweaty, he thought. Just a little more, and I will open the passage for the flow of Chi. However, current endurance did not allow this to be done. Feeling exhausted, he sprawled out on the bed, alarming Siren. The maid asked if the mistress was okay, and at that moment Dark's stomach could be heard rumbling. After some time, he was already greedily eating the meat brought by the maid. Watching this, Siren thought that a lady shouldn't eat like this, but if she told Dark about it, he would most likely scold her. And the guy said, "Poor food, considering that this is a royal castle." Dark asked if even the king ate such food, and Siren replied, "If I tell her that he is not the king but our great emperor, will she scold me?" Feeling nervous, the boy said that he couldn't be an emperor without a colonial state, and also explained that he wouldn't scold the girl, and so asked her to tell him about their emperor. In response, Siren apologized for accidentally saying her thoughts out loud. After some time, all the dishes were eaten while the maid was telling stories. Dark voiced, "The king who became a role model through his actions, despite sometimes having to go through thorns, is better than Emperor Song." The maid didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but Dark continued, "I wonder if only in those times when I was called the Light of Nations, the Emperor was the same." Serene still didn't understand what all this meant, but she still answered hesitantly that she understood everything. And the guy said, "Okay, it doesn't concern me anymore." At that moment, he suddenly felt a strange approaching Chi. Making the maid worry, Dark immediately rushed to the window. He pulled back the curtains and began to look around outside, looking for who was emitting the strange energy. Somewhere in the sunset sky, the guy saw a dragon flying towards them. The guy guessed that this was the very creature that he had been told about, but which he had never been able to see. To confirm his guess, Dark asked Siren, "Do your people call him a dragon?" The girl replied, "A dragon? No, it's just a wyvern." The boy was puzzled by this, and the girl explained, "A dragon cannot be tamed. This creature can raise an entire kingdom to the ground. He will never allow a single living soul to sit on his back." This again raised questions in the guy's head. Dark thought about his feelings and realized that the key came from the man who was on the wyvern's back. Looking down, the wyvern rider saw Tozer waiting for him. As the creature descended, its wings created streams of wind directed at the Lord. A few moments later, the wyvern was already standing in front of the man. The rider said, "Long time no see, Lord Tozer." Bowing his head, Tozer said, "It is an honor to stand next to the hope of the kingdom, Prince Rubinsky." At that moment, the fair-haired man dismounted from the creature. Finding himself on the ground and grinning, he said, "I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping to see your surprised face when I arrive." Tozer replied, "How the body becomes young again after reaching the level of a master, to be honest, I learned not so long ago." Rubinsky said it was curious and noted that Corinth would not have told a mage about it. And the Lord replied, "Since His Majesty must know, I will tell you." Tozer began to tell the prince everything that had recently happened. And everything that was said, Siren conveyed to Dark. The guy was amazed that she could hear what was being said at such a great distance. He called the girl's hearing incredible, and she, laughing, replied, "Not only I, but most zoomorphs have excellent hearing." Nervously biting his nail, Dark thought out loud, "They imprisoned Palshan and his team and collected all the information about them using magic, something that bastard did." Watching the prince, Dark thought, "Master, this feeling is definitely from Divine Awakening, Master. How do we distinguish Divine Awakening from Crimson?" At that moment, Rubinsky looked in the direction where Dark was. The guy assumed that the man noticed them. Then the prince said something. Dark asked what he was saying, and Siren replied, "The Master of Water, that's what he said." The boy was alarmed by this, and the girl said, "Oh, they went into the building." Dark thought, "No outside force can take it away even if your finger is cut off." That's what he said. "But I can't let my guard down around the Divine Awakening Master. There is no time, but since I managed to gather a large amount of Kai with the help of the Water Master." The guy turned to Siren and asked her for forgiveness, after which he waved his hand, clenching it into a fist. So he struck the girl several times at once. The alarmed maid was disappointed by this, and she stammered as she addressed her mistress. Siren was losing consciousness, and Dark was holding her to avoid noise. The boy then tore the dress he was wearing, making it more comfortable for fighting. Using the scraps he obtained, he gathered his hair into a ponytail and tied it in that position. Knight Silver continued to stand calmly, arms crossed in front of him, guarding Dark's room. Having finished transforming himself, the guy carried Saren to the bed. Approaching the window, he thought, Silver didn't notice anything. The sun is about to set. Several high-ranking people gathered in the conference room, where Rubinsky said, "We have long decided to attack Subashi first. Then, the forces of Chire will unite with us for the sake of the revival of the kingdom. There is only one problem. It is absolutely necessary to prevent Corinth from ruining our plans. Is this possible?" Nervously, Tozier replied, "It is important to conduct negotiations, but we will have to give up half of our war trophies. Of course, the amount of trophies that we received from the upper floors is just as impressive." The prince asked, "Does our homeland have anything that could satisfy them?" The magician said, "Without the dungeon that His Highness found for us, this would not have been possible. Thank you again. Thanks to His Highness's efforts, we were able to get this far, especially the Amphiros dungeon. It is as impressive as the legends say." Rubinsky asked not to flatter, then, slapping his hand on the table, said, "In any case, if Corinth does not disturb us, there will be no problems. Subashi's military force is very small compared to our country. In other words, we are attacking a weaker country. However, they believe that their military might is superior to ours, and for the last 30 years they have trampled us, not realizing that we have patiently waited to disappear from Corinth's sight, and it is time for them to pay for their lack of defense, diplomacy, and intelligence." All those present unanimously agreed with this. The sun had already set, and the stars and fading moons were shining in the sky. While in his room, Dark began to run. Then he jumped out of the window and pushed off the wall. Moving across the rooftops, he passed most of the guards. At some point, Dark became too noisy, causing the guards below to become alarmed. They looked up, where they presumably heard the noise. However, there was no one on the roof anymore. The knights decided that they had simply heard it wrong, and at that time, Dark was hanging from a window on the inside of the building. The boy felt relieved that he had not been discovered. Someone suddenly said, "I'm picking up mana particles." At that moment, Dark's fingers couldn't take it anymore and treacherously unclenched, causing him to fly down. Since the fall was unexpected, the guy was unable to land softly. He raised himself up and grabbed his leg, which was pierced by pain. Someone unknown who was in the same room asked who the guy was. Dark was surprised and alarmed when he saw who was standing in front of him. It was the Blue Titan who introduced himself as Andromeda. He said, "You seem to be well versed in how to control mana. Your abilities are not encouraging, but you meet the minimum requirements for a contract. Will you make a contract with me?" This made Darka think for a moment. Putting his hand on his chin, he said, "That doesn't sound so bad now that I've injured my ankle just in time." Indignantly, Andromeda said, "Ankle? Are you going to use me as a cane?" The guy replied, "What difference does it make whether you sign a contract with me or not? I have nothing to lose." Andromeda said, "Since you agree, from this moment on, you and I, according to the ancient contract of the golems, are master and servant. My name is Andromeda, and yours?" Dark introduced himself, after which the Titan's helmet opened and Andromeda told him to get inside. The indignant guy said that he had already said that he had twisted his ankle, and besides, he couldn't see anything because it was very dark in that place. In response to which the Titan picked up the girl's body. Andromeda then placed Dark inside himself. Once in the Titan, the guy asked, "How do I control this?" Andromeda replied that he had to take the lever and imagine that it was moving. Dark obeyed, grabbed the lever and tried to use his imagination. At first, he moved the Titan's leg slightly but noisily. Then he made Andromeda doubt his abilities by lunging forward. The disgruntled Titan asked if Dark always walked like that, and the angry guy said, "That was damn loud. Do you want everyone to know we're here?" Andromeda replied that it wasn't his fault and that Dark didn't know how to pilot. Then the guy said, "Damn it, stupid stick, let me go, I'll go myself." Titan obeyed and put Dark on the ground. An indignant Andromeda stood and remained silent, while the guy mentally insulted him. Then the Titan asked if he should wait here. Dark replied, "That's right. Kuma went to some other dimension or something like that. Can you do the same?" Andromeda replied, "I don't know what kind of Kuma this is, but I understand you." Disappearing into some portal, he added, "I will wait for your call in another dimension." Dark sighed, finally alone. However, the problems were just beginning. Somewhere behind a door opened. There were two guards standing behind her, one of whom said, "You see, I told you that I heard something strange. Some sounds were coming from here." The puzzled knight noted that someone was inside. Then he cried out, "Alarm! One of the Azure Knights is missing." Silver flew back from the blow he received in the face. The blow came from the prince, who said, "You useless bastard, and you call yourself a royal guard?" They were in Dark's room, where the knight, kneeling and bowing his head, asked for forgiveness and said that he would bear any punishment, and Rubinsky said to declare that he had no idea. Then he turned his attention to the bed. The knight and the magician looked puzzled as the prince approached the furniture on which the girl lay. He stood for a moment and looked at Saren, who was still unconscious. Tozier approached him, and Rubinsky said, "Unbelievable, the flow of mana was stopped. How did this happen? This is impossible without full control of mana. Who is looking for it?" The lord replied, "We are searching for her with dogs right now, your highness." Rubinsky said, "This is not enough. Send some adepts to reinforce. I and the wyvern will personally join the search." Meanwhile, Dark was already running into the depths of the forest. He continued to move away from the castle, despite the severe pain in his leg. Tired of running, the guy sat down to rest, leaning against a tree and trying to catch his breath. He grabbed his leg, which was hurting even more unbearably. He then gave it a quick, repeated slash with his finger, causing the limb to turn red. Grinning, Dark thought, "I provided first aid, but it won't last long. At this rate, this is not a solution. I need to somehow heal my leg." Somewhere above the forest on a cliff stood someone in a robe. In just one moment, this man disappeared somewhere. He quickly made his way through the trees, heading towards the boy. When he got close enough and stopped, Dark said, "I don't know who you are, but if you weren't looking for me, can you pretend you didn't see anyone?" In response, the unknown person chuckled thoughtfully. Then, smiling, he said, "You are doing something interesting." Dark said, "If you understand what I am doing, then I beg you even more to do as I ask." Calling the guy a polite lady, the man agreed not to interfere with him, and Dark began to stabilize Kai. The stranger watched what was happening carefully. Energy began to emanate from the ring. At that moment, Rubinsky was flying over the forest. He noticed how the mana was flowing into one point, which helped him find Dark. Seeing a wyvern above the forest, the stranger extended his hand towards the guy, after which a bright light appeared. The man used magic that made the boy dissolve into space. The prince directed the wyvern towards the mana flow, and they rushed forward. However, the winged creature suddenly began to behave strangely, and Rubinsky demanded that it calm down. However, the wyvern did not obey and lost consciousness, and foam began to flow from its mouth. The alarmed prince could not understand what was happening. The wyvern and its rider fell to the ground right in front of the robed man. Rubinsky cleared his throat, still not understanding what was happening. Looking ahead, he saw a stranger among the dust that had been raised up. Rubinsky asked, "Did you do this?" To this, the man answered in the negative, removing his hood. The prince demanded that the stranger identify himself. The red-haired man said, "Today's youth have no manners. I am the master of this mountain Artias." Rubinsky thought this was some kind of nonsense. He said, "Mount Maltorio is under the jurisdiction of the Kratos Empire. You live on our territory and don't know the law prohibiting the appropriation of large areas into private property." Artias replied, "Kratos, are you speaking of that pitiful spectacle that was thrown back here 30 years ago after a humiliating defeat in war?" This statement angered the prince. The calmer man said, "I'll say it just once. Mount Maltorio has belonged to me for 4,000 years. Alarmed, the prince swallowed the lump in the city with difficulty. He asked if it was really a red dragon standing in front of him. The indignant Artias cried out, "How rude! I am a royal golden dragon. How dare you compare me to a stupid red one?" This puzzled Rubinsky somewhat, as he had based his conclusion on the man's hair color. Artias explained, "This hair color shows my friendliness." The prince said that the dragon did not look so friendly, and Artias was outraged that the man dared to contradict him, and Rubinsky asked for forgiveness for this. The dragon coughed and noted that he was unnecessarily angry, but then Artias pointed out once again that it was his territory anyway. He cried out again, "I will let you pass because I am extremely benevolent, so don't even dare to claim that you are the master of the mountain." With a displeased face, he asked if the prince had any problems. Rubinsky remained silent, and Artias, calming down again, said, "If there are problems, fight me with all your military might. If all the knights of Kratos are like you, then it might be fun." The man said he would never fight a dragon, and the man told him to get lost in that case. The prince said, "Excuse me, but I would like to ask a question. Have you seen a fair-haired girl nearby?" Turning away, the dragon replied, "Don't make me repeat it. Get out." A frightened Rubinsky picked up the wyvern and quickly walked away. Artias watched him leave in silence. He then turned to the tree, extended his hand and used magic again. After this, Dark became visible again. Smiling, Artias asked, "Is your ankle okay?" The guy replied, "Yes, thank you. I was able to open the mana flow." With a thoughtful face, Artias said, "Yes, now the mana in your body is circulating properly. I wonder what you have done in such a short time. Now go away. I have done all I could." Dark said he wanted to thank Artias. The dragon pointed out that the boy's manner of speech did not suit his image of a girl, and said, "There is nothing you can do to repay the debt." Understanding this, the guy confirmed this thought. Then he folded his hands in a gesture of gratitude. This action somewhat puzzled the dragon. Dark rushed away, and Arteus thought it was a strange greeting. The dragon suddenly saw people running past with dogs who were clearly chasing the girl. Arteus knew that Dark would be caught fairly quickly. However, the man decided not to interfere in this, assuming that Naiad would certainly sort everything out. No longer in pain, Dark ran forward. He wondered if Brother Homa or Karel had such a perfectly organized Kai. This means that this is a stage that no one in Murim has even reached yet, the true enlightenment of life and death. The alarmed wyvern had already regained consciousness and was flying forward. Rubinsky on his back said, "Smart bastard. All this time you pretended to pass out, but given the situation, nothing would have changed. Never heard of a dragon living on this mountain before." The prince thought, and this air, by its sensations, is much higher than the level of a master, at least a worm or, most likely, an ancient one. Arteas, I seem to have heard his name somewhere. The man suddenly remembered the title, Requiem for Arteas. Out of breath and sweating, Dark stood at the precipice. In front of him were knights with dogs, led by Silver, and the guy himself said, "Wherever I run, there will be a cliff at the end." An embittered Silver looked at the girl, remembering how the prince hit him because of her. He raised his hand back to repeat the same blow on Dark. However, the guy managed to react to this and dodge downwards. This angered the knight even more. He swung again, but this time with even greater fury. Now Dark was unable to avoid the attack, causing him to be thrown straight into a tree. Silver said that the girl seemed to need a little teaching, which made Dark laugh. The embarrassed knight asked what was funny about this. The guy in the girl's body grinned and said, "Yes, this is your only chance to beat me up surrounded by adepts. You won't have long to look down on me like this." Silvar flexed his fingers and said through his teeth, "Blows are the best cure for madness." The magician didn't like what Tozir saw next. The knight turned the girl, lying unconscious on the floor, into a bloody mess. Silver claimed they could heal her, and the lord shouted, "Idiot! Healing magic won't work on her because of the Water Lord." Now the knight himself became alarmed, and Tozir continued, "Damn, how could this happen? If she dies here now instead of borrowing this power, we will have to face the wrath of the king's spirit." When Dark's ring began to emit light, everyone around became alarmed. A moment later, a human body materialized in the blue light. Silver guessed what it was and turned to Tozir for confirmation. The lord replied that it was the spirit of King Naiad. Meanwhile, Rubinsky reported to Frank that the golden dragon had taken a liking to Dark. Kneeling, the prince said, "I believe he has been living for more than 4,000 years. Frank asked if it was really impossible to get along with the owner of Mount Maltorio, and Rubinsky replied that he doubted it. The prince explained, "Since we do not show hostility, he will not stand in our way. Frankly speaking, this mountain system is not very big." Frank said, "Golden Dragon Arteus. Uncontrolled variable. Right before the war, this is not good." Rubinsky noted that given that it hasn't caused us any problems in the last 30 years, in fact, we didn't even know it existed. That's a good sign. In any case, I think we should refrain from excessive cutting of trees on the mountain. The emperor noted that then Subashi and Chire would take over production, and when we received the lands of Kronos, we would have nothing to do on Mount Maltorio. Rubinsky confirmed, "Yes, everything will be settled as soon as we restore the former capital of Cradia." After some time, Dark finally woke up. He was unhappy that he was back to square one again. Peeking out from behind the canopy, Saren asked, "Madam, are you awake?" The guy sat up in bed and looked at the girl. What he saw outraged him, and he asked, "What happened to you? What happened to your face?" The girl's entire arms and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. Dark asked, "Were you beaten because of me?" The girl moaned, shedding tears. Then the maid buried her head in the boy's chest and said, "Please don't run away anymore. I thought I was going to die." Dark remained silent at this and stroked the girl's head. The doors to the room opened and Tozir and Silver walked inside. The guy gave them a displeased look. Throwing the girl away from him, who was now buried in the bed, Dark stood up and said, "If I run away, the girl will suffer, won't she? Wherever I go, there are people like you." Ignoring this, Tozir asked where the Azure Knight was, and the boy asked what they were talking about. The Lord clarified that Dark had stolen the Titan. The warrior replied, "Ah, so that's it. His name is Andromeda?" Tozir replied, "As I thought. If you heard his name, then you must have made a contract." The guy asked what was wrong with that, and the magician demanded that the Azure Knight be returned. Dark asked why he would do that. Tozir bared his teeth and replied, "He is not yours. He is our national treasure, and the only right decision would be to return him to where he belongs. The guy said, "This is not what I wanted to hear from someone who put his dirty hands on my property. These are your problems, not mine. If I can get my body back, I won't need something like titanium." Dark's face darkened, and he added, "And if you want it back, undo the spell." Not daring to answer anything, the magician remained silent for a while. Then he said that it was impossible. Tozier explained, "Nothing can be changed now, even if you kill me. The black magic that I cast on you is not so easy to undo." Dark cried out, "So let's check if this is true or not." The boy wanted to call Andromeda, but the knight interrupted him, saying that Dark could not pilot the Titan. The warrior was indignant. "What, I already controlled him and you dare to lie?" Silvar replied, "I already saw the trace, you only took one step. If you want to walk, it's okay. But if I summon my Titan and attack yours, what will happen then? It will start absorbing your mana to fight me. You will run out of mana and pass out from shock." Dark repeated this questioningly, and the knight confirmed, "Yes, you can imagine what we will do with your body." Then the Lord said, "Silver, that's enough. We're not going to do anything specific, but your mana flow will be seriously affected." Turning away and waving his hand, Dark replied, "Do as you wish. I am not going to return it to you." Not having received what he wanted, the magician sighed in disappointment. Then he said, "Great. And if so, would you like to make a contract with me?" The guy, interested in this, looked back at Tozier. The magician explained, "You don't have to return the Azure Knight to us, but in return, you will lend a helping hand together with the Lord of Water." Dark was silent for a moment, considering the proposal. He then replied, "Unfortunately, I know what incredible power the ring contains, but I have no idea how to control it." This surprised Tozier. He asked if Naiad hadn't taught Dark how to use it, and the guy replied, "Naiad, I've never met anyone with that name." The worried mage said, "Wait, you were chosen as the owner of the Water Lord, who even healed the injuries, and he still hasn't shown himself." Dark demanded that the magician stop whining, and explained that if he knew how to use the power of the ring, he would never have let himself be caught. But the Lord said, "In that case, let me teach you how to use this power. The Azure Knight naturally will also provide you with considerable help." The guy noted that these were unfair conditions. Dark and Tozier stood and pierced each other with their eyes. The Lord noted that the boy had unwavering courage. Somewhat surprising the guy, the magician said, "Okay, then I will try to find a way to undo the curse. No, I will also look for a way to send you back to your world." Dark replied, "For your information, if I return home without my power, it is the same as death." Tozier explained, "If you return to the same dimension, the power of the demonic god will cease to act. Your body will return to its previous state." The guy said then, "That's where we should have started, but can I trust you? I did my own research. And what if I say that I'm already close to a solution?" The Lord replied, "Your lies are no match for your courage. You have no one else to rely on, so you better rely on me as a court magician, for starters, who will really believe you if you say that you came from another dimension." Nervously, Dark called the magician a cunning bastard. Turning away and heading forward, Tozier said, "It seems you have already decided everything. In that case, follow me." Without hurrying to follow the Lord, the boy asked where they were going. Frank sat at his long dining table, none too pleased that he had to meekly make do with the usual military rations. As he looked forward, his gaze met Dark's. Trying to get into the mood for conversation, the king cleared his throat. He folded his hands in front of him and asked, "Is that you, Dark?" After a short silence, the guy answered positively. Frank asked, "Tozier, I think you said that you introduced us to her?" The magician said to the boy, "Where are your manners? We are in the presence of the great emperor." Dark declared that this man was not his emperor, and Frank asked, "Then be so kind as to tell me how I can become your emperor?" The boy replied, "Even though you are an emperor, you do not look like someone who is obsessed with his power over others." Frank said, "First of all, we are not even dependent. Besides, it is extremely desirable for the Master of the Waterlord to have a title. Hierarchy is a simple thing. I give you a title and power, and in return you give me results. A simple contract, I would say." Tozier stood behind Dark and was nervous, and the guy said, "Not a confession of allegiance, but an agreement. How interesting." Trying to remain calm, the Emperor waited for an answer. Dark said, "I don't see anything wrong with working for a man like you, but if you ruin my first impression of you, then our paths will diverge." Frank's resigned face flashed before the boy's eyes, as he had previously looked at the low-quality food on his table. Rising from the table, the Emperor gave his consent. Then he told Dark to kneel before him. The guy grinned, but still sat on his knees. Frank approached him, pulled out his sword, and, alternately applying the blade to Dark's shoulders, began his speech. I, Frank von Greyet, grant the title of Baron to Dark. From this day on, you will regain your former glory. As my left hand, you will enjoy prosperity and glory at my side. The guy continued. I, Dark Clyde, gladly accept your command. It was already approaching late evening. A sentry stood on the wall of one of the fortresses and yawned from boredom. Somewhere in the distance, he noticed something suspicious. The knight looked more closely, trying to understand what was happening in this darkness. Clouds of dust suddenly rose up at the tree line. What emerged later alarmed the sentry. A squad of titans was heading straight towards the fortress. The lookout began to stutter and shout, saying that they were under attack. He announced that it was an ambush by the titans. Someone was already giving the command to load the catapults. Following the order, the knights pulled the tight bowstrings of the ballistas, loading them with arrows. Another command was given and arrows flew at the enemies. One of the arrows flew right past the titan. She touched his shoulder, damaging the armor. Another titan shouted, "Ponich, get back, Caproxia, deal with the catapults." The order was given again, causing the arrows to fly forward. At that moment, the red titan seemed to multiply. His shields prevented the projectiles from touching his comrades. The alarmed commander ordered the guns to be loaded again. Just as the captain was about to give a new order, a huge titan flew towards him. This weapon destroyed not only the commander but also part of the wall. Palshan and the other mercenaries were still in the prison cell, dozing. Suddenly, the door opened, letting in a bright light that made the group leader cover his face with his hands. The silhouette of the girl in the doorway grinned and said, "You look even better than before. It looks like Tozier fed you well." Palshan laughed in response, and Mikhail said, "The same can be said about you, and in addition, you even have new luxurious clothes." The mercenary leader was indignant. "Forget about clothes, we can hardly wash ourselves properly, Dark." Many titans were already crowded at the gate. A small part of the wall was destroyed. One knight barely managed to avoid being hit by a flail on a stone building. Jumping to his feet, he demanded that the gate be defended. However, it was already too late. One of the titans destroyed it with a blow from his mace. Just as this same titan was about to give his order, a morning star flew into him, crushing him to the ground. The golden titans arrived, one of whom shouted, "Pathetic mountain bandits, still hoping that these lands belong to you, call upon the mace of justice." The other enemy titans also summoned the same weapons. The lookout shouted for reinforcements to come to them. Suddenly a shadow loomed over the knight, and the man turned around and became alarmed. A red giant jumped onto this wall. This could not fail to attract the attention of the golden titan. Red stated, "Subashi is our first step towards returning Krataus to his homeland." This giant was controlled by Prince Rubinsky himself. After his words, he instantly made a jump. He swung his sword in flight. The area was flooded with blue light. A stream of mana followed, destroying several titans at once. Then Palshan approached the hole in the wall with a group of people. He commanded a squad of mercenaries to attack. All these people rushed forward with a cry after Palshan. The king was informed. The Knights of the Silver Cross crossed the northern border. Baron Andre and his knights, who defended our border, were killed in battle. Feeling anxious about his hopeless situation, the king covered his face with his hands, and the people in the hall began to whisper. The man continued, "Toria, with Corinth's support, has attacked the western gate. It's only a matter of time before they reach us." With difficulty, His Majesty said, "The 700-year history of Trovia will end here." The prince, putting his hand on his chest, cried out, "Your Majesty, I will defend this place until my last breath. Together with the royal knights, we will protect the castle." The king replied, "Sidmion and Dominic are not here. How do you plan to defend yourself against the titans with only 6 giants at your disposal?" The guy said, "They will not accept our surrender. We have no other choice but to fight to the end." Suddenly, someone entered the room and said that they had another option. People started talking immediately, saying that they had finally arrived. Before the king stood Jared, Dominic, Simeon, and Antonio. The alarmed prince declared, "Your Majesty, the strongest knights of our country have returned. Now we can." However, the king interrupted him, saying that Sidmion was late, and the knight replied, "Knight Jared Sidmion has returned without completing his mission. We dare to ask only for a fair punishment." The same was repeated by the knight Dominic Rowell. The king asked if the knights had found the dragon's heart. Sidmion replied that he had come to report that the current situation was under control. Then he told the latest news. Someone cried out, "Just now, Your Majesty, we must inform Corinth of Kratos' crime. When Corinth learns the truth, they will recall the army." The king replied, "Are you also stupid, Corinth, who declared the destruction of our country, will not stop his death march? Now Corinth will advance, regardless of the complexity of the situation with the dragon's heart." Sidmeon, tell me about the chance we have left. The knight hesitated for a moment before answering. Quite suddenly, he rose from his knees. Someone from the crowd cried out what Sidmeon was doing because he was showing disrespect towards the king. Everyone demanded that the knight kneel. His Majesty silenced everyone, allowing Jared to get his say in. The knight did not want to say his next words at all. Bowing his head, Sidmeon asked His Majesty to abdicate. This outraged everyone present. The prince was also dissatisfied with such a treacherous proposal. Interrupting the indignation, the king placed his hand on his son's shoulder. The boy looked back at his father, gloomy, guessing what this meant. The saddened man said he had to do it. Another wall of the castle was destroyed by enemies. From the resulting hole, gray tyrants appeared, led by a blue one. In the hall, they found a green and gold giant. The invaders guessed that it was probably the royal titan of Trovia, Feroin. But it seemed strange that there was only one of him. An inexplicable tension suddenly hung in the atmosphere. The blue titan screamed, "An ordinary titan with a power of 1-0 will not change anything." He commanded everyone to attack, and the warriors rushed at Feroin. Several powerful blows from the enemies completely destroyed the titan. He didn't even try to avoid the blows, and now he just fell to the ground. The blue giant was unhappy that the enemy didn't even resist. He expected something more. When the helmet of the defeated man opened, those present were surprised. Before them was the already dead king of Trovia. Meanwhile, in Krathaus Castle, a magic circle formed in one of the halls. In just one moment, a group of people appeared in it. Among them was a young lad, the king's son. Alarming him, someone asked, "Are you the prince of Trovia?" Frank asked this question surrounded by knights. The guy replied, "Yes, and you must be the Emperor of Krathaus." The man said, "Yes, I am Frank von Greyet." The next moment, frightening the prince, the knights pointed their swords at him. The boy frowned and remained silent for a while. Earlier, he shouted, "This is absurd. Krathaus brought us all this nightmare. Why should they become our rulers?" Jared replied, "This is the only way to save our country." The prince continued to shout, "Where is your pride as a royal warrior of Trovia? As a prince, I do not intend to fulfill the wishes of our enemies." Making the boy nervous, the knight said, "Enemies, you say? I will never forgive Krathaus for killing my brother. But not as a brother, but as a royal warrior. I am ready to kiss their feet and become their most devoted hunting dog." Clenching his fist and placing his hand on his chest, the knight continued, "For the restoration of Trovia, this is my pride. And when our country rises from its knees without any doubt, I will make them answer for everything." Looking at the emperor with disdain, the young man began to approach him. Once close enough, the guy dropped to one knee. Then he said, "Prince of Trovia Ortolan Chu Bernhard, I ask for protection from Krathaus, and I swear to become a loyal subject of Krathaus." Frank replied that he gave permission for this. While in prison, Palshan shouted out the name of a comrade. Dark stood in the doorway, dressed in the clothes of a male imperial confidant, and grinned. Alarmed, Media asked, "What happened? Are you serious about joining Krathaus?" The guy replied, "Something like that. In any case, I received the title of Baron." This somewhat surprised the mercenaries that Dark passed by. The guy stopped next to Gaston. The magician sat hunched over and was clearly in an unfriendly mood. Gaston said, "I don't hate you for your decision. You're not a Trovian after all, but I think it will be difficult for us to remain friends." Dark replied that he understood everything and he was sorry. A silence hung over them, making the atmosphere oppressive. Not wanting to admit it, Palshan also said that they gave out information about their mission even under the spell. And Dark turned to him and replied, "I know everything. It seems like it will be hard for you to continue working as mercenaries, right? According to Tozir, they are forming a mercenary unit. I have recommended all of you as officers." The mercenaries were shocked that they could be given such ranks as officers. At that moment, Tozir and Silver appeared in the doorway. The Lord confirmed, "Yes, Dark vouched for you. You have become a real problem for our knights and of all people. Some of you are smart enough. As the adepts of the Royal Knight Academy, I hope you all will become part of our management system." Jimmy said, smiling, that he was flattered. Palshan and Media started arguing loudly among themselves, and the brown-haired man thought, "Why are you all arguing?" The mercenaries' dispute was suddenly interrupted by Silver. He said, "Our emperor said that if you succeed in the brewing war, you will become permanent members of the army." This made Palshan think for a moment. Then the leader of the group said, "Okay, it seems I have no choice. This is not such a bad offer." At that moment, he looked at Gaston, who had turned away from them all. Dark said, "Ah, yes," the emperor gently hinted at something. Palshan asked what exactly, and the guy, without rushing, told about it. What he heard interested Gaston and made him turn around. Palshan was right in the thick of the battle, cutting down his opponents. One of the enemy knights attacked him from behind. The mercenary would hardly have had time to avoid this attack. However, a lightning strike struck the enemy. Turning to the magician, Palshan thanked him for saving him. It was Gaston, who was already breathing heavily. He didn't respond to the thanks. The magician recalled the words that Dark had recently spoken. The boy explained that the Emperor of Krataus had hinted to him about Trovia's independence. A meeting was held in the ruined castle, during which someone reported Subashi's troops had created a formation on the Narion plain. Considering the numbers, they must have drawn forces from the border of Chire, a detachment of infantry, 2 detachments of cavalry, 1 mercenary, a fleet, and the king's knights. They hired as many mercenaries as possible and sent their forces to Narion. Holding a pointer in his hand, Rubinsky said, "They have concentrated troops on the border with Chire. Apparently they are going to retreat." Someone from those gathered answered, "It was we who noticed the Knights of the Crayon flag among the opponents." Another said, "As we expected, the Subashi are well aware that they are the next target." The first man also clarified, "There are only 23 Titans. If they reinforce them with 15 Titans of Crayon Knights, then we can assume that this is their entire military power." Folding his hands in front of him and leaning on the pointer, the prince said, "The united forces of Subashi and Chire. This battle will decide our fate in the war." Dark was unconscious for some time. He was alarmed when he woke up. There was only darkness around the guy, and he couldn't figure out where he was. Dark began calling Saren in the hope that she would finally respond. The guy assumed that it was Tozier's antics again. Suddenly someone smiled and said, "You are developing at an amazing speed." Dark screamed, "What? Where are you? Is this your doing? What the hell are you doing?" Someone, continuing to grin, called the guy a brat and said that he had no right to know this. This angered Dark. Although he was nervous, the guy promised to grind the creature into dust. The stranger laughed and said that it would be funny to break Dark's spirit a little, and the guy replied, "Chatting is the only thing you are capable of, since you are hiding in the darkness." The unknown creature did not like this statement and decided to use its magic. Dark looked around, waiting to see what would happen next. The next moment, the creature used the spell Water Sword, after which a blue beam was directed at Dark, which the guy barely managed to dodge. But part of his hair was cut off by this attack. Grinning, the warrior thought, "A sword? No, it doesn't look like metal magic? I must gather Kai to create divine steel." Concentrating, Dark tried to do what he had planned. However, someone shot a water arrow at the guy. Dark crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself from the attack that sent him flying backwards. The boy screamed in pain and hit the ground several times. He stood up and began to insult the stranger. Dark glanced casually to the side and discovered part of an arm. Only now did he realize that his limb had been torn off. At that moment, the creature launched a water hammer. This time the blow hit the guy's leg, and again he was pierced by incredible pain, causing the warrior to scream and grab his limb. Without giving Dark a chance to rest, the unknown person once again launched a water hammer at the guy. The warrior had no chance to avoid it. Now his body was shattered. It turned into a bloody mess. Laughing, someone said, "It seems that's enough for now. Next time I'll make you mine." Dripping with cold sweat, the alarmed Dark stood up abruptly. After the nightmare he saw, he was breathing heavily. Dark lay down again and began to examine his hand, trying to understand where he was. And Saren, who was standing next to him, asked, "Madam, are you unwell? Should I call the priest?" The guy stood up again and replied, "Forget it. Healing magic won't work anyway. Did I fall asleep? I clearly remember that I trained in Kai stabilization." The maid said worriedly, "I think so. You suddenly fell on your side. You told me not to touch you under any circumstances, so..." For a while the guy just remained silent. Then he said that he wanted to take a bath and get some air, and Saren replied that she would prepare everything. After some time, Dark was already walking through the garden, accompanied by Saren, carrying a basket and silver. He remembered the last words that the unknown person had said to him. Dark thought that it was too realistic to be a nightmare, which meant that it was another curse. Glancing to the side, the guy suddenly stopped near the white flowers. Looking at them, the maid said, "You like chrysanthemums. There are many of them in the garden because they reflect purity and honor." For a few moments, Dark did not answer. At that moment, he remembered his life before he came to the new world. He recalled how he held his comrade Gook on the cliff, and this man said that it was an honor for him to serve Dark. Hook's entire back was covered in arrow wounds. Then Dark asked his dying comrade for forgiveness, and the next moment Gook flew down the cliff. Daru said, "Honor, not quite suitable for him." Siren, not understanding what was being said, was worried. and the guy moved forward, thinking that innocence was even more unsuitable for that person. The battlefield was strewn with the dead and the living. Among them walked titans, helping to clear away the rubble. People piled the dead into piles or tried to help the wounded. Palshan and other mercenaries were also in this place. Smiling, Rubinsky concluded that they had won, and Tozier confirmed this. The prince said, "I'm surprised you can still stand on your own 2 feet after using so many high-level spells." Tozier replied that he could rest peacefully even after death. And Rubinsky continued to speak, Subashi was finished, and Chire would soon be too. After the loss of their main forces and having only the support forces of the Knights of the Knee at their disposal, they would no longer be able to defend themselves. The magician supported the prince's words. He said, unable to hold back his tears, that they had finally reclaimed their country's name. The prince replied, "We have only just begun, and you are already crying. They say that people become more emotional with age." Tozier noted that Rubinsky was older than him, and the prince asked who said that, because now, in the eyes of others, he was old enough to be the magician's son. In that case, Tozier said that Rubinsky should be more formal towards him, but the prince, smiling, replied that the man was dreaming. Finding himself in an unknown dark space again, Dark was breathing heavily. He cried out that his clothes were still the same, but he was indignant because his sword was missing. Someone said that dirt like iron could not have arisen in this place, so the girl had to imagine. And Dark cried out, "It's funny to demand that I become your slave. How impudent!" The stranger said that in that case he would simply force Dark, then threw a water sword at him. Once again, the guy was unable to avoid such an attack and was tortured. He woke up screaming and in a cold sweat. Sitting in the lotus position and with a sword on his feet, he was breathing heavily. Saren stood nearby with a tray and a glass, saying that she had brought water for the lady. Dark radiated discontent as he drank the liquid furiously. Wiping his lips with his hand, he looked at the saber on his legs. Frightening the maid, the enraged guy threw the weapon past her. The blade was heading quickly towards the doors and Dark was screaming that holding it on his belt was not helping. He also didn't have the strength to squeeze it in his hand. Lightly grazing the cheek of Silver, who entered the room, the sword crashed into the door. Saren became alarmed by this, and the knight asked what the boy was doing. Dark replied that he had done nothing of the sort, and Silver asked again and grabbed the hilt of his sword. The next moment he threw the gun at the guy. Passing Siren, the blade rushed towards Dark, who was sitting calmly in his place. Suddenly, the flight of the weapon was interrupted. Dark recalled a recent conversation with the maid. The guy said, "You are free. You will no longer be beaten or threatened for your work. I spoke with the Emperor, so you can go wherever you want." However, Siren didn't want this at all. She fell to her knees and cried out, "Please don't leave me. I will try, please." Dark looked at the girl, feeling awkward and sorry for her. He also dropped to one knee and said, "You have been tamed too well." At this moment, the worried girl clutched her apron so tightly that her hands shook. But the tension immediately disappeared when Dark said that he understood everything, and from that day on she was his forever. He also added that he will never leave Serene. Now, standing in the doorway, Silver said, "I forgot. When beastmen protect their master, they awaken their wild instincts." The girl sat on all fours, digging her claws into the floor and hissed at the knight. Dark, who was behind, told the maid to calm down. The worried girl was not very willing to agree with this, and the guy said arrogantly, "Do you think I will die from such a slow attack?" Silver was outraged by this question. He asked, "With the ordinary title of Baron, you dare insult me, a royal guard?" Dark replied, "The title is just for show. As I said, you won't be looking down on me for much longer." The knight said, "You say you can meet me face to face?" Dark asked, "Do you want to check, Adept?" Clicking his tongue and holding his hands out in front of him, Silver said, "I give up. If I ruin your face, I'll be in trouble because you won't be able to take part in the ball." When Serene heard about the ball, her eyes sparkled. Dark asked what it was, and the girl enthusiastically replied, "It was a place where the nobility gathered to dance and socialize." The indignant guy asked, "Why the hell should I go dancing?" Pointing his finger at the warrior, the knight replied, "Celebrate the victory. Today is a holiday, and tomorrow is a ball. Sort out your appearance and manners." After these words, Silver left, leaving Saren and Dark alone. The guy was still indignant, and the maid asked the mistress to leave the outfit for the ball for her. Rose petals flew in all directions along the main street and fanfares sounded. The knights carried a banner with white and black stripes, in the middle of which was a three-headed dragon with two swords in its paws. In front walked Prince Rubinsky, Lord Tozier, and other high-ranking warriors. The rest of the knights who brought victory followed them. Someone in the crowd was discussing, "It's him, of course Rubinsky. How handsome, really. The prince is surprisingly so young. Siren looked at all this with admiration, and Dark with deep displeasure. The guy thought, a holiday, I'm sure, is a great way to increase support from citizens. But I don't see Palshan's squad. Where are they? Suddenly, someone called out to Dark. This person shouted, "Hello, girl with blonde hair. Lady knight with long hair and a beast-man servant." Siren became nervous and said that it seemed like it was Darka's name, but the guy replied that it wasn't him. Finally, he looked in the direction of the voice. The tall, blonde man said, "You're finally paying attention." Then, alarmed and covering his mouth with his hand, he said, "Oh my God, child, when I looked at you from behind, you didn't look like a child. I was wrong. Do you have an older sister looking at you? I bet your sister will be just as beautiful." Dark was outraged by this behavior. Looking at the smiling man, the guy recognized the master in him. Dark replied that he didn't have an older sister and asked who the man was. Ignoring the question, the stranger said, You are a noblewoman, but your outfit, well, it doesn't matter." At some point, the stranger saw another girl with her back turned to them. After saying goodbye to Dark, he immediately headed towards her. However, when the man saw that it was not a girl but a dog, the stranger did a forward somersault, passing the animal. Silver approached Dark with treats, and the boy asked if there were any more masters in this country, and the knight asked if Dark had spoken about that man. Giving the treat to the delighted Siren, Silver said, "Just don't tell me that you can tell whether the person in front of you is a master or not, just by looking at him." Dark replied that the knight was free to believe whatever he wanted, and the man replied that he would report this to the chief. The guy asked if Silver was going to report everything to Tozir, and also noted that he would also go to the magician. But then the guy looked at Siren, who was eating the treat with gusto. She said that it was delicious, and Dark said that Tozir was a little busy now. He suggested going to the magician a little later and asked to give him a treat too. After some time, Dark and Silver were already in front of Tozir, who said, "I will pass on the report to Prince Rubinsky. He knows better because he is the master." Tozir also asked what Dark wanted from him. The guy clarified that it concerned the ring. He asked if it could cause nightmares for the owner. Unsure of this, the Lord repeated the key word questioningly. Then he opened one of the books, trying to find the answer to the question. The man looked through the old pages for a while, after which he replied that there were no such entries in them. Darren added, "But since there are only a few entries here, we can't be sure." The Lord asked, "And why do you think that the nightmares were caused by the Lord of Water? Firstly, what kind of nightmare did you have?" Dark looked at the ring, not daring to tell about it. But he still began to explain to the magician what the matter was. Folding his hands in front of him and bowing his head, Tozir said, "That is true. The voice you heard definitely belongs to Naiad." Darren confirmed that it was clear from the name of the spells alone. And Dark, running his hand through his hair out of concern, said, "He did a lot of damage to my body and mind. I can hold out a little longer, but I don't know how long." The Lord said, "I didn't think you could be so weak. Firstly, these are not dreams." This statement surprised the guy and made him ask questions. The magician explained, "When you realize that you are in a dream, you can do whatever you want there. We call it lucid dreaming. But if I believe your words, even though you are aware that you are in a dream, you cannot resist the voice. I want to say that this is not a real dream, but rather psychological magic, maybe even a spatial field." Dark wanted to ask how to deal with this, but Tozir interrupted him, saying that nothing could be done about it. The Lord explained, "Naiad is the king of spirits. I'm sorry, but I can say with confidence that there is no magician who can compare to his magic." The disgruntled guy cried out, "Wait, but this bastard chose me as his master. Is that why I can't take him off?" Tozir thought, looking at the ring and scratching his beard. Then he made his guess. "Maybe you were chosen as a slave or something like that?" The words spoken by Naiad sounded in the boy's head again. "Become my slave." Enraged, Dark shouted insults at the Waterlord and slammed his fist on the table. Now the boy wondered why Karel gave him this ring. Tozir looked nervously at the dent on the table, and Darren said, "But this is strange. If the spiritual king decided so, then he would have no problem brainwashing the Baron right now. Why is he forcing him to submit of his own free will?" The Lord agreed. True, it was very strange. Unconsciousness in addition to illusions would be enough to make him do whatever he wanted. Dark was indignant, declaring that it didn't matter whether it was strange or not because he almost died. And at that moment Silver said, "I don't know much about magic, but it reminded me of the night training school, where when the instructors trained the newbies, they would abuse them, beating and insulting them." Tozir thought about it, and Dark repeated questioningly, "Training knights?" Silver replied, "Trash, pig, slave, and all that stuff. They will never treat you like a human being. They will beat up anyone who can't stand the training, trample them, or use clubs. This method will put any impudent person in their place. The magician said that this was clear to him and asked him to continue the story. The knight said, "After all the abuse, most become excellent pawns who will carry out any order, although their eyes are devoid of all life. But sometimes there are a few among them whose eyes are still full of energy. Most of them strive to become adepts or higher." Dark was silent, thinking about what was said. Tozer asked whether the magician's guess about Naiad was correct. Silver responded positively to this. The knight spoke the sacred words to the warrior. "He is mocking you." Dark was in the dark space again and dodged the water hammer. Straightening up, he cried out, "Scoundrel, and you call yourself a king, but you cowardly hide in the darkness and attack after you take away my weapon?" The Lord of Water replied, "I take away your weapon. You are armed with a more powerful weapon than this." The guy was indignant and asked if Naiad was laughing at him, since there was no weapon nearby. At that moment, the ring on the guy's hand lit up, forcing Dark to look in his direction. Feeling uneasy, the warrior looked at the ring and remembered the words of the worried Tozier, who asked if Naiad had not told him how to use the power. Without allowing the boy to think for long, the Lord of Water again released a stream of magic towards him. Putting his hand forward, Dark tried to summon a water sword. To the guy's surprise, a sword made of water actually began to materialize in his hand. The warrior immediately tried to repel the attack directed at him. With a swing of his sword, Dark cut through the stream of water rushing towards him. The magic hammer, like the sword, disappeared, and water flowed down the guy's lowered hands. The all-wet warrior grinned and said, "Seriously, are you trying to train me, Naiad?" Somewhere ahead, a bright silhouette of the Water Lord appeared, saying how funny it was. Dark summoned the water sword again. Then he rushed forward and cried out, "Taste your own medicine." The guy was already close enough and ready to strike his opponent. However, when Dark swung his sword, Naiad blocked the attack using a water shield. The warrior made several more lunges, destroying the structure of the shield. The guy said that now everything will be different. Smiling and licking his lips, the Water Lord said that they were fighting as Dark wanted. The Naiad decided to release the arrow, and at that moment a water vortex was forming behind his back. Then a multitude of powerful jets of water flew at the warrior. At the last moment, the guy made a jump, which allowed him to avoid injury. His flight was directed straight at the Lord of Water. Dark raised his sword back, waiting for the moment when he was close enough to attack. However, he was unable to reach Naiad, as the enemy released a water hammer, which crushed the guy's phantom body. Dark jumped up in bed again, breathing heavily and sweating. However, now he was smiling because he was able to fight back, which meant that the guy had a chance. It was already late evening when stars and 2 full moons could be seen in the sky. Walking along the stone-paved path, Dark was indignant that for some reason he had to participate in the ball, and Saren, who was accompanying him, was wiping away tears with a handkerchief because she had prepared a cute red dress. But the lady did not want to wear it at all. The maid also answered Dark, "We have no choice, since the ball was organized by none other than our great emperor. As a representative of the nobility, you must take part." The guy said, "Anyway, I'll just sign in the guest book or whatever it's called, okay?" The girl answered positively when suddenly she heard something. Puzzled Dark, Saren said, "Madam, I think there is a wounded person somewhere in the garden. I heard someone." The girl began to listen to the sounds, which soon made her blush with embarrassment. Now, groans began to be heard from different parts of the garden throughout the entire garden, but not from pain, but from pleasure. Dark was only indignant, believing that the moaning people in this garden should be ashamed of such behavior. Suddenly, someone sitting on a tree branch said with a smile, "What an extraordinary lady." Most of them blush and run away from here, or out of curiosity they slowly creep up to the source of the sound. I have never seen such a reaction before. An indifferent Dark replied that for someone who secretly peeked from a tree, he was too talkative. Jumping from the branch, the man exclaimed, "Who's peeping?" The stranger who landed successfully turned out to be the same man who had previously met Dark during the knight's procession along the main street, he explained. "I was only looking for a lady with whom I could go to the ball." You shorty? Are you really participating dressed like that?" The guy folded his hands in front of him and replied, "What about her? I'll just write my name in the guest book and leave." Placing his hand on his chin, the embarrassed man said, "Oh, how come I didn't think of that before?" Then the stranger extended his hand towards Dark, puzzling the guy with such behavior. Winking, the man said, "Come with me, my lady." However, Dark merely passed by, calling the man shameless. The confused stranger turned around and followed the girls. The doors to the hall opened and someone announced, "Baroness Dark Clyde and Count Camille Claudien of the Corinth Empire." Everyone immediately became alarmed and looked towards the opened doors. wanting to see the unusual couple. Dark was a little puzzled by such attention and silence. As the Baroness and the Count walked forward, many looked in their direction with disdain. Dark suggested that the people at this ball did not like Camille, and a nervous Claudine replied, "My nationality, that's why I don't want to go to Kraut House." Suddenly, a girl in a green dress and with a fan approached them. "Where did you meet this girl? God, what's wrong? Are you even ready to lay your hands on a child now?" Clyde gave her a displeased look, and Camille, smiling, replied, "Such words could end me, woman. Who lays hands on whom?" The next moment, the stranger closed her fan. Then she switched to Dark. "My name is Irene Cabrinia, and yours?" Clyde introduced himself, and Irene asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you are not the Baron's girlfriend, but you bear the title of the Baron himself, right?" The frowning guy asked. "Is there a problem?" The girl replied, "I wonder, you didn't have a father, let alone a mother who held any title, and you don't have any other relatives. You're probably an orphan." Dark noted, "Quite a rude first greeting. Have you thought of other possible options?" Opening her fan and covering her face with it, Cabrinia said, "Oh God, forgive me, but in the end, this is normal communication, of course, if it is not what I thought. Perhaps you somehow managed to seduce the Emperor?" The guy was silent, and the girl continued, "The Emperor is really so easy to deceive, he lacks self-control or something else. In any case, there will be simply magnificent gossip, right?" Alarmed, Camille said his interlocutor's name, hinting that she should keep quiet, and Clyde chuckled. Puzzled by this, Irene suddenly became nervous. Dark began to speak loudly. "What, Miss Cabrinia, is the Emperor of Krataus a womanizer?" Alarmed, Irene immediately shut his mouth and began telling everyone not to pay attention to it and that everything would be fine. Dark asked one of the passing waiters where the guest book was, and the drinks waiter offered to show him the way. Turning to his interlocutors, Clyde said, "I'll be going. I hope you have a pleasant evening." Irene was shaking with anger towards Dark and clutched her fan tightly in her hands, declaring that she knew that this child was different, and that this time the girl had lost. Claudine barely held back his laughter at the expression of alarm on Cabrinia's face. Having calmed down, the girl said, "You managed to find her here too. It seemed to me that you were only interested in the sword." Wiping away tears of laughter, Camille asked what the girl was talking about. Cabrinia stood in a stupor, and the Count stubbornly did not understand what was being discussed and asked what Irene meant. Cabrinia looked down in displeasure, noting that Claudine had always been like this. Camille asked to stop speaking in riddles and explain what was going on, and Irene replied, "This child is a medium. I felt incredible strength of spirit. These are not the spirits of fire or wind that I worked with, nor the earth or water that my sister used. Only the spirit of thunder remains." Pointing his finger at the girl, Claudine said, "Is it possible that she controls a spirit that even your sister cannot cope with?" Irene replied, "Idiot. What nonsense. If she can control a high-level spirit, then she can summon any lower-level spirit, but that doesn't mean I can't sense it." Upset by the insult, Camille thought about the spirit of thunder. Claudine asked if Dark had inherited his power. Irene replied, "This happens less often with mediums than with magicians, and since she bears the title of Baron, we can assume that she is quite close to the spirit." Bringing the cup with the drink to her lips, the girl asked if Dark could become a monster in the future. Taking the cup from the puzzled Irene, the man replied, "Desirable." Approaching Irene, Claudine whispered, "Maybe we should kidnap her?" This surprised Cabrinia, who asked if Camille was serious about what he was saying. The Count grinned and looked slyly at the girl. After another battle with the Waterlord, somewhere in the subconscious, a sweaty Dark woke up and was breathing heavily. The dissatisfied guy grabbed his head. This time he lost again. Clyde asked Serene to give him some water, but looking ahead, he realized he was in danger, so he immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword. In front of him stood an armed man in a robe, whom Dark decapitated with a swift dash and a swing of his weapon. The dead body fell to the floor, and the warrior, meanwhile, found himself outside the bed. Looking around, he saw several more ill-wishers. Behind one of these people lay an exhausted and wounded Siren. Enraged that the stranger dared to hurt his servant, Dark bared his teeth. The ill-wisher immediately rushed towards Clyde. Once at his target, the man pointed his weapon at the warrior. However, Dark made a jump, allowing him to dodge the attack and get closer to Siren, who was having difficulty addressing the lady. In front of the guy stood two ill-wishers, and behind him lay a maid, to whom Dark told that she had done a great job, and the girl replied that she had tried her best. The next moment, one of the opponents attacked the guy. He attempted to strike, which Dark successfully blocked. Seeing another enemy approaching the lady, the girl became alarmed. However, Clyde jumped again, avoiding two simultaneous attacks. But this did not improve his situation much, One of his ill-wishers tried to deal the warrior another blow. But at that moment, the sword suddenly disappeared from his hands. Saren contributed to this by tearing out the blade with her teeth. The angry man tried to grab the cat girl, who immediately jumped away from him. He heard his comrades wheezing and looked in his direction. As it turned out, Clyde had pierced him through and through, causing the body to fall onto the girl's back, dropping the weapon. The last nervous survivor reached into his inside pocket to pull out a roll of paper. Not wanting to let his enemy get away or allow another attack, Dark kicked the enemy's dropped weapon away. At that moment, the ill-wisher tore the scroll, bringing with it a blue glow. Clyde kicked his foot, causing the enemy's blade to launch into the opponent, who was then disappearing. Unfortunately for Dark, the weapon stuck into the wall, never reaching the ill-wisher. Clyde was not happy that he had missed the stranger. He assumed that the man had used some kind of teleportation device, which meant that it would be difficult to track him down. A maid ran up to the boy, asking if everything was okay with the mistress. Ignoring the question and looking out the window, Dark said, "And you? You were wounded." Siren replied, "Yes, I'm fine. We heal our wounds quickly." Nervously biting his nail, Clyde thought, "I shouldn't have chased Silver away. Because of Naiad, my body was in complete disarray." He then told the girl to hand over the dead scum to Darren and find out where they came from. The escaped ill-wisher, having found himself safe, reported that they had failed. Casting a displeased glance at his subordinate, Camille asked what the reason was. The man replied, "The beast woman's fighting skills are better than we thought. Her devotion to her mistress is unusually strong. We spent quite a lot of time because her—" Clodane interrupted his speech and said, "So, a loyal beast man is a rare phenomenon, how interesting. But the main reason is, did you lose to the spirit?" After a short silence, the subordinate explained that the girl had used a sword. This statement interested Camille somewhat. The alarmed man continued to report, "Yes, the skill of our target is comparable to that of an adept. She decapitated the first one with one movement and killed the second one in 3. Clodane was surprised that some girl could be an adept. Irene, who came up from behind, said, "There are several records where mediums use a sword, but not a single one where a medium could compare with an adept. Are you sure you understood correctly?" The subordinate replied, "I am sure I can swear on the name of my family." Smiling, Cabrinia noted that it was unfortunate. Scaring the man, she said, "Our hunting dog has just failed a mission and is justifying it with the family knighthood title." Suddenly, a fire salamander appeared next to him, summoned to kill the man who asked why they decided to do this to him. The girl replied, "I'm sorry, but an uninvited guest was on your tail." A moment later, the room was illuminated by the light of a flame that was burning the subordinate alive. All that was left of him was a skeleton, on whose skull Irene stepped, breaking it into pieces. Cabrinia also said, "We will at least justify the name of your family, Sylph. Please clean up." While the fairy was cleaning up the remains of the man, Irene said, "This child, she is something much more than we expected. We must take her with us at any cost." Relaxing in his chair, Camille agreed. Somewhere nearby on the roof was Prince Rubinsky, thinking, "He is from Corinth, Camille Clodin. I must thank her for recognizing him as a master. This time I will let her destroy the evidence." Somewhere in the mountains, in the middle of the forest, the sounds of metal being struck could be heard. The black-haired menacing man swung his sword intending to destroy his opponent. However, Palshan's strike was faster. The man fell to his knees from the damage he received and then lay flat on the ground. The sweaty Palshan breathed a sigh of relief. Lowering his sword onto his shoulders, the group leader noted that everyone was now dead. And Mikkel, running his hand through his hair, said, "Another cleanup. The monsters have been destroyed. All that remains is to take care of the bandits. How much longer do we have to work to the point of exhaustion?" Media replied, "Well, they just understand how to use their mercenaries. There are idiots who hire them as useless security." Gaston asked, "Aren't they trying to recoup their money?" Raven noted that for now, they just needed to wait until they were enlisted in the regular army. And Jimmy fell to the ground and said, "In any case, I only want one thing, to rest a little." An inspired Palshan said that when they were enlisted in the regular army, they could visit their Baron Dark, to which the other mercenaries agreed. Mikkel said he was curious about what Clyde was doing now. The group leader replied that he was most likely training to become a master again. Meanwhile, Darren reported to Dark, "We were unable to find any leads. We tried to track their route, but nothing worked." Clyde noted that magic is not omnipotent, and now nothing can be done. And the magician asked, "But are you okay? It seems that your condition is worse than ever." Behind Dark stood a worried Siren, and the guy with bags under his eyes answered, "I wouldn't say that he's okay. We met on time. I was going to see Tozier, tell him something." Darren agreed to this and asked what exactly needed to be conveyed, and the guy replied, "Prepare a place for me where I can train. This sudden request surprised the magician. Dark continued. In general, there should be an open ceiling and direct sunlight from the sun and moon, an open space protected from external threats. After thinking, Darren replied, I think I know a suitable place. I will pass it on to the master right now. Turning away, the man hurried towards Tozier. When the magician left, Clyde lost his balance and almost fell, but the maid caught him. Siren noted that Dark would do well to rest a bit, and he replied, I won't be able to rest even if I sleep. After all, nothing is free. The Subashi fleet port was quite busy. There, in the middle of the crowd, beautiful girls in long skirts and short tops were dancing. Looking at this, Palshan said, Just look, the war ended only recently, and they are already having fun. Subashi, of course, are rich, as always. Media, standing behind him, said, Wipe your drool first. After all, the ports weren't hit during the war. A carriage covered with flowers passed by them, which caught Mikhail's attention. A fair-haired girl sat among many flowers. Mikhail asked what it was, and Jimmy guessed it was a bride who was about to get married. Ronnie asked one of the locals what was going on here. The man replied that it was a sacrifice, which somewhat confused the mercenaries. He explained, after the fall, the ocean became a bit rough. In winter, it got to the point where it became dangerous to go out to sea. So at the autumn festival, we will make a living sacrifice to the silver dragon Zebraltal, so that we can safely go out to sea. Kentaro asked if it was true that a human sacrifice would calm the sea. The positive answer received alarmed the mercenaries even more. The local said, The silver dragon can control the weather at sea, and Zebraltal has lived for 3,000 years, so I guess he is much stronger. The priest said that for the death of one, the city would gain prosperity, and the man replied, Outsiders may consider this a barbaric tradition, but this port lives off trade with Chire and Argon. This is the most logical option for us. Mikhail said, Indeed, as expected from a port city, for the life of one virgin they will receive the power of a silver dragon, quite cheaply. Media was outraged by this, and the mercenary explained, I don't agree with them, but I understand why you are so surprised. As Ronnie watched the carriage drive away, he thought about the silver dragon. While in one of the towers with many windows, Dark asked, Is this the place your student spoke of? Tozier answered, Yes, it used to be a magic tower, but now it is empty, so use it as you wish. There are a lot of soldiers around here, so I suppose it's safe, but if you want, I can call a few adepts for security. Dark replied, No need. Silver at the front door is enough. He is the most capable adept of all. A nervous Silvar, looking out from behind the door, asked, Weren't you the one who told me to get out because I was useless? Clyde confirmed this and asked for forgiveness, which surprised the knight. Dark said, I apologize, this may seem impudent, but I need your strength. Confused and worried, Silver scratched the back of his head and replied that he understood everything. When it was already getting dark, Clyde visited the magic tower again. He took off his uniform, folded it carefully and placed it on the floor along with his sword, after which he changed into light clothes. The guy thought, Serene will like this kind of clothes. I have no choice, this is best for airflow. He sat in the middle of the room, assuming the lotus position and preparing to stabilize the chi. Closing his eyes, Dark hoped that his choice was the right one. Dark energy headed towards the guy. Such was the technique of joyful enlightenment with piercing pain. Clyde continued to think, There is a risk of being consumed by demonic flames. Frankly speaking, it is better to take a risk than to become a slave. I also take advantage of the calm of the North Sea. Silver, standing at the door, became alarmed and looked up. He saw how black energy was thickening above the tower, and the knight himself was overcome by an eerie feeling. Meanwhile, the sky turned blood red. Somewhere in the forest, in the roots of a large tree, there was a stone passage. A golden dragon emerged from this passage. Artias looked up at the red sky, realizing that this was the work of a demonic god. This time, Dark woke up on the seashore, not understanding where he was. A female figure appeared in the sea itself, not far from the Clyde. It was the water mistress Naiad who said, This is my personal dimension that I created in a corner of your consciousness. Somewhat puzzled, Dark grabbed his head. Naiad asked, What the hell did you do with my body? Still clutching his head, Dark said, Who are you? My head is splitting, so don't talk to me. The water mistress noted that Clyde still seemed to be having some mental problems. She also stated that she prefers to be strict in disciplining her slave. After this, Naiad summoned water arrows aimed at the boy. Dark glanced at them through his fingers, and the next moment the arrows suddenly disappeared. The water mistress was somewhat surprised that the water arrows instantly evaporated. The guy's hot hand contributed to this. Grinning, Clyde began to laugh madly, and Naiad noted that the girl had gone crazy after all. Dark cried out, Thank you! I am completely renewed. Since I am being challenged, I cannot refuse. Clyde put his hand forward and decided to use the demon shot. Several fireballs immediately flew towards the Mistress of Water. However, they were unable to reach their target as Naiad used a water shield. The guy noted that she wasn't that bad. Smiling madly, he asked why they didn't continue warming up. At that moment, an incredible pressure pressed the guy's legs into the ground. Bloody mana began to gather towards Dark. He collected the received energy in his hands, forming a ball. In this way, he called for the silent dragon to ascend to heaven. When enough ki had been gathered, the boy released the spell. The water mistress immediately used her water shield. The multiplied shield and the guy's attack were approaching each other. After a few moments, they finally touched. Dark's energy flow easily destroyed the Naiad's water shield. The wounded woman, stunned by this outcome, cried out, "This is only a mortal." Clyde said, "How interesting. Your base is water." Naiad looked up to where the dark energy was gathering, and behind her stood Dark, holding out his hand towards her. Placing his palm into the water body, the boy said, "If I evaporate it all with my life energy, will I be able to see your true face?" This statement alarmed the Mistress of Water. Clyde's hand inside Naiad's body began to heat up, evaporating the water and causing pain to the woman. The mistress demanded that the boy leave immediately. Clyde disappeared, and Naiad, falling to her knees, thought, "This damn spawn. There are people like Corel. It's incredible. Well, whatever. At least I was convinced that she would be useful for our plan. In fact, her madness is beautiful. Because you will eventually cross the river of human blood." When Dark woke up, there was a flame in his eyes. A ray of light reached out from the magic tower towards the bloody sky. The knight standing nearby looked at what was happening with concern. A worried Silver pointed at the beam of light, not daring to call it anything. Soon, Dark also rose into the sky in this light. He turned his blazing gaze on Prince Rubinsky. The prince thought, "Her body has changed. It was the same when I became young again. And this wild desire to kill." He saw the same thing in the eyes of the Golden Dragon, who demanded that he leave his mountain. A nervous Rubinsky was uncomfortable with the idea of putting his life on the line. He commanded the knights, everyone except the adepts with the titans, retreat. Otherwise, we will only increase the number of corpses. The prince admitted this. "The enemy is of the master class, Your Majesty. I cannot guarantee your safety." The emperor replied, "I understand perfectly well that if we lose you, then our country is doomed in any case. I personally will remain to watch over the hope of our nation and its future." At this moment, the flame of apocalypse was used, emitting the same dark energy as Dark's magic. Rubinsky looked back, shouting the name of the court magician. Tozer stood with Darren on the wall adjacent to the magic tower and directed a spell towards the levitating guy. The flames of the apocalypse were rapidly approaching Clyde and were about to engulf him. Darren was worried about the Lord, who grabbed his hand and tried to catch his breath, but Tozer was sure that since what happened was his fault, it was up to him to end it. Against the mage's spell, Dark used the Great Night Sky Absorption, which caused the energy directed at him to disappear. Seeing the kind of power that Clyde possessed, Tozer became alarmed. Smiling madly, the guy said, "I see. How curious. It looks different, but this is definitely a demonic technique." But to use a demonic technique on someone who has stepped onto the demonic path is like a foolish foreigner. The next moment, Clyde dropped down and found himself right in front of Tozer. Then, straightening up, he placed his palm on the magician's face. Worried about his teacher's life, Darren instantly made the decision to teleport. Just one moment, and Tozer and his student disappeared, not allowing Dark to do anything with them. Lowering his hand, Dark chuckled questioningly. Looking at Darren and the Lord, who were on the neighboring wall, the guy said, "Fast, or am I too slow?" The magician's apprentice noted, "Master, it was the same before the curse." The Lord replied, "No, it's different here. The mana density is less than it was last time." Tozer was alarmed. Fear was visible in his eyes. Being next to Dark, he experienced exactly the same sensations as when he made a contract with Cornetio. He could tell for sure that what stood before them was the demonic god himself. The Emperor commanded everyone to summon their titans. The sky was covered with several swirls. From them, the titans stepped onto the earth. Smiling, Dark said, "What interesting toys do you have?" Then the unarmed Clyde looked at Rubinsky, who was flying straight at him. Approaching the enemy, the prince slashed with his sword. However, Dark blocked the blow with his saber. The prince was surprised. He could not understand when the girl managed to grab the weapon. The grinning man tried to press on the sword so that Clyde would drop his saber. However, this did not happen, and Rubinsky was surprised how the girl was still standing with such a skinny arm. Dark said, A foreigner outside of Miram was able to reach the level of a demonic disciple. How interesting. The alarmed prince continued to press on his sword. But the next moment the girl threw away Rubinsky's weapon, and immediately after that she tried to strike the prince. Although with difficulty, Rubinsky still managed to dodge. He then swung his sword trying to wound Dark, but the enemy jumped up, avoiding the blade. Clyde said, "I will personally behead you. Take it as an honor." Dark intended to attack Rubinsky, but at that moment he felt movement behind him. The next moment, a Titan's sword fell on the guy. I know it's inappropriate to say this when we're on the brink of war, but I want to know what the limits of my abilities as a master are, and how capable I am. This is exactly what Rubinsky said earlier, but only now, looking at Dark, who reflected the Titan's powerful blow with the help of a magic shield, the prince doubted his words. The Titan that Silver was sitting inside was trying to apply enough force to his sword to at least be able to wound Clyde. The guy himself said, "It amuses me. In the West, they are capable of creating similar toys." Civilar cried out, "Alfred, honor!" Clyde looked to the side where another Titan was approaching him. The next moment, a spear flew at the enemy. Dark's saber soared upward and was already spinning somewhere in the sky. Clyde himself was also in the air after the jump. Silver, considering this an excellent moment, commanded to attack again. Dark, meanwhile, landed on his levitating saber. The two Titans approached Clyde, but he used containment against them. The knights were alarmed. They suddenly lost the ability to move. Energy accumulated around the warriors' weapons. Looking at this, Rubinsky wondered, "What is this? Mana is preventing the spears from moving. What an incredible density of mana. How is this possible without the use of magic?" Darren also asked Tozier what kind of magic it was, and the Lord replied, "It is not magic. Even mediums cannot use their mana like that." At that moment, Clyde stepped onto the Titan's spear with his saber. He walked along the blade, closing the distance between him and the giant. This made Silver, who was inside the metal golem, even more worried. Forcing a smile, the knight thought, "Even now I can't even imagine looking down on you. The difference is too great." Clyde used the fluttering blade in the key movement technique, causing his saber to point towards the Titan. The powerful, inevitable attack easily destroyed the enemy. After this, Dark calmly descended to the ground. However, he was already surrounded by several Titans. Clyde glanced at Rubinsky, who was focusing energy into his sword. The boy chuckled and said, "That's right. While I was playing with the toys you created, you prepared something grand." Summoning a saber into his hand, Dark said that he would still play with the prince. Rubinsky then used Mana Burst to its maximum. A stream of energy was directed towards the maddened Clyde. Swinging his saber, Clyde also released mana onto the enemy, using a crushing moonrise to the sky. The two attacks connected with each other, creating an explosion that raised clouds of dust. Among these dark clouds and debris, Dark stood confidently on his feet, and opposite, holding onto a sword thrust into the ground and hiding from flying stones, stood the prince. Breathing heavily, he wondered if this was the end. Dark said, "Amazing, I wish it had been like that a long time ago." He wanted to say something else but was taken aback by the fact that blood suddenly started pouring out of his mouth. Then the guy started coughing and fell to his knees. He looked at his bloody hand with an uncomprehending look. Clyde realized that he was being consumed by demonic flames. He fell back and declared that it was impossible, while a worried Rubinsky just watched what was happening. Dark continued to cough up blood, and at that moment dark energy emanated from him. Clyde was held by the back of his head by a golden dragon. Arteas said, "You were under the control of a demonic force." After these words, the dragon used his magic on Clyde, which made him emit a bright light. Standing at the entrance to the castle grounds, Irene said, "So this is how Kratos greets the ambassadors who came to congratulate them on their victory." In front of her and Camille stood Longart, a couple of knights and several red titans. The commander closed his eyes and said he apologized. Cabrinia asked haughtily, "So, you are fighting now and you don't want us to leave?" Pruian responded that they were simply asking for people to remain in place so they could ensure safety. Irene said, "Really? The sky is red and the spirits are scared of the demonic force spreading around, and we should stay where we are." Longard apologized again, and the woman asked brazenly, "Can't you talk?" Enraged, Cabrinia held out her fan, spread it out, and, ready to release the fiery spirit, declared, "Do you want to be burned to ashes?" At that moment, Camille jumped forward and hit her in the throat with his palm, forcing her to shut up and cough. Smiling, he said, "Irene, stay calm. Prusian Longart, proud knight of Kratos. I heard you distinguished yourself in the war. Why don't we have one fight?" While behind the count, Irene was indignant. Longart replied, "I am proud of my abilities. However, I am not so stupid as to deliberately fight the master. Cabrinia was surprised, not understanding how the commander-in-chief knew this, and the nervous Camille said, Kratos' spies are even better than I thought. Now I understand why you brought so many Caproxy Titans here. Pruyan replied, That is correct, and if Sir decides to take one step, we will make sure that you will not be able to summon your Titan. Camille said, Even so, it doesn't explain why you keep us here. I have every reason to destroy all of you and get out of here for my own safety. Longheart said, You are quite difficult to please. Besides your safety and not Baron Dark's, Irene and Camille were a little worried. They saw a bright light coming from behind the castle walls. The girl covered her face with a fan, and everyone was silent for a while. Then Cabrinia asked, Do you admit that this whole situation arose due to the fault of that young lady? The commander replied, You can ask this question to your spirits. Other actions will be considered as interference in the affairs of our state. Irene said, Now, you speak as if nothing like this has happened in the last 30 years? Kisley and the second knight became worried. The grinning brunette was ready to take aggressive action, but Longart held out his hand, forcing him to calm down. Then Pruyan said, Yes, everything is different now. He declared that Kratos was now an empire. After a while, the bright light that made everyone squint finally faded. Darka, who was unconscious, was picked up by the Golden Dragon. Frank, passing by Rubinsky, asked if it was really him. Seeing the Emperor heading towards Artias, the prince cried out that it was dangerous, but Frank stated that it was his business. Coming closer to the dragon, the man said, I am the Emperor of Kratos, Frank von Greyet. And you? Artias looked at Frank and remained silent. He just smirked, after which the Red Titans surrounded him, pointing spears at him. One of them cried out, Show your manners and introduce yourself before our Emperor. However, Frank ordered them to calm down and lower their weapons. Then the man said, The wise Golden Dragon has no need to follow human laws. This made the mages anxious, causing Tozier to ask what all this meant. And Rubinsky, not understanding when these people managed to hide behind them, explained that it was a golden dragon. At least they were expecting it. This dragon has ruled Mount Maltorio for 4,000 years. An image of a child flashed before Artias's eyes, and the dragon declared that it remembered him. He said to the Emperor, The boy has grown quite a lot. You people grow too quickly, so it is difficult to recognize you. Frank replied, You must have seen me when I was young. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Could you pass it on to me? The surprised dragon asked why he needed this. The Emperor explained that she had made a contract, and since she had broken her promise, he had the right to choose the appropriate punishment. Artias replied, If you want to claim that right, you should have defeated her with your own strength. I am the only one who could resolve this situation, so I will take care of her myself. If you still have any complaints, then calm your pride. Frank was silent for a moment, thinking about what had been said. Then he said, Okay, I prefer to trust the wisdom of the Golden Dragon, who lived for 4,000 years. The dragon replied, Excellent, in that case I'm leaving. Then he pushed off the ground and flew away. Approaching the Emperor, Tozier asked, Your Majesty, did you know about the existence of this dragon? Frank replied that he had learned about the dragon not long ago, and the Lord asked why, in that case, the Emperor had not yet told him about it. Frank asked whether he was obliged to report everything to the Imperial Magician, and Tozier became nervous and said that this was not what he meant. The Emperor said, I'm joking. I didn't expect him to personally intervene. I should have told you earlier. The Lord thanked Frank for his words. Then the Emperor said, Yes, at this moment I would like to listen to your advice. The mage replied, If a worm-class dragon really lives in these lands, we must make every effort to establish and maintain favorable relations with it. Our country does not have the means to fight a dragon as well. The man said, Maybe so. In any case, the loss of Baron Clyde as a resource is even worse, despite his instability. Prepare measures to make up for shortfalls in human resources. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon carried Darka to his stone shelter somewhere on the mountain under a tree. The stone passage immediately gave way to a staircase leading downwards. Beyond it was a corridor with columns, at the end of which was a high arched door. There, in a bed with red bedding, lay Dark. Next to the same bed stood Artias, with a sad expression on his face. Looking at Clyde's ring, the dragon told the naiad to show himself. The decoration began to glow, after which a stream of water burst out of it. The water swirled, fell to the ground, and a silhouette began to appear from it. Taking on her final form, Naiad said, Long time no see, Artias. The dragon asked, What kind of masquerade is this? Since when have you taken the form of a human woman? The mistress of water asked. Do you prefer a man? Naiad stated that Artias should have been told about this right away. The The water began to swirl again, after which, instead of the woman, a very muscular man with a beard appeared. Flexing his muscles, he laughed and asked, "Well, aren't I beautiful?" Calling the water lord an idiot, the dragon sat down in the chair. Arteas asked, "What will you do with this child? Where is Karel? Is he dead?" Turning back into a woman, Naiad replied, "No way. This guy just handed me over to her for free. My pride is hurt." The dragon said, "Unlike other elves, he was unusually friendly with Ifrit. I bet he will be the only one in the history of elves." The Lord of Water began to complain that there was nothing good in this stupid mountain of muscles that burned everything around, and Arteas at that moment thought that it was clearly not the Naiad who should be talking about muscles. The woman asked, "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" The dragon, pointing at Dark, asked, "Okay, let's put aside empty chatter. What did you do with this child that brought her to this state?" The Naiad replied, "What did she do? She just went crazy and started doing whatever she wanted." Arteas asked, "For a child who hasn't even reached the level of an adept, the mana level is now comparable to a master, and the presence of a demonic god can be felt? I wouldn't say that she just went crazy like that, right?" The Mistress of Water insisted. "I tell you, she's crazy. She's not normal." The Naiad released a bubble of water into the air, and Arteas gave her a look that puzzled the water mistress. The dragon said, "Let's say we leave her alone, but we don't even know what might happen in the future." Naiad asked, "Since when does the tyrant Arteas care about people?" Arteas was silent again and looked strangely at the Mistress of Water. Naiad said, "And since you brainwashed her, we don't have to worry about her going crazy again." Arteas continued, but her memory also had to be erased. "Okay, that was the only way out, though." The woman said, "Over time, the memory will be restored on its own, however. We do not know how long it will take." "What?" "This child immediately caught your attention. Sorry to interfere, but I bet on her." The dragon suddenly remembered the moment when the girl said that she would repay his debt. Arteas said, "One way or another, you too can't do anything until she regains her memory. Until then, I will take care of her." The Naiad agreed to this, stating that she was not in the mood to teach the girl something like the basics of mana use, so the man could do what he wanted. And the dragon said, "This should be obvious, but don't you dare interfere while I'm in charge here." The water mistress said, "She is truly worthy of your attention, I understand. Call me as soon as her memories return, and don't even try to cheat." Arteas agreed as he approached the bed. The Naiad, transformed into water, went back into the ring. Again with a sad face, Arteas said that having saved her twice, he had some responsibility. After a while, Dark's eyes opened. Arteas drew attention to himself by saying that he had finally woken up. Clyde just looked at the dragon, not understanding what was happening. At first he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Arteas said, "You are confused. You don't even know who you are." At that moment, Dark's stomach began to rumble furiously, indicating that the man was incredibly hungry. Then Arteas began to move away from the bed. Stopping, he said, "I have already prepared the food, so let's go eat." The dragon and Dark were sitting at a round table, in the middle of which lay a roasted boar. Smiling, Arteas told Clyde to eat before the food got cold. Dark looked at the meat silently and didn't understand what to do. Arteas asked what was wrong, then took the animal's leg and began to eat it. After that, Dark hesitantly reached out his hand towards the food. He tore off a leg from the roasted animal and began to bite it off just as the dragon did. And Arteas assumed that the girl had also forgotten how to eat. After some time, only bones remained of the creature. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, the dragon said that his name was Arteas, and asked what the girl's name was. Repeating the dragon's movements, Clyde said his name. Arteas was glad that Dark at least remembered his name, and he also told her to address him formally, to which Dark agreed. The man smiled and said, "Since you have amnesia, you will have to work hard to return to normal life. You will spend some time here." Clyde agreed with this, and then shuddered, feeling discomfort. The puzzled dragon asked what was wrong. Then he was embarrassed to hear a stream of liquid dripping onto the floor. Apologizing to the girl, he went down. This way he could see Dark's wet feet and the puddle underneath him. Feeling awkward, Arteas placed his hand on his forehead and said that he would need to teach the girl how to go to the toilet. Dark and Arteas were in the kitchen, where the once great warrior looked at the dragon in surprise and asked, "Cooking?" The man, rolling out the dough, replied, "Yes, cooking is one of the necessary skills for a well-bred lady." Dark asked again if he was really a well-mannered lady, and Arteas thought, judging by the fact that she was not used to going to the toilet while sitting, it seemed that her memories were erased so strongly that she did not even remember her gender. After some time, a freshly baked pie was already on the tray in Arteas's hands. An amazed Clyde said, "Wow, incredible, Mr. Arteas, you are magnificent." The dragon grinned smugly, but then Dark said, "So you are a well-bred lady." Arteas confessed, "Actually, I lived for some time as Zamran's wife, although I ran away after several decades." Looking at the food and drooling from a great desire to eat the delicacy, Dark asked how Arteas could become a lady and someone's wife if he was a man, and Arteas replied, "I am a dragon. Unlike people, I have no gender." The girl asked how it was that he had no gender, and the dragon replied, "That's right. It will be difficult for you as a human to understand. Just trust me." Clyde asked where that man named Zamran was then, and Arteas replied that he was certainly dead, since it happened 1,000 years ago, a statement that surprised Dark. Arteas explained that dragons' lives are much longer than human lives, because dragons are great creatures. Clyde exclaimed again admiringly, "Just as I thought. Mr. Arteas is simply incredible." When the girl said that golden dragons were the wisest among others, Arteas' self-esteem even increased. The dragon looked in surprise at something round and dark. He wondered what that piece of darkness was. Then it finally dawned on him that it was a burnt pancake in a frying pan, held by a girl who was unhappy with herself. The fire in the oven was blazing furiously, and Arteas was saying, "I told you that you need to watch the temperature well. Something that needs to be cooked for 5 minutes on low heat cannot be cooked in 1 minute on high heat." Dark apologized, and the dragon suggested trying again. Clyde poured some batter into the pan and placed it on the burner. He looked anxiously at the browning pancake, afraid of missing the moment again. 5 minutes later, Dark threw up a pancake, which began to turn over in the air. This time, the dough that fell back into the pan was fried properly. The delighted girl cried out that she had finally succeeded. The pancake was already lying on a plate on the table in front of Arteas, who cut off a piece of food. The dragon dropped the piece into his mouth and chewed slowly, tasting Clyde's creation. The girl looked at him and was nervous, waiting for the fateful verdict. Finally, Arteas said it was delicious, and Dark cried out in joy. Clyde rushed to hug the dragon, who, without reciprocating, grinned and noted that the girl seemed to be trying hard. Dark stated that it was all thanks to Mr. Arteas. Closing his eyes, the dragon smiled and sighed. A little later, the dragon gave the girl a pink cloth and a needle and said, "If you don't know, then sewing is a skill that you can't do without. With the help of this talent, you can patch up clothes, thereby saving money. Good sewing skills will greatly help the family's economy." The nervous girl listened to the dragon and pierced the fabric with a needle and thread, but in the end, it didn't work out very well. Looking at the tangled thing, the dragon wondered what this strange piece was. He dropped to one knee and took something in his hand and said, "Ah, so it was a handkerchief." The upset girl said, "I don't think I have any sewing skills." In response to this, Arteas condescendingly stroked her head. He said, "I have lived a very long life, and I want to say that I have almost never seen a person who could do everything right from the start. If there were such people, then it was a very small number of people with innate skill." Smiling, he continued, "They say that you need to invest time in everything you do, just like yesterday when you started making pancakes. Well, it's just that sewing is not your skill, so don't worry." There they were, two creatures standing next to each other and looking at each other, one of them exuding dark energy and the other light. Seeing the dragon's goodwill and hearing his encouraging words, Dark smiled. After some time, a girl ran up to Arteas, who was sitting in the library and reading a book. Clyde held out pieces of fabric in front of him, which were neatly sewn together. Seeing this, the dragon smiled and began to clap, saying that the girl had finally succeeded. Joyfully, Dark asked, "Mr. Arteas, perhaps you have some tattered clothes?" This surprised the dragon, and Clyde explained that he wanted to sew it up for the master. For a while, the dragon just looked at the girl silently. He then gave her all the holy clothes, which Dark happily took and carried to himself. After watching Clyde, the dragon placed his hand on his face. Then he thought, "This is what you feel when you raise your children. Now I understand why Kyderis told Karel she wanted children." Dark sat in his bed under the blanket and said goodnight to Mr. Arteas. Leaning towards the girl, the dragon asked if she had forgotten anything. Clyde then kissed Arteas on the cheek and wished him goodnight again. Walking along the corridor, the dragon thought, "The body and mind are beginning to come into harmony. This means that memory will soon begin to return. Will everything be okay? Even if all memories were returned, would a master-level warrior be able to cook, sew, and continue living a normal life? I destroyed the evil energy so it won't go back to that state, but the responsibility I felt towards her from the very beginning. Is it possible that it was just my selfishness? Perhaps from tomorrow we will start new training." They stood in the middle of a hall with a transparent ceiling, where Arteas was explaining something to Dark. Clyde repeated the word the dragon had spoken questioningly. "Magic?" Arteas responded positively, explaining that it was a power that would be very useful in the future. Putting her hand forward and concentrating mana in it, the girl tried to summon light. A moment later, a ball of light formed above her palm, which made the dragon happy. Dark cried out that he had succeeded, and the dragon, smiling, replied, "Well done, you were able to gather mana from outside so quickly. Okay, now try to collect the Waterlord's mana." Clyde grabbed his hand, trying to concentrate on the ring. The decoration sparkled, and suddenly, an idea came to Dark. The dragon asked the girl what happened. Looking at the ring, Dark said, "I think I can use this." Artias was somewhat surprised by this, and the girl put her hands forward. The dragon watched what was happening carefully. Clyde summoned a water shield that headed straight for Artias. Alarmed by such a surprise, the dragon put his hands in front of himself, trying to defend himself from such an attack. Seeing Artias collapsed on the ground, the girl became nervous. She immediately rushed to the master. Holding his head, Artias groaned, and the girl, approaching him, asked if he was okay. Instantly rising from the ground, Artias cried out, "Brat, it is dangerous for a newbie like you to use the power of the Naiad as you please." Tears began to accumulate in Dark's eyes, and he himself said, "Forgive me. I just wanted to show Mr. Artias how well I can." Seeing how upset he was making Clyde, the dragon became worried. He smiled and said, "It's okay. There is no person who is good from the start. No, you are good from the start." The girl burst into tears and noted that Mr. Artias had gotten hurt because of her. And the dragon said, "What are you talking about? I'm completely fine. The water shield is nothing for such a powerful me, Mr. Artias." And at that moment, the dragon became fixated on the spoken spell. This somewhat puzzled the worried girl. Artias asked, "Dark, some time ago you said water shield. How did you use it? Where did you learn these words?" Clyde replied, "I'm not sure, they just came to my mind." The dragon thought, "Memory is returning. No, something else is more important." Placing his hand on the girl's forehead, Artias asked her to close her eyes. Dark obeyed, and the next moment, losing control of his body, began to fall. Without letting her fall, the dragon picked up the girl in his arms, carried her to her room, and laid her on the bed. Looking at her, Artias thought, "It seems that I will have to forbid her from using the power of the ring for some time, because I cannot figure out with what intention the Naiad gives her his powers." He took a closer look at the girl, examining the accumulation of chi in Dark's stomach area. The dragon then placed his hand on the center of the accumulated chi. He thought, although her magic ability is not that great, she is still a master-level warrior. The magic is not that good because of the spell-casting time. A magic circle suddenly began to form under the dragon's hand, emitting a bright light. Artias continued to think, but if this is the language of dragons, then everything will be completely different. Finally, the light faded and the dragon exhaled. The next moment, the Naiad's ring sparkled. The puzzled dragon became alarmed, and a stream of water burst out of the decoration. He went into a rage, after which he revealed to Artias the Lord of Water, sitting in a shell in the form of a mermaid. Naiad said, "Well, you had a good time. It seems like a whole month has already passed." The nervous dragon asked, "How unexpected. What kind of species is this?" The Naiad replied arrogantly, "No matter how attractive I look, I did not want you to desire me in this form. The lower part of my body is a fish, so you will not be able to." Artias interrupted the Water Lord's speech. "Stop talking nonsense. The fact that this child was able to use a water shield, was it you who taught him?" Naiad replied, "It's not interesting. He was trying so hard to hurt me, so I decided to joke a little in response. He was so cutely angry." The dragon noted that, apparently, Naiad knew about Dark's abilities, and the woman replied, "What, some kind of problem? If you believe Karel, this is a grown man who is already over 70 years old. Besides, they are almost the same level." The dragon repeated questioningly, "The level of a great master? Human?" The Waterlord said, "Apparently yes, to be honest, I didn't believe it either. But after a few of my attacks, he began to awaken quickly." Artias asked what Naiad was going to do with this child. After a moment of silence, the Waterlord finally answered that he was planning a purification. The dragon was somewhat puzzled by this. Naiad explained, "All the dirt, water pollution, and land destruction have been destroyed for several thousand years, and the population has only increased. It is time to reduce the number of people to carry out a cleansing. For starters, I think it would be enough to destroy about half of the entire population. What do you think, Artias?" The dragon was indignant. "Are you crazy? You think you can do all this alone in the human world where the power of the demonic gods has not even been fully established?" The Lord replied, "I said so. That is why I need that person, and of course, I have already talked about this with Tao." Artias said, "Tao, so you even involved the god of the earth. But the other gods will not turn a blind eye to this. Ifrit will stop you. and this will mean that Carol will not remain on the sidelines. You yourself should know that Carol's strongest titan, the Golden Knight, is not so simple. If Carol goes, then Kyderis will follow. And what are you going to do with the Arst? Naiad chuckled and said, You have less information than I thought, Arteus. It seems you know almost nothing about this child. I can handle Ifrit. Karsta isn't particularly interested in humans. Dao will deal with Kyderis, and Carol will be stopped by this kid. You knew this kid's titan is stronger than the Golden Knight. Carol will never be able to stop me. I didn't expect that you would be against this plan, because you thought that people were toys, nothing more. Although you didn't kill that many people, I think the number would reach 3 digits. So don't even think about stopping me, Golden Dragon. Arteas let out a heavy sigh and agreed. However, the dragon asked Naiad to give him a little time, at least 1 year. Turning to Dark, he said, Give me time to be with this child. The Naiad was silent and looked at the dragon with bewilderment. Arteas said, This strong boy, even when his memory returns, his soul will no longer be as defiled as before. But this soul is very sensitive. The destruction of half of his human essence will definitely cause harm. That's why I want to help so that his mentality doesn't suffer. The ruler thought for a moment and said, So you really have become attached to him. It will be interesting to watch. Grinning, Naiad agreed to give the dragon some time. Returning to the ring, Naiad said, Let's see what you can do in just 1 year. Taunting Arteas, the Water Lord told him to try hard. Arteas just remained silent, watching as the Naiad lost his form. The dragon was again in his library, reading books. At that moment, Dark came in and said that the food was ready. Closing the book, Arteas said, Okay, I understand. And then, with some alarm and sadness, he looked at Clyde, realizing that everything had changed. The dragon closed his eyes and smiled indulgently. After some time, Arteas and Dark were already sitting at a round table and eating. At the same time, Clyde felt a little uncomfortable and was in no hurry to eat. The dragon concluded, So your memory has returned to you. Dark looked at Arteas with concern and, after a short silence, gave a positive answer. The dragon said, I don't care who you were or what you did before, nor am I going to hold you back, for dragons are creatures as lonely as they are powerful. Gloomy Dark, thinking, said, Loneliness. Do you think that only lonely people are strong? After finishing the entire meal, Arteas, wiping his mouth with a napkin, replied, Yes, I have learned this in my life. I was generous and was able to become a friend to a weak person. But it seems that it is difficult for a weak person to even think about accepting a strong person as a friend. Besides, if he can still think like that, he is no longer a weakling. In fact, I thought so until last month, but perhaps the loneliness of the strong man is to be blamed on his own sense of superiority, and not on the feeling of inferiority of the weak. Justifying this with the logic of his enormous power, he refuses what he should have accepted with a pure, innocent heart. This is similar to me. After thinking about all this, I realized something. It's true. I feel like you are just like a daughter to me, although I'm not sure how you feel about it after regaining your memory. Dark, who found it difficult to accept all this, lowered his head. Arteas was silent and looked at the girl with sadness. Then he smiled and said that he understood everything. Clyde, who had not eaten anything, sat in his place with his head bowed, and painful memories flashed before his eyes. The boy was a kidnapped orphan. He was lying on the ground and came to his senses when someone shouted, "Number 2044, get up!" A very large man loomed over him, instilling fear in the child. Without saying anything, Clyde obediently rose to his feet. The devilish techniques were training that accumulated internal energy. The man stated that Dark was moving on to the next stage and told the boy to follow him. Looking at the other dead children, Clyde obediently followed the man. The friends Dark used to play with were killed due to the energy flow inside his body being stopped. These terrible people grabbed the children by the hands roughly. They determined those who were suitable and those who were subsequently destroyed. The remaining ones were classified according to the thickness of the energy flows. As a teenager, Dark stood among other children who had met the same difficult fate and were turned into warriors. The man standing in front of them said, "The last training session is loneliness." This man commanded teenagers to kill each other. Looking at the other teenagers, Dark saw their eyes filled with rage and hatred, but ready to obey. There were no people among them with whom one could make friends. Even if there were any, almost all of them died. Breathing heavily and covered in blood, only Dark remained alive. The one who commanded them said, "Number 2044. From today on, you are the killer of the Black Shadow Squad." Dark looked at the scroll with the image of a certain man on it until someone spoke to him. This is a master who uses the strongest internal energy and single sword techniques. Kill him within 50 days without leaving a trace. Remembering all the details of the face he saw, Dark unconditionally agreed to carry out the order. After some time, this master was pierced by the blade of Clyde, who was hiding under the bed, causing his face to twist. At that moment, the man was lying in the chambers with a woman, through whom the blade also passed. The light in the room went out, as did the lives of two people. A certain man sat at the table and said, "Number 2044. Because you wear black clothes and fight with a black sword, you were nicknamed Mukyan, right?" Dark replied, "Yes, sir." The man continued, "That's right. With skills like yours, you can even give yourself a nickname. Now you are a first-rank assassin of the Black Shadow Squad." Obeying the high-ranking man, the boy bowed his head. Even if Dark was trusted, the killer was nothing more than a weapon. There was only one person with whom the young man could share his emotions. It was already deep winter, snow was falling all around, and young Clyde was approaching the man who was saying, "I think it would be a bit of a shame to use you only as a subject for killing. My name is Yu Baek, the magic sword. I don't know how long it will take, but from now on I will be your mentor." Dark folded his hands in front of him in a certain gesture, showing his respect and submission. At that moment, it was this man, Dark's mentor and teacher, who was the only one the young man could trust. Beck trained Clyde for several years, during which the boy showed quite good results. One day, when Dark had already matured, he and his mentor were sitting in the lotus position by a snow waterfall, as usual. The icicles began to melt from the spreading heat. Then the space filled with smoke as the heat coming from Clyde burned the clothes on him. Looking at the man, Yu Beck asked how old he was. Hesitating to answer and looking at his body, Dark said that he was already 40. The mentor noted, "You have improved a lot, congratulations. Finally, the work has borne fruit." Thanks to this man, Clyde was able to take his first steps into the higher world. Perhaps that's even why it was the end. Their enormous difference could not continue to be contained within the relationship of mentor and student. One day, when Dark left his teacher's house, the man stopped at one of the taverns. One of his interlocutors asked, 43, you say? Judging by the fact that you look 20 and use the youth technique, do you have children?" Clyde replied, "No, thanks to the technique of solitude, I don't even dream about marriage." The surprised old man said that it was very bad, and regretted that such a young man as Dark would not have a continuation of the family line. The boy asked his grandfather what the technique of solitude was, assuming that it was some kind of incredible skill, to which the man remained silent in embarrassment, not ready for such a conversation with his grandson, because this technique was used on men who had not had sexual relations with women. The old man slammed the table and cried out, "When you grow up, you'll find out. Adults talk, why do you keep interfering?" Calmly drinking his drink, Dark watched his interlocutors and the boy shouted, "I'm also an adult now. If you don't tell me what kind of technology this is, I'll tell Grandma how all you do all the time is drink." The worried grandfather answered Yong Seok that this was not possible, and the boy looked at him, raised his nose and said that the man was already late. Clyde couldn't understand this kind of relationship. One day, right before his eyes, a little girl stole freshly cooked byozi, still steaming. She ran away as fast as she could to avoid being caught by the man who followed her, shouting that the girl was a thief. Unable to keep track of her feet, she tripped and fell, dropping one of the byozi.